slipping away. Past time, present, 80, 55, 1901. Watch them build up a material tower. Think it's not gonna stay anyway. Think it's overrated. For a minute, thought I couldn't tell how to fall out. Oh, it's 20 seconds till the last call. Going hey, I lie down, you know it's easy. I like when it all is all alone, and I'll be anything you ask and more. Going hey, it's not a miracle needed. And no, I wouldn't let you think so. Fall it, fall it, fall it, fall it. 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 will never have to believe in. My friends say I should never have to leave things clear. I think I like it too, I think I like it too. So tell me what's next, I think I like it too. Now is the time when I'm trying, tell me more and I try so hard. We could stay here for a long time. I know like it to forget, but I don't know your name. We shook hands, but I don't remember when. I know you like it too, I know you like it too. So I tell you what's next, I know you like it too. Now is the time when I try, tell me more and I try so hard. We could stay here for a long time. She was never pretty, she was only young. 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 feel so close to you right now, it's a force field. I wear my heart up on my sleeve like a big deal. Your love pours down on me, surround me like a waterfall. And there's no stopping us right now. I feel so close to you right now.
Finals of the League of Legends Season 2 Championship. There is a ton at stake for this event. These top 3 finishers are going on to the Grand Finals in Los Angeles, California. And this weekend alone, there is $150,000 to be won. This is hosted by Intel Extreme Masters, and I'll be your stage host, Rachel Seltzer-Querico. It is my distinct pleasure to inform you all that we will have a ton of coverage available for you at home on Twitter, on YouTube, and on Facebook. And it is also my pleasure to invite to the stage the VP of Riot Esports, Mr. Dustin Beck. Dustin, looking out at this crowd, at the hundreds of thousands of people that we know are watching at home, did you ever think Riot Esports would be this big?
You know, we never expected it to get this big. We were very hopeful, but it's such a humbling experience to see all you fans out there live here and all the fans out on the stream watching. Can't thank you guys enough for supporting our game, and every day at Riot we work on making the game better and better for all you guys out there.
Now we have an incredibly unforgiving bracket this weekend. These players had a grueling trip here, and now everything is on the line to get to the finals. Can you please inform us, what is at stake at this event?
Yeah, you know, we switched up the format a bit. No more double elimination. Every game counts, guys. The action this weekend is going to be nonstop. It's going to be great, and you're right. The stakes have never been higher. The top 3 winners of this event are not only going to go on to the World Finals, they're also going to be qualified for our Season 3 Championship Series.
It's absolutely incredible what you guys are doing for esports. For all these fans out there
you guys for all coming out here. Again, we have an action-packed weekend ahead of us. There's going to be great games. It's going to be nonstop. It's going to be awesome. So root for your teams and have a blast, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dustin. And thank you, Riot Games. Riot brought an incredible staff here this weekend. If you see anyone in a Riot shirt, feel free to walk up, shake their hand, and say thank you, because they're just as happy to bring you this event as you are to be here. Also in the crowd, we have a special treat for you. Joe, Deman, are you out there?
We are somewhere in the middle of the audience. What we're going to be doing throughout this event is giving away lots of free stuff. We've got a jungle-only t-shirt here to give away for each map today. Deman, you know, we get one t-shirt each before these events, but these guys get more per day.
They're going to get a lot more than we are. That's for sure. Maybe we're going to have to, we have to beg for these t-shirts, but we're just going to give them away.
Well, we've got two lucky guys here in the audience who may have a chance at picking up one of these t-shirts. So first of all, what's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Philip and I'm from Austria.
From Austria. Did you drive here or fly?
Fly.
Ah, lucky you, I suppose. So what are you excited for most here at the Season 2 Regionals for Europe?
I'm really excited about the whole team, the event itself. Oh, sorry. And yeah, I'm really enjoying the whole event.
So what about this game? You're going to be betting against your friend here. You get the first choice, so lucky you. Curse or FNATIC, and if you win, you get the t-shirt.
Hard to say, but I'll go with FNATIC.
Scoreline doesn't really count, but who knows? Throw it out there.
Yeah, it's going to be close, so 2-1.
My name is Matthias.
Matthias, you just seen, what do you think? So he's going with FNATIC. That's a big call. It's a tough game to call straight away. Who are you going to go with?
I actually think Curse is going to win, but it is going to be really, really close.
Any score prediction?
I also think it will be 2-1.
2-1. I tell you what, Joe, I don't know which way I'm going to take this one either.
To be honest, I'm glad I'm not betting for this one because I've got no idea who's going to win this one. I think this is probably the closest game in the first round of this bracket. But anyway, enough of us. Let's get it over. Back to the stage to bring the players on. Back to you, Rachel.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce the real stars of this event, the gamers. First up, we have Team FNATIC. And they have a special treat for you guys in their hands. Just one? And now I'd like to welcome to the stage CURSE.EU. Also bearing gifts. And much happier to share them. All right, team captains, if you'll join me over here. The rest of you can take your seats. Come to me. The rest of you may sit. We have some talking to do. Now, Peke, your team was out in Korea training. Do you think that gave you a bit of an advantage here?
No, I don't think so. It's an advantage. For sure it's some training, but it's not a real advantage.
Then what's going to allow you to win over your opponent?
What's going what?
What's going to allow you to win over your opponent?
We'll just play our best game and try to go for it.
And you, sir, what would it mean to your team to win this event?
Our goal, our point of this whole event.
And do you have any words for Team FNATIC?
May the stronger one wins.
May the stronger team win. Gentlemen, you can take your seats. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it off to Rivington Bruce Bislin III and David Phreak Turley over in the caster booth.
things. And I've actually heard a lot of rumors. For example, Shushei on ELOHELL apparently plays AP Evelyn mid, for example. So there's going to be some interesting things up here on these lineups, and there's no guarantees. There's really no guarantees. You've got people who respect each other, of course, but it's a big question mark. You've got one best of 3 determining, are you going to move on or are you going to fail?
How do we feel looking at these ADs, Lamia, Sleper? Lamia loves that Ashe. What is Sleper's real, staple to bring out in the match?
I don't actually remember his main champions, unfortunately. I'm sorry that I don't. But categorically, if you want to beat up an Ashe pretty much, you know that she's not going to pick an aggressive support like Tarek or like a Leona, because you're not going to have a lot of good synergy there. And so, for one, you could see, oh, what support do they pick? Well, we know Ashe isn't coming out, for example. But in the other way, you can also counter lane that champion by picking a very aggressive lane as well, something like Leona Corki. Or you take it another way and you say, we know you won't be aggressive because you're playing Ashe. We'll pick something late game like Vayne or Kog'Maw, and we know that our lane's going to be safe because you're going to go like Soraka or Sona or something, a little bit less hostile. And we'll farm up and we'll kind of get ourselves to a late game. So there's a lot of options here. If you know a favorite champion, for example, like Lamia with Ashe, you've got a lot of other opportunities here where you can counteract that either by countering the champion or countering the play style or banning out options that would supplement that champion pretty well. So, I mean, there's millions of opportunities here for these players to pick and ban certain champions and to make the game work in a way they want it to. And the only way to really know that answer is to wait and see what happens.
All right, so how do we feel about the jungle, Malunoo, xPeke?
Well, so one thing I did ask Curse actually was, who are you actually afraid of on FNATIC? And there are basically 2 answers. So one was xPeke, right? The mid player, phenomenal mage player. The other was Cyanide. And he was saying that Cyanide carries FNATIC. And that took me by surprise. I didn't actually realize that was how their team sort of revolved. And normally you don't consider junglers like the carries of a team. But Curse is like, oh yeah, dude, Cyanide's like the best player. He's kind of a big deal. And he plays all sorts of crazy things. I mean, he's been playing jungle professionally for over a year, right? He's been on the FNATIC, the Season 1 winning team. I mean, 3/5 of these players have been on that team. And actually, if you count sOAZ, he was against them against All Authority back there, back at Season 1. So these guys are no strangers to top-level competition, and they're gonna know everything. You can't win a global championship and expect to win, the next season's European championship without knowing everything you could possibly do, without having that great level of knowledge and just the giant roster that comes with being a top-level player. So you can't count anything really out from Cyanide, aside from the fact that the guy is going to be really, really scary. And Malunoo, a phenomenal player. I know some of his top played are definitely up there with Nocturne. Like, he loves to fighter junglers.
Love Malphite at DreamHack.
Oh, of course, yeah. And Malphite kind of came up as a big deal suddenly as a very common jungler as well. So you kind of see both these players. I don't want to say they have any strong preferences. I think they can all play almost everything. And that's what happens when you're a top-level player, is you know all of them. And it's going to be determined by your team composition and what your team needs, more so than, well, I play Lee Sin the best. Right? It's going to be, well, I play Lee Sin really well, and Maokai really well, and Malphite really well, and Nocturne really well, and Shyvana really, and the list goes on. I mean, if you said, oh, I'm a really good jungle Ashe, I would not be surprised. These guys are phenomenal. They know every champion in the roster. And favorite champions, I don't think they get to exist right now. Like, you've got to pick what works for your team. You've got to pick what works against the enemy team. You're going to have some crazy things going on for sure. You're not going to have anything. There's not going to be anything guaranteed.
All right, and it looks like we will be jumping into that champion select. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this down and see what the picks and bans are for these teams. Like Phreak was saying, they know the champion pools. They know what's going on, and we're going to see direct bans towards Aurelia and Kassadin right off the bat.
Yes, they're immediately dropping out some very interesting choices here. So the one thing that's interesting from the Nunu ban is he plays 3 roles. He's a phenomenal jungler, a phenomenal support, and one of the best top laners in the game as well. That kind of came out of nowhere in the last month or so as top lane Nunu became a really, really big deal. And so you're seeing a lot of interesting bans kind of getting dropped out here. And some of them are going to be aimed at the fact that FNATIC has first choice. That when all the chips are down, when the picks start, FNATIC gets to pick the very first champion in the game. And if there is a champion that has no good counter, or the counter's already been banned, Curse needs to realize that and drop out that option. And there, I think, is why you're seeing the Alistar getting dropped out there. Though Malunoo is a phenomenal jungle Alistar player. And of course, Alistar could be a support too, but most often as a jungler, they're like, oh, we're not giving that Cyanide. That dude's scary.
Yeah, Alistar out of the jungle, so formidable, and it's just at level 2, he has all his abilities to shut you down in lane.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to get heal first, and then in between his abilities, the passive of trample, still dealing damage. So it's just one after the other. So very effective at that low level. And we do see that Ahri is onto the board, and we are going to get sOAZ picking that down for xPeke.
Yeah, so right away you're seeing the mid lane being grabbed. This is one of the things that happens sometimes, is you need to pick a safe champion right off the bat, where Ahri has no terrible matchups, she has some hard countering matchups. She's really good against a few of those mid lane champions, but you pick Ahri and you know you're not going to get shut down by default, and so you can pick that one up and say, and it's kind of two ways you can think about it, is one, I can pick a champion and say, yeah, right, this is the best champion of the game, come at me, bro. Or it's like, well, hold on, because you can react with anything at this point, right? Everything's available, I'll pick something that will work. And I'll put this Ahri, and you can play something mid, but it's okay. I'm Ahri, I'll be okay, I can sustain. We'll move on from here. And you're seeing a lot of really amazing picks coming out from Curse. Right after that was Shen and Ezreal. A lot of mobility already put on the map for Curse.
Yeah, looking at a lot of global map presence as well. Ulti from both of them is going to be able to do damage wherever they need it to go. Shen obviously shielding that damage. And there we do have the Malphite pick. So that will not go to Curse. We do see they have taken Shen. It looks like that's going to be a nice stop there. That's also very nice for Ezreal. Ground Slam is going to be able to slow that attack speed. So we'll have to see. That's going to have to go really in conjunction with picks Curse has to go with. They're going to say, yeah, we want to get inside with a few more melee, but is that going to be shut down by Malphite? So that's a great pick by them, and just a lot of presence from that champion himself. Corki, again, this team is focusing on a lot of mobility with that Ahri Corki. Those two powerful carries that they're going to have on the team are able to get in and out of the fight when necessary.
Yeah, and there's about 3 cool things that happen right here with what FNATIC just grabbed. So one, let's talk about Malphite. Malphite is a great top laner. He's also a great jungler. And right now, FNATIC have not played their cards yet. They don't know where Malphite's going, so they can't like go top lane Jax, because Jax will get destroyed by Malphite. Now, that might be top lane Shen, and that's fine. And again, Shen can also jungle or top lane, so that's a really good move from Curse as well. But Malphite here could be anywhere on the map right now. But Corki, and also an interesting grab here, Corki is actually Yellow Star's best attack damage carry. And I know I just said favorite champions aren't going to matter. Okay, apparently I'm wrong. Yellow Star really loves that Corki pick, really loves that champion. That's what he's going to be running here.
So this is going to work out well for them. They just picked up a lot of CC. That crowd control from Morgana's ultimate, Soul Shackles, and Dark Binding, as well as the Dazzle from Taric. And you have Shen coming in as well with the taunt after all of that to happen, unless he initiates with it. So that's a lot of shutdown to the team that wants to get away. So that's perfect right there. And wait a minute, we do see that they are going to be going Soraka, and the support will be possibly Yona as they switch back and forth. They are just kind of milling about here and playing with the minds of Curse at this point, leaving Curse with that last pick, and it is kind of an advantage to have that. You can round off your composition with something that will semi-counter everybody or focus a counter that's really going to help shut down the team. But right now, a beautiful team, a beautiful composition from both teams.
Yeah, I really like what FNATIC is grabbing right here. So right now it looks like they're sending Malphite into the jungle, and they're grabbing Leona for the support. And this actually plays both into what Yellow Star grabbed and into what nRated likes to do. nRated loves to play aggressive supports. We were actually calling, I was talking again with players backstage before the tournament started, and so yeah, nRated loves to play Leona, other aggressive supports like that. And Leona Corki is a tried and true bottom lane composition. It's really up there with Taric Ezreal. They're both very aggressive, but yet very mobile team compositions for just that bottom lane matchup. Either of these teams can blow up that other lane very, very quickly. Leona Corki can jump on Taric or jump on Ezreal, kill him very quickly. Ezreal Taric can jump on Corki, blow him up very fast as well. And with that grab on Jace, I'm expecting Jace to be in the top lane and Malphite sent into the jungle. And now we're going to see the final grab for Curse.
You know what, Chase may be coming out of the jungle. The amount of utility he gives his team by laying down that wall, the speed up, more mobility was just given to this team by one ability of a champion. So that's huge for them. And that's really going to help. It's like having a Shurelya's whenever you want it, initiate or get out of a fight. That's going to be great for them. And we do see that they have Cleanse on Lamia, so as he gets Corki, he's going to be playing a very safe mode because you do see the amount of crowd control from Curse.
Yeah, I really do like Curse's lineup. It feels very solid. I don't see any like phenomenal like sort of one-pronged attacks. Like it's not like a Twisted Fate composition where you really will work on ganking lanes out of nowhere, split pushing out of nowhere. You don't have something quite to that extent, but you've got a phenomenal team fight presence. Most of that team can initiate. Shen, Morgana, Dr. Mundo a little bit, Taric as well. you've got great initiation there where you can pick up a target and jump on him very quickly. And when that fight starts, Shen's got an area of effect taunt. Dr. Moon is going to run in the front, soak up a bunch of damage. Ezreal's ultimate again, area of effect, doing a lot of damage to everyone in that fight. And of course, Morgana. Morgana, that Soul Shackles, as you just said, is a phenomenal asset in a team fight. She jumps in there, pops her ultimate. If you're close by, she puts a tether on you, deals damage and slows you. If you don't run the heck away and break that tether, you're getting stunned in a couple of seconds, and it ruins your day in a fight. You stack that up with Taric and Shen, who's going to lock you in place. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be a very easy battle for Fnatic here. Curse's lineup is great. It's just a lot of good synergies, a lot of great picks. It's just a solid, team fight-oriented lineup. Meanwhile, on Fnatic, you've got a lot of very interesting disparate parts. They're very burst-focused. Leona, Malphite, Corki, just jumping on top of you, bursting your face down. They'll kill you in 2 seconds flat. They've got so much ranged initiation. I said a little bit ago, Morgana and Taric and Shen can initiate, and they cannot initiate like Fnatic can. Fnatic's roster is crazy for getting at you about 1,000 range away from the corner of the screen. If they see you, they can jump on you.
Twice.
And they can destroy, they can jump on you
Leona
twice.
and Malphite.
And it will be painful. Their mobility is phenomenal. Their ability to get at you from far away is phenomenal. So I would categorize Fnatic's lineup as picking up kills from almost out of nowhere and blowing up 2 to 3 champions right away. But if Curse can kind of be safe, be grouped together, their ability to fight a 5-on-5 is very solid. It'll be very hard for Fnatic to pick apart.
And with what we've been seeing lately, aggression towards turrets right in the beginning of the map, that Fnatic team roaming is going to be much more scary than that Curse team roaming.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's scary things everywhere.
So we do see as the players are getting poised and ready for that level 1, as we will see in about a minute here as we tick down. Looking at these teams, as you were saying, initiating from that 1,000 range, the crowd control that they can bring into it.
Yeah.
If they are able to stay on the outside, though, great poke from Malunoo, great poke from Sleper, as well as the Dark Bindings. And we've seen, Reginald go in with Dark Bindings to initiate the fight. He plays all of his AP champions, though the ability power very aggressive. So extinkt can definitely make some big plays for his team. Morgana is one that can suck up cooldowns from the other team, throw in Black Shield, get in there and kind of throw the other team off guard. And that's really what says let's start a fight. If they blow an 8-second cooldown, you could feel more confident about that fight. So I'll have to see that Curse is going to be doing that in their fights. They have Morgana running up to the front. They have Malunoo to just say, hey, I can take a little bit of damage and soak up these cooldowns. Because we actually have seen that quite a bit with Taric supports or Soraka supports where they're like, hit me with everything you have, I'm still going to be alive, and my team has the upper hand now. Yeah, the ability of Curse to survive if a fight goes badly for them. Like, let's say the game is 20 minutes in, and it's roughly even in gold. Yep. Curse can kind of choose to not die very easily. There's very few targets that Fnatic actually wants to focus here on this team. Killing Taric first isn't really great for you because Taric's a support. If you kill him right away, you're not dropping a lot of team fight presence off of that team. You try to burst down Shen, you're not going to burst down Shen. You try to burst down Mundo, you're not going to burst down Dr. Mundo. If you go for Ezreal or Morgana, those are some better choices, but Ezreal can Arcane Shift away, and Morgana, as you just said, has that Black Shield. Is probably going to go for a Rod of Ages or a Zhonya's Hourglass early on, be a bit tanky. It's actually, although Fnatic is about jumping on a target and blowing them up, their ability to pick good targets will be a little bit limited because Curse's lineup is either tanky or very, very evasive. So let's take a look at this bot lane. nRated giving Corki a little bit more damage on that Leona burst passive as he takes off that light. So going against Curse, how do you think that's going to counter? I don't know. It's going to be kind of up to how they ultimately play it. I think it's really going to be a player skill matchup, and I think we've kind of talked to death how the champions line up. It's going to be how the players play. And we're going to give it over to Rachel. She's going to have a couple of quick words.
It's the moment you guys have all been waiting for, the first game of the EU Regional Finals between Fnatic Raid Call and CURSE.EU.
There we go. There we go. Okay, hey everybody, welcome back to the show. We are here in Game 1 between FNATIC Raid Call and Curse Gaming Europe, and right off the bat, these teams are close together. You see nRated right across the wall right there, almost getting jumped on by that Curse lineup, but already Curse Gaming choosing to invade into FNATIC's jungle, dropping a couple of wards down, and they do love their aggressive early wards. Right now, they've warded one of Lamia's, Cyanide's pretty standard gank paths. It's right by his Lizard, right by his Wraith camp. They will see where he chooses to go very early on in the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the crowd, let's hear who you would like to see win. If you would like to see Curse take Game 1, let me hear you.
All right, everybody, if you are a fan of FNATIC Raid Call and you want to see FNATIC move on and take this Game 1, let me hear you cheer.
A definitive FNATIC crowd, at least behind us. Definitely a very big crowd here in Hall 8 at Gamescom. If you are not here, you're missing out, but if you're at home, you're grabbing all the action, and we're going to paint beautiful pictures for you all weekend long, as well as Joe Miller and Deman on the mic as well to bring you coverage on some games today. Phreak and myself, Rivington III, bringing you this Game 1. 1 minute and 50 seconds into the match, we can see FNATIC Raid Call picking up the golems with Curse right actually above them, going for the red. I don't think they're going to know that they are there, and it looks like we may have a quick counter jungle to hurt Malunoo there to start off the game.
Yeah, great option here by Curse Gaming. Yeah, of course, yeah. They ran in, they stole away most of the Wraiths, they're stealing with this Lizard buff as well. You can see that Cyanide right now is trying to take down his own Golem buff, and I don't believe he's used his own smite, so he's immediately going to run across the map and head to try to steal away Malunoo's Lizard buff. This is going to be the exact right play, and a great thought here by that FNATIC lineup to know what that early choice was and to counteract it.
Yeah, it's a great job just knowing the mechanics of the game, figuring out what was happening. They did get their wards down. They saw the movement was coming from the lower side of the map, and using that knowledge, he is now able to go and get himself a red buff. It's going to take him a little bit more time to get back to the jungle, but it's just what Mundo did, so he's going to be able to have that same pathing as well. A lot of aggression and auto attacks coming out left and right in the mid here as they poke each other down, and we can see the pings coming from Curse saying this would be the time that Malphite is done with that red buff.
Yeah, speaking of Malphite, he's actually run all the way to this top lane. He's going to be ganking with his teammate Jace, trying to pick up against Angush on Shen. He's still waiting around, and Shen is still up in his lane. But you can see in the corner of your screen right there, Malphite. He's going to come up to the side there. No, he's hiding back down. He's stalking. There we go. sOAZ initiating up onto Shen. A knockback as well. The damage is on. Can he do enough damage? He dashes down. Back towards that turret. Still pushing on. Can he do the damage? No. Angush will get away from that, but took a lot of damage. And here comes Malunoo.
There we go, Malunoo coming in to try and regroup this one. He knows Malphite's running away, so this is going to be a perfect time. He's going to give him a few seconds so Malphite can get far enough away, and now he is going to go in. Shen's going to taunt backwards, and he misses that to do most of the damage, but this is the longer side of the lane. sOAZ has quite a run back to his turret, hits Malunoo out. Cyanide is still there to help him. sOAZ does have Ignite, but he does not choose to use it. The taunt and flash required to be used by Angush, and now he is forced to play a safe lane against sOAZ.
Dude, sOAZ, that was dope. He was in a 1v2 and forced Shen's flash. Like, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, that was amazing patience. That was amazing knowledge of the matchup. That was just great overall. And they're shoving Angush back to his turret. He will be able to last hit most of these, but it's going to give sOAZ time to regroup and go back to his lane. Go back to the base, heal, buy some new items, and come back.
That's a great job by Top as well to push that hard. As we see a little bit of damage here, a beautiful dazzle onto Corki, and that was the right thing to do. Focus the AD. They were putting the damage on Xinec. So Sleper was more than happy to come in. But as I was saying, Top, they knew Malunoo is still there. So they're like, if we push this, we force him back to the lane, so he stops the creeps from going away and soaking up a little bit of experience. But now he's got to go back to his jungle. So wasting a little bit of time there, as they do that over and over, it will start to surmount.
Well, yeah, and if you look down at the minion kills at the very bottom of your screen, that Malphite, 8 minion kills. Dr. Mundo, 20. These are the same roles on their respective teams, and you can see that Malunoo, by Dr. Mundo, is just out-golding his opponent right now. And that is going to be a very big deal, that being a bigger force. And again, Curse had just said that Cyanide, that jungler, the Malphite for FNATIC, he's the carry of that team. And if he's under-farming, that's going to really hurt your ability to carry.
We will have to see it. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The gold only difference by 200. as wards on bottom are starting to wear off. It's going to get a little bit more dangerous down there. And they were going to have to start playing more cautious. As I've always said, a good rule of thumb is never cross the river without that vision. And right now they have the tri-bush. So CURSE.EU feeling quite comfortable right now in the position to force this lane in. Not too much damage being traded here back and forth. Most of the mana has been used for escapes and small initiations. It looks like Malunoo once again heading towards that top lane. sOAZ playing very aggressive this matchup.
Yeah, well, he's winning on minions by about 10, but he's going to have to run away now. Angush staying right below him. Dr. Mundo coming by as well. Can sOAZ get away? He's going to try to... Oh, he gets taunted right away. Is he going to take too much damage? He's trying to run through that gate. He will. And he's going to just take an Ignite to the face, but he saved his summoner spells. And he's got 5 health potions in inventory. One has been used. He's got another 4 waiting for him. He's going to stay nice and healthy, keep himself up in this lane. Though he's still ahead in minions, he's got another wave to farm right here.
You know, as you said before, sOAZ, he just did it again. He didn't flash, he played it calm. He switched forms, gave himself a little bit of resistance, threw down the gate, and just walked out of that one. No need to flash, no need to overextend and waste something you don't. So sOAZ, although playing very aggressive, in his mental capacity right now is very calm.
Oh, absolutely. He's such a phenomenal player, and so is another one that Curse gave a lot of respect to, where you know, I was like, so, you know, do you guys need, you know, what you want to ban, what you want to pick, you know, what are they going to do? And he's like sOAZ is not a guy you can predict. sOAZ plays everything. He's just phenomenally versatile. I haven't seen Jace actually in a live tournament I think ever. This is like the first time I've seen him, and he's putting on a great showing with him right now. And we're seeing this mid lane, you know, that early Ahri pick did end up being safe. You can see both of them farming minions, 56 to 55 right now. All of them just gaining gold right now. xPeke versus extinkt. They're just going to keep themselves farmed up. No one's jumping in for any kills just yet, but this might happen pretty soon.
So
they might start
wards,
roaming.
yeah, 2 wards there. They know who's going down. Red buff resetting. He didn't see it reset, so he doesn't know that he was there. He's going to pull it into the bush, or maybe he did. I think he did. They saw Ahri leave middle. They didn't like it, but bottom here, nRated could be going down for first blood, and we are going to see Curse Gaming EU come up with that. It will be going to extinkt. Now finding xPeke, just missing the infected cleaver, but he is going to be in ward range. They will know where he's going. The ward's going down everywhere, and we've seen this before. When the fights happen, it also becomes a fight of wards as well. Who can place it the best? Who's going to have the better vision? And it looks like they're going to go ahead and just give this to Malunoo. He does use Smite. I thought that may have been used possibly for a take by Sleper and then a Dragon.
Yeah, this is a pretty smart choice there overall by Curse Gaming, where they had heavy ward coverage around that lizard buff and said, we know when it respawns. Because Malunoo himself took up the lizard buff at the beginning of the game, they knew the timer. It's a 5-minute respawn. When you kill lizard, they'll be back in 5 minutes, and they knew that. And they said, okay, we're coming back in 5 minutes. Bot lane, you're going to push and come up to tri-brush. Mid, you're going to push and come down through that Wraith camp. Malunoo, you're going to lead the charge. You're going to jump in there. Angush on Shen, already level 6, could participate as well. His ultimate, that Shen, Stand United. When he casts it, he teleports to a friendly on the map, gives him a shield. Oh, that golem buff getting stolen away, unfortunately. Morgana not going to wear that just yet.
The red buff tick taking it down there. And to point out, you know, Malphite and kind of Mundo work that same way with red buff. They come out of the jungle with pretty good presence to slow you, but then having that red buff just synergizes with their abilities times a million. Brutal strikes for a little bit more damage, continuous ground slams into more charge. Ezreal throwing down the ultimate, possibly for attack speed to initiate here as Targ getting close. But it looks like they're just going to use that to push the lane as the initiation didn't really work out. And they may be going back here for a purchase.
Yeah, they're going to shut this lane down. Lamia and nRated going to try to last hit once again at their turret. Should be a pretty easy job. These are professional players who are very good at what they do. And turrets are not going to steal minions away from them. No, sir. But Angush just shoved constantly. He is not liking this lane against sOAZ right now. You know, they grabbed that Shen early on. He was the very first champion that Curse grabbed. Right? He was very, very popular last weekend at IPL. He's so far 100% pick rate at the European Regional. And sOAZ was like, no, I got this with Jace. We'll be good.
Ooh, it looks like Malunoo may have the same idea as xPeke here, but he waits for xPeke to come up. He may find him. He feels a flash over. They do go for Ahri's ulti, and they are able to take one to even the score at 10 minutes perfectly, 1-1. The gold equal at 12,000.
And the thing is, Pekka actually, I believe, uses flash as well to be a part of that. And he didn't actually get the assist. He got actually comboed just by sOAZ only. Now, Pekka did keep Mundo from diving in. He kind of got Malunoo away, but that was just sOAZ being a boss, basically.
It looks like back to middle. Cyanide saying, I'm going to soak up some of this experience as extinkt just on the outside. Not really one of those lanes. I mean, Ahri can do a good amount of burst. Morgana can't trade that back, but for these guys to get into a fight back and forth, I feel they've just come out at 10% health and not want to do it again.
Well, the one thing right here, there's an option for Xinec to go for a fight because he knows that the flash and the ultimate are down for Ahri. Ahri's ultimate is what gives her such great mobility. She can dash 3 times in about 15 seconds, but it has about a 1.5 minute cooldown. So he's got a time where Ahri cannot move herself around quickly. And if Morgana walks up to you and hits that ultimate, you're gonna go down.
And I really like the ward positioning by Curse here. They have diagonals on both wraiths, just one in the other. That leaves Morgana to really push the lane, know when she can grab Ahri's wraiths, and know that nobody's coming around her backside if she's doing that as well. So that for Morgana just leaves that lane at such an advantage as you continue to push. We've seen how much Curse has spent down towards the red buff and the wraiths area, and that's really giving them a big advantage here as their top lane isn't doing so well. They're making sure mid and bottom are faring well.
Oh, absolutely. You're seeing that even though sOAZ is dominating 91 to 62 in minions, the gold is only 100 apart right now. And speaking of this top lane, Cyanide back into that top lane, wants to camp onto Angush. He is level 6 on Malphite, which means his unstoppable force is ready. He will charge like the Kool-Aid man and knock you up into the air. And there it is! Oh, he flashes it! Angush flashes away, but sOAZ still going to dive in. Can they do the damage? One hit from dead. Can Cyanide land the attack? He's been exhausted. He's going to land it anyway. That kill being picked up by sOAZ. And now it's Malunoo in a 1v2. Cyanide trying to run away, getting slowed down by cleavers. He's not liking this right now. Still running. Extinkt coming in from the side. Another cleaver lands. Cyanide not able to get away, and that will be a 1-for-1. Excellent counterattack by Malunoo.
Yeah, that was a beautiful job. Malunoo was actually banned in just every position during these counter games. The wards are giving them such an advantage to turn these around and make sure it either happens in their favor or everything is even all when they leave it. It was 1-to-1 at 12,000. Now it's 2-to-2 at 15,500.
Yeah, and there's still neck and neck. Trades are going back and forth, and you can see where the kills are going too. It's Dr. Mundo and Morgana doing work by themselves, kind of taking down FNATIC members, and it's sOAZ with 2 kills on that poor little Shen. So, you know, we're going to see who can snowball ahead right now, because right now it's sOAZ going to be the major carry here. 97 minion kills, 2 champion kills himself. You know he's got to be rich right now. But you're seeing a lot of farm on the other sides as well. Now we can see the gold, 3,900 gold. He is actually not the richest member of the team. That's gonna go to Morgana here, played by XTINKT for CURSE.EU, 4,200 gold.
That's going to be huge. She has that money to spend right now as she goes back. XTINKT taking damage. True shot barrage going out, just hitting nRated. Can he get out in time? Corky trying to stay in front of the Mystic shots. Very nice job playing shield for Leona in that situation.
That was exactly the right play there by Lamia. The trade back and forth was neck and neck. Everyone got extremely low, but Lamia, instead of attacking, ran straight down and made sure he could block Sleper from using any more Mystic shots.
So Xinec rather going back there, taking a good amount of damage, and as I said before, that Taric is more than happy to take all of your damage, and that's what he did right there, leaving Ezreal True Shot Barrage, and just continue into the fight. Malunoo coming back here, looking for wards, the Oracles at 14 minutes, and he does have 1 GP10 on him, so he chooses to go for that. Very nice for him. That gold generation item is going to allow him to get the gold back he spent on that Oracles, and the gold he's going to get from this ward that spotted him right here.
Yeah, this is a really good choice here by Curse, and I've always known this team as one who is very, very good at taking control of map vision. We saw what they did at level 1. They invaded, they put those wards down by that Wraith camp to watch what Cyanide was doing. They put those wards down for the steal at the Lizard buff. They have done everything phenomenally from a map vision standpoint, and already the early Oracle's Elixir, again, giving that Dr. Mundo, that Malunoo true sight, to allow him to see invisible units such as enemy wards. It's going to allow him to just sweep vision away and leave FNATIC blind.
And you know, for not having as much ward coverage as he should down in that river, I guess they have what they need. sOAZ doing so much. Usually you say, all right, my turret's down, I can farm back here. But he's still in his face. xPeke, going down by the Ignite. Take a beautiful job on XTINKT. Pushes through, knows he didn't need to go to the turret. That was a beautiful job there as he continues to push down on the turret.
In fact, we can actually go through the instant replay here of what happened in that mid lane, where XTINKT did, in fact, take that kill down onto xPeke. Seeing Cyanide actually taking a bit of harass here in this mid lane. And he's going to be just chilling out and surviving a little bit against XTINKT for now.
And Mundo, again, Malunoo coming up top.
And here we go, he's gonna go for the gank attempt onto sOAZ. Takes a cleaver to the face. And sOAZ will indeed have to back off. All right, you can see this replay here in this mid lane. Pekka has got Golem buff, has flash, an amazing dark binding. Black shield blocks the charm. And Pekka just was not ready for that one. That was phenomenal play by extinkt. That was beautiful, beautiful play. That was exactly the right way of doing that.
That was a great play right there, and we see jumping back here.
Yeah, back up to life we are.
Very nice, trying the dark binding again. extinkt landing those and able to get the kills for himself. sOAZ still pushing face to face up top against Angush. Sleper and Xinec rather, in this lane, they've been aggressive. They've been keeping the lane at that 75% mark, and you can see where nRated is standing, so the minions hit him, trying to keep him off of that turret, so Lamia can get that CS. 155 to 129. Sleper's aggression has just allowed him to push these minions into that turret.
And Malunoo just constantly sweeping these wards out, so that no matter where FNATIC is, they've got to be afraid, because Dr. Mundo is a champion that can dive onto turrets and just not care. He has enough armor and health, and in fact, speaking of dives, Curse right now coming in for a flank on FNATIC, and they're going around to the left-hand side. They know there's a ward to the right, so they're coming through here. They will not get spotted by minions, and they're coming right behind this FNATIC lineup. Curse have pushed it down to the turret. Here comes extinkt. The dark binding will miss, but they will jump in onto Xinec. Lamia was stunned. Will he go down? That's going to be one kill.
Will they be able to find him? She goes up. They do have vision on that. They don't anymore. Blind dark binding, and they are able to take out nRated. A beautiful job. extinkt having an amazing skill shot game right now.
And Pekka gets stunned by Tarek as well, but she is far enough away that Ahri will survive.
Ahri going in strong, trying to use her ultimate to push mid, as they know they're going for that dragon. They want to try to equal out the gold here a little bit, try to take it down. Morgana going back up to throw down the dark soil, or the tormented soil, and try and clear those creeps away. They were not able to grab that turret. However, they do have top turret, so it's still 23,000 gold all almost.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. sOAZ right now, again, Curse said it was all about Cyanide, but right now sOAZ is the force to be reckoned with from FNATIC Raid Call. That even though they've just lost Dragon, even though they are now, overall, I would say, I mean, well, they're definitely down in kills, 5-2. sOAZ has 2 turret kills, and he is dominating that poor Shen. I don't think I've even seen Angush use his ultimate to assist another fight, because he's had to sit here top lane and defend against sOAZ. And speaking of a 1 versus 2, oh my gosh, Malphite coming in. Malunoo taking a lot of damage, but he did dodge some of that. Angush lands the taunt, and Curse are actually going to get away from that one. That was trippy, that Malphite.
Wow, Jace and Malphite, hammer swing, unstoppable force. Missed Malunoo because Jace knocked him out of it. It did hit Shen a bit, but he flashed over to go for the ulti, and it just did not connect with the synergy they wanted. 5-2 as Curse starting to mount those kills. We'll have to see if they can continue this. Ezreal very close to buying his Trinity Force. And we do have Corki with the Bloodthirster first into the Phage. So he went Phage instead of Doran's for that health, for that sustain, keep himself on his opponent. But that Bloodthirster will not help him output the same amount of damage as Ezreal can continue to build like this.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those builds continue to develop. Right now you're seeing a very interesting build from Jace as well, who went for the early Sheen, then a BF sword, now he's going back to Ruby Crystal. So I don't know if he's still going for Trinity Force now, but we've got definitely an interesting mix of items here overall for that Jace player. Sleper really pushing in onto Lamia. I believe he missed the Arcane Shift. There he goes, trying to get away from this when the ultimate goes down. So much damage, but Sleper still getting picked off. He's going to Valkyrie in. Exhaust is not enough. That is 1 kill right now. And now Xinec stuck in a 1 versus 2. Shen's going to have his ultimate, and nRated is in danger. He flashes away. He's trying to escape, and it looks like he will be able to do so.
Wow. Such an amazing job there. They knew as Shen was coming in, the size of that shield was so immense, they just turned it and hauled back to their turret, knowing it was going to be a bad situation. Great job, though, keeping themselves CSing. They go back and grab golems, get a little bit of HP off the relic there, and they are going to be able to farm this up as it goes into the turret. Corki very good at last hitting at the turret. You can see him using those artillery shots to just take it all out and give himself that gold. It is right now 155 to 182 as Sleper continuously keeps that lead. 190 as well for extinkt in mid.
Yeah, just phenomenal mechanics here by these mid lane champions. You're seeing about 200 minions, the highest in the game for both these mid lane players. xPeke currently the leader in minion slaying at 201, but not far behind at all. And again, champion kills matter quite a lot too. extinkt doing a phenomenal job on Morgana as well. So both APs going for a little bit lesser of expensive items, still quite expensive, but more synergizing with their team on the Abyssal Scepter. Really shredding magic resistance, but giving themselves a little magic resistance as well as that AP that's so much required. So they're really able to be aggressive because of that in and out mobility, as well as to just help their team in the fight synergize. Yeah, looks like sOAZ noticing something here as he's changing forms. That is going to give him a bit of a movement speed. They're looking at mid here as they go to push down the turret, lacing down the gate. They try to go for a 3v1 situation. extinkt on the other side. It looks like they will be able to surgically take out Malunoo. Very nice job there coming around, and like I said, that early tower giving FNATIC the ability to roam is not going to be good. Yep, and that is exactly what that FNATIC lineup wants to do, and that this early in the game, at only 20 minutes, Dr. Mundo cannot survive 3 champions on his own. The ability to burst him down was phenomenal, and even though he took that black shield from Morgana, it just did not matter. And sOAZ going man mode in, going for this golem buff. His team is following behind. They do know they've dropped out that Dr. Mundo, and now the whole team is here. All 5 from FNATIC want to take his golem buff away. That golem has fallen. They've got the stun off on a sOAZ. sOAZ not in a great shape, but an amazing ultimate here from Leona. 1 goes down. Will they get the second? Angush will fall. That is 2. Now 3 kills ultimately in a row for FNATIC, and they are now chasing this poor Ezreal. He will Arcane Shift away, but what a great twist of fortune here for FNATIC. It was 5-2. Now it's 6-5. You know, Phreak, the mobility of initiation, or the range, I should say, of initiation that you were speaking of earlier, almost 1,000 on some of these champions. It looked like they were completely split in that fight. Somebody was doing wolves, somebody was doing blue, and they came out on top during that fight because of the over-the-wall initiations, because they just sat back and pinched them into that choke point coming to Dragon. Beautiful job by FNATIC in that fight to really pull it in their favor. Yeah, ultimately a lot of props to Leona there. She really made that fight happen in the best way possible because, as you said, they were split up quite a bit, but she managed to make the fight happen in the best possible way for FNATIC, where she managed to lock down just the right champions, even as they came up from the side and tried to surround FNATIC's lineup. It was still a 5 versus 4, and if you can initiate a 5 versus 4, 9 out of 10 times you will win that matchup. And we see our xPeke farming mid. We have another 36 seconds on Dragon, and we can already see Curse mobilizing for that. They had the first one. They know they're down a bit here. 3,000 gold. This Dragon is going to help immensely. They just took out a ward, so they're going to back out of that position, make sure they find more, and then head back to Dragon. Most likely, they have 4 focused on bottom right now. Yeah, definitely Curse knows the respawn timer here. They know it's coming up so very soon. They want to push Lamia away. You can see the early Valkyrie did not want to get jumped by Shen. He knows he can die in a 1 versus 2 and needs to be very, very aware of what Curse tries here. Wow, sOAZ up inside the base right now on Sleper, taking 3 to 4 turret shots before he's able to get out of that one. And nobody's really up there to help. They're focusing on the bottom. They're all trying to get that tower pushed, trying to get that Dragon objective. Very nice. It's going to help them out a lot. Knowing most of the team of FNATIC is up top, they're going to start this here, and we'll see if we can get enough damage down on it, as Corky is going to be harassing this. Oh, nice move. Lamia and nRated. I don't know why I said Yellow Star, by the way. I just realized I said Yellow Star back in the pregame because it was Corky, and I was like, wait a second. Going off, but still getting pushed back. Pulsefire Ezra, oh my gosh, he landed the phase proc. So a little bit afraid here, trying to run away. Will run through that gate, and he will be safe as he escapes. Yeah, sOAZ figured out, he's like, I'm not going to make it out of this alive. I got to turn around and put some aggression towards this, and it was just enough for Phage to wear off. FNATIC has actually taken themselves from the top of the map to the bottom while defending Dragon with 2, and now they get to Dragon dance for the 5 or the 4-on-4. Very nice job by Lamia. Down bottom, as well as Leona, helping that to stop Dragon. nRated doing a very nice job as to support this game, making sure he's always in the position to take the damage before his team. And it looks like they may be able to get this, but here come 3 strong. Leona dodging Dark Binding and Tormented Toil. xPeke going in strong, but he gets dazzled. He may get exploded here. Soul Shackle goes out, and it looks like they are going to win a quick 4v2 initiation, taking out Leona and Ahri quite quickly. But are they left with enough abilities? No, they're going to say first we want to push mid. Then if we have enough time, we'll take the Dragon down. I think it's a really, really good choice right here because FNATIC has done a phenomenal job, as you can see by that 4-1 scoreline, of taking away turrets, and that has allowed them such great map mobility and map vision advantage that Curse says, no, 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 we need to push, we need to take this over, we need to kill off these turrets, and you will see them immediately run backwards, and that's going to be their time to say yes. Dragon, well, okay, first couple of wraiths, then Dragon is ours.
Yep. So they actually move in, take those wraiths. You can see no vision there on the map, and they are going to be they're going to be able to take it rather. 7-6 on the kill score. 26 minutes into the game, a second Dragon going over to Curse Gaming EU. And it looks like they are going to be just about evening up the gold now at 37,000 apiece. However, with 2 turrets ahead at 4-2, FNATIC has a lot more map control.
Yeah, and we do have an instant replay ready of that prior fight right before Dragon, where Pekka and nRated dove in on that Curse lineup. So whenever we're ready, we're going to have that queued up for us. You can see Curse just pushing around, getting ready to push in, and they want to take this over. So here we go. We're going to slow this one down. Pekka jumps in because extinkt had dropped his thing already, but there's the stun right away from Xinec, and extinkt just flashing in. There's the dash from Shen, the dash from Leona. Cyanide ran backwards to escape the Morgana shackles, but then it was too late. The stun went off, and 2 members of FNATIC had dropped down already. Ezreal even came in to support there. He dropped his ultimate from across the map, and that was all she wrote. It was unfortunately Morgana. It was extinkt saying, hey, I'm in the front. Deal with it.
Yep, and that's where a lot of the global presence comes into that team. You have that Shen, you have that Ezreal. So they're going to be able to help each other out from across the map. And it was a very nice job by extinkt as well. That Soul Shackle beautifully separated the team. As you said, Malunoo was forced to run down, or Cyanide rather, forced to run down. They just weren't able to get Lamia in there as well. Losing xPeke, and then your support is going to be very tough if you're trying to dance that Dragon.
All right, so now we've got to come back and figure out what are these teams' plans right now. So let's take stock of what FNATIC has. FNATIC's MVP is going to be sOAZ on Jace. Jace, big freaking deal. 3 kills, 250 minions. He's massive. He's got most of a Trinity Force. He's got a Bloodthirster. The dude is big. He's going to be the force to be reckoned with for FNATIC here. He can be a melee champion, can dive in there, land a lot of crowd control, or he can be ranged. And conveniently for us, he switched to ranged form, gains a lot of attack speed, just attacks from distance, deals a whole heck of a lot of damage. He's the biggest deal here for the FNATIC lineup. However, up on Curse, it's extinkt on Morgana. The guy can initiate fights, can force FNATIC to separate and run away and turn 5-on-5s into 5-on-2s. She can save her teammates with black shields. She can keep herself alive with Azonia's Hourglass. She is a scary champion. You do not want to deal with Morgana right now. And so it's going to be, which of these champions is going to be bigger? Now, of course, both these lineups have big farmed attack damage carries. You've got Lamia on Corki, who's really, really big. And you've also got, of course, the attack damage Ezreal carry from Sleper on Curse. And they're going to be doing a lot of damage. And speaking of him, he's going to get blown up so fast that the shield will keep him alive. And here comes the counter initiation. Leona ult goes off, but Morgana is chasing in, doing what she can. Can she do enough damage? nRated has fallen down. Pekka getting very, very low. Will pick up Xinec, but it's a 2-for-1 so far. And now Lamia trying to run backwards. Cyanide very, very low. Sleper taking so much damage, but they can't do enough. sOAZ, though, will jump in. There's the kill picked up from Jace. Right now, Corki trying to run away, still alive, just barely at the top here, trying to get away. And can Jace do anything else in this fight? Looks like he's going to stay in the middle, and Lamia will just try to run away.
Oh, Lamia trying to make it. Looks like, I don't think he got hit by that. He could get himself the execution here, and it is going to be, he will save himself from giving away any gold. And we just saw there, Jace is a formidable opponent, but he's got a few cooldowns to work with, and he's not able to throw it out in the fight like they were. Extinct Soul Shackles, again, destroying and separating the team of FNATIC. Great call. They weren't able to get back into the fight. They pushed Lamia off instantly. Jace was forced to run down towards Dragon, full health in the fight. And if we see the HP on Curse still after that fight, they have back now. Oh no, actually most of them haven't backed. They really aren't even hurt.
Yeah, and the one thing you're seeing that's difficult right now for FNATIC is the 2 big melee champions for this team. The 2 big tanks is nRated's Leona, and it's Cyanide's Malphite. Neither of these champions have had phenomenal games. Look at Leona's items. Basically, her tank items are a Ruby Crystal and a heart of gold.
Yep.
She does not have much health. She is not durable. She can be killed first in a fight very easily. Look at Cyanide. Cyanide has a heart of gold, giant belt, not too bad, and a glacial shroud. So he's a bit bigger, but it's only 80 minions, no kills, only 2 assists. He's only level 11. Extinkt is already 18. Ezreal, played by Sleper, level 17. They've got a 6 to 7 level advantage over the main tank of FNATIC. Those guys are melting so incredibly quickly that FNATIC does not have a front line that can hold up to these champions, which means that sOAZ and Pekka and Lamia, they're taking damage within about 2 seconds into a fight because those tanks, they need to get out or they're going to die. But you look at what Curse has. Malunoo's gigantic on Dr. Mundo. He's got 5 kills, and he's got a Warmog's armor. You look at Tarek. Okay, yeah, Tarek's not going to be very durable either, but look at Shen. Shen's got a Sunfire. He's got a Phage. He's got a Ruby Crystal. He's working towards Aegis right now. There's a big front line here for Curse that FNATIC does not have.
Yeah, they have to keep Corki and Ari on the outside in this next fight. If they cannot, they will not be able to do enough damage to take down even Dr. Mundo by himself. Malunoo is so tanky right now, and he's only going to get more tanky. Like you said, 5-1. However, FNATIC Raid Call doing a very good job at keeping themselves in this game with those CS, with the minion kills rather. 3 champions over 250 right now, with only 2 champions on Curse over 250. So they're really keeping themselves in the game, making sure they're getting that golden experience under their belt. Sometimes levels will be the thing that matters in the fight.
Yeah, but right now we're just seeing them kind of neck and neck. While the carries are big, again, those tanks for FNATIC are just a little bit small right now. We'll see if they can gain that experience that they need. Pekka and sOAZ are 18. That is a big deal. The levels, at least from the carries, FNATIC is definitely keeping up. But Malunoo is 14 and Cyanide is 11. Those jugglers are 3 levels apart. That does matter quite a lot. Now, right now, Curse, they're positioning themselves for an attempt at Baron Nashor. That Oracle's Elixir is still on that Dr. Mundo for Malunoo. Means he is sweeping away all of that vision. Now, thankfully for FNATIC, they're Corki. Lamia, he just took out Dragon. That's going to be a very, very big deal. There's a lot of gold picked up there. You see that gold at the top. 46 versus 47. Very, very close right now. It's going to be up to who fights the best. At the beginning, we said, you know, the champions, they play different ways, but it's going to be up to player skill. Right now, the golden experience is close enough that it's up to player skill.
If Malphite can get a frozen heart on him, it's going to be very helpful for the team in general. But right now, just looking at the health bars in general, you can tell it's not going to be a good fight for FNATIC if they cannot initiate well. Malunoo and Angush both just walking around, so much HP under their belt right now. They may initiate in this fight. They don't know they have a ward on them, and it looks like Cyanide maybe dropped right away. nRated will follow as he tries to get outside, dropping on the AD carry, and they are just going to be able to chase FNATIC out of that bush, not yet dropping anybody on Curse. xPeke is the next focus, finally getting a Foxfire kill, and then one onto Lamia. Beautiful job. xPeke trying to get out, will turn to the charm, dodges a beautiful mystic shot by Sleper, and he may have enough AP or enough magic just to get the damage down, but he does not. And they pick up the ace, losing, as I said before, the one more than happy to take the damage. They lose Xinec on Tarek.
Yeah, that was phenomenal there. Angush kept on his ultimate, that Shen. He was waiting on his ultimate for so long, and then finally Malunoo got low enough that he was like, yeah, I'll ult you now. I'll go ahead and switch that one over. And he kept him alive, and Dr. Mundo regenerated about a quarter of his health through his ultimate, while they were like, oh, he has a shield, never mind, we'll back off. And now you can see Malunoo about half health now. He's regenerated so much of his health back. That front line is just not dying for Curse.
They really, going into that situation, they should have placed wards all the way in front of them at max range. They walked right into a ward that was around the elbow. So what worked for them there on Curse's side was FNATIC didn't think they were seen. Right as they crested that elbow that can't see around the corner, they initiated with everything they had, and not even Cyanide could stay alive through that.
Yeah, they just did so much damage. And eventually he will catch up, of course. He does have some gold generation items right here. You actually look at the lineups here, and Ari actually, she's completed a Guardian Angel along with that Deathfire Grasp. She's going to burst someone down very strongly. Her damage output is absolutely phenomenal here. And I think she actually had sold her Sorcerer's Shoes for Mercury Treads at some point, because I don't remember her having those earlier, but that's going to allow her to survive stuns a bit longer and survive against Extinct. Looking over at what Morgana has, she also has a Deathfire Grasp, has that Abyssal Scepter, but on top of that, she has Zhonya's Hourglass, which is just a better combination with her ultimate. She can put down those soul shackles, pop Zhonya's hourglass, turns her invulnerable. She can't move, but she's invulnerable. And it's going to allow her to finish out that channel. Those tethers will stay, and then champions will get stunned, and there is no counterattack to be had against Morgana when that happens.
So here we are, 35 minutes into our first matchup here of the EU Regionals. 15-9 in favor of Curse Gaming EU. 53,000 gold to 50,000. They are up by now about 4,000. 5-4 is your score, and we're gonna have to see what the next fight is. Looks like a Baron dance. We do have numerous amount of core items on Curse right now. The Guardian Angel looking to be taken down, but all the cooldowns are gone as the Initiate comes in from extinkt. Beautiful dark shield, or black shield, and she is able to get out alive. They just made FNATIC waste ultimate after ultimate. Will they be able to take down Xinec? Mundo trying to come back in on Malunoo. xPeke diving in with Ahri. Beautiful damage there from the burst. The AoE damage just too much. Double kill picked up by xPeke, and they are going to run this one right through Unstoppable Force, and it looks like they return the favor of last ace and bring it down onto Sleper for one of their own.
And there we go. They've picked up only one death. Their nRated just kind of tanked that fight and said, yeah, you can kill me. I don't really care. That's fine. We're good with that. And everyone else just mopped up that poor Shen all alone with no health. Not really the best place for him to be. And now FNATIC left alone for Baron.
Gonna grab Baron now. Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes. So they'll be able to head down there and get that after they start farming. But look at their base, Phreak. Looks like they got a party going on down there by the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, that earlier push by Curse was absolutely phenomenal. And those minions are going to be soaking up a lot of damage. Those turrets are falling pretty quickly. No. That's actually going to die if there's no interruption here from FNATIC pretty soon.
Leona able to come in, but can she turn them? And every 30 seconds, you are going to get minions to spawn. So those minions just spawning at that 30-second mark are able to shut down those super minions, kind of distracted their damage a little bit.
Yeah, and now despite those super minions, right now I believe Curse is going to be afraid of that Baron buff. That FNATIC is going to want to stop the bleeding, hold that mid lane for a while. Now the outer turrets are pretty much fair game, right? FNATIC is stuck in their base defending a little bit, so Curse can look for opportunities to jump on the outside and take some outer turrets. But I think right now, Curse needs to stop and kind of regroup, take some map control, but they don't want to fight FNATIC. And in the meantime though, we do have an instant replay of that last honestly game-turning fight right now that put FNATIC back in. So when we're ready, we're going to see just what happened that allowed FNATIC to take a 4-1 lead in that last battle.
Sleper grabbing red before we switch over to that. You see these guys milling about here as they poise and ready themselves to re-enter back into the base.
Yeah, right now with that Oracles, they've just taken ward after ward out. But here comes Pekka up into the mix. Malunoo taking so much damage. Bursted a Dr. Mundo, and extinkt all alone, stun lock through. Xinec goes down as well. A triple kill for Lamia Zealot, chasing down. And oh my gosh, that was a great fight. But let's watch the previous one. sOAZ, so much damage on an Angush, getting dropped out rather quickly, taking a lot of pain. And you can see the damage output. extinkt jumps in, puts his ultimate down. sOAZ flashes away, Cyanide runs away, nRated jumps on, and now extinkt is scared. He's going to try to run backwards. Ezreal lands his ultimate, but it gets scarier from here. Xinec makes a little bit of a mistake coming into this fight, because surprise, here's xPeke, here's Malphite, here's sOAZ. So much damage being dealt. Xinec knocked into the brush, getting dropped down. Shin ultimate is not enough, and there we go. nRated and Lamia coming back in onto extinkt and Sleper, stopping them from interrupting that push, and Lamia just baits Ezreal, baits the arcane shift, makes him chase him to the turret, and FNATIC is ready to go back into this battle. Look at them dive in there, now in a 3-for-1, and bam, the damage of it going off extinkt, getting dropped down almost immediately. Sleper taking so much damage as well, and that's going to be the rest of that fight. A nice cleanup there for FNATIC.
And we do see here on main screen, an inhibitor and turret has been taken down, coming out of the hands of FNATIC. They're 16-16 at 40 minutes into this game. We have now definitely reached the late game. Each one of these champions is scaling to the hardest of their ability. Core items have been finished. We have multiple Guardian Angels on the map. Corki just picking one up. Now sOAZ has one. Also on the other side, Sleper with a Guardian Angel, Angush with a Guardian Angel. So these fights are going to be going on for over 30 seconds the next time we see one. They are going to be neck and neck, and you're going to see those GAs being used by those tanky champions in the middle of the fight. Everybody's going to want to get the amount of damage down they can, cycle out, get those cooldowns back up, and get themselves back into the fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now that Malunoo Just getting his way back up to this mix. You can see nRated going to go up. Let that lizard buff go over to Lamia right now. And you're going to see right now, these teams are going to look to build advantages. That the Golem buff, sorry, the Baron buff is still here. Actually, no, it just... Wait, what did I... Oh, yeah, sorry, the Baron buff almost timing out here. Only about 30 seconds left for FNATIC. They cannot expect to have a fight start in that time. FNATIC is to know that Baron buff will not be there for them the next time they get into a battle. What they need is Golem, Lizard, things like that. Their Guardian Angels need to be up. They need elixirs possibly, and you're actually going to see that. That Corki does have a red elixir on himself, giving him bonus health, giving him bonus damage, and they're going to want to push with that.
A very dominant swing of this game in favor of FNATIC now. We'll have to see what they can do with this momentum. Beautiful job as they push down. They have awesome wave clearing ability, as you can see right there. Picking up a little bit more gold to put under their belts. 65,000. They were down by 3,000 Phreak. Now they're up by 5,000 in the gold game. 8 turrets to 6 in favor of FNATIC on that one. And we are nice start finding on xPeke. Do they choose to initiate? Soul Shackle goes out, catching all 5 members. It will be thwarted though. The flashes go out. The focus down onto extinkt. He puts himself too far out. Not enough shield from Shen. And it looks like Curse is pushed back into their base. Cyanide continues to follow. And Jace says, I'm going all the way in, guys. sOAZ trying to make his Guardian Angel do some work. He is going to come back up. And look who comes through the front door. It's going to be nRated and Lamia to continuously do damage. They try to drop the Guardian Angel on Shen. Will they continue the focus under both Nexus turrets? They're taking down the Nexus turrets as well. 1 will fall. Now 3 push back out of the fountain from Curse. Huge damage on that push by FNATIC.
But right now, Curse is healthy enough. They're going to push them back out. Lamia is afraid of Sleper right now. The Arcane Shift, he forces the flash away. Can he chase up? Cyanide, no, the minions are in the way right now. And there is that wall from Jace. He's going to let them escape, increase their movement speed. They will get away with 2 kills, an inhibitor and a Nexus turret. Wait, no, sorry, both Nexus turrets? No, sorry, just one. I'm dumb. An inhibitor? No, not the inhibitor. Wait, yeah, they got, okay, start over. They killed the middle inhibitor. They got that earlier, though. They dove up that right-hand lane, and they took out one of the 2 Nexus turrets, and additionally getting 2 kills for free. A great fight there for FNATIC.
Oh, yeah, great job. extinkt had the right idea. He actually caught all 5 members in Soul Shackle, but they were able to just use that Jace Gate to run out or flash out. Beautiful job there to turn the fight around. extinkt kept going because he was like, hey, I'm doing a crap load of damage right now. You guys should follow me. Everybody kind of thought differently. So a little bit of miscommunication as these fights get more intense. You can see that coming into play.
Yeah, right now the ward's going to come back down onto that Baron pit. When Baron buff expires, you know there are only 3 minutes left. There are only 3 minutes left for that Baron to respawn. And so it's a really big deal that you realize when Baron goes away, it's coming back. We need to get ready. We need to make sure that we can stop that next attempt there. FNATIC right now up 5,000 gold and 2 kills. The middle inhibitor has respawned again. FNATIC are slightly winning in this matchup, but it is still anyone's game right now. FNATIC regroups in the middle. Baron is back up. Curse Gaming getting ready to push back through their own mid lane as they know Baron has respawned. They had just warded it. They know what's going. Wait, Baron hasn't respawned. I'm silly, sorry.
Soon, you got 20 seconds on it, about 10 seconds on it. They're going to clear these wards out. We're going to see what they can do with this last Baron dance. We do have 5 members of Curse just outside their base in that front, in that mid lane. And they are going to start heading over towards Baron. A beautiful job by FNATIC. They're just kind of saying, hey, let's back up a little bit. Wait till they get there. We'll make them make the first move. nRated seen by Malunoo. Cleaver misses, and they're going to just kind of head back here. The dance begins as they tango it out for Baron. Looks like Curse isn't too interested in that right now. They don't have any vision. Oh, going on the backside. He cleavers in. They do get the cleaver sound, so they know they're going for it. Vision ward from xPeke. Over the edge is going to give them full vision of the lane that Curse has into this fight. Oh, wow. Malunoo taking so much damage from Jason xPeke. He is forced to get out with his ultimate on. Xinec could be going down right now, but nobody wants to focus Tarek just off the bat. Beautiful job by Jace, continuously pushing Malunoo out. extinkt on Morgana is not even able to get in there. Sleper having his way, though, finally taking damage, but he wasn't able to take out Lamia. Lamia sustaining himself with that Bloodthirster on Sleper. They finally take him down. Beautiful organization by FNATIC on that fight, microing each other in and out to dodge skill shots.
And right now in a 3-on-2, with 2 Guardian Angels still up. They're going to chase down onto extinkt. He is very, very dangerously low on health. And sOAZ from around the wall lands that. He's going to try to dive in. Can they do the damage? The rocket will miss, but the auto attack will land. And that is now a 4-for-2 on that fight. And FNATIC diving up this mid lane. They're going to charge in, take this inhibitor down, let their minions rush on in along with them. And they have 1 turret between them and the Nexus kill. There's the gate. They will rush forward. The damage is on. And it looks like the respawns are still pretty far apart. And FNATIC look like they're going to take game 1 in this quarterfinal match for the European Regional.
And a great matchup that was, as we were saying before, sOAZ on top, 7-1 on Jace. A beautiful job by him. He went very strong early. Went for that early phage, got a lot of sustain in that lane. And we were also looking at extinkt on Curse, playing an amazing Morgana game, really fueled himself for a lot of his kills, but just wasn't able to get those core items fast enough. And you know, this is really one of the first times we haven't seen a lot of the APs just rush power. They rush synergy for their team. They rushed what would help the team in general, what would be the best for the overall outcome of each fight. And you can see a few of them did that as well. That Abyssal Scepter on Ahri as well. And then they both went for the Deathfire Grass, knowing that AP is multiplying. We can do a little bit of damage here. So we'll have to see. We're going to throw it to Rachel on the stage right now.
Thanks so much, Riv. I'm here with Ocelot from SK, and I wanted to ask you a couple questions about that game, because I saw you down front. You were watching real close. It seemed to me the turning point was at 36 minutes when FNATIC was able to take that Baron. How important was Baron to turning around this game?
Was really important, was actually the core of the game, you know. Having a bruiser like sOAZ, so fed at top lane, he did like so good, he's like the MVP of the game by far. And I think he made them come back, you know. I think he made them, you know. On the other hand, like Curse Gaming, I think they should have backed earlier even, you know. I think that that team fight wasn't needed, you know. But on the other hand, this shows you how teams like FNATIC are like so hard to beat, you know. Like doesn't matter how many kills, how much gold you ahead, FNATIC or one of these teams, like they can always come back, you know.
I hope those teams are listening. That was some solid advice. So what turned that game around entirely? I mean, I know they got Baron, and I know that sOAZ was pushing real hard on top lane, but what was the overall way that they turned it around?
Yes, sOAZ. Like that guy, no, that guy just played perfect. Like, I think sOAZ literally carried FNATIC this game so hard. Obviously, like, extinkt was playing so well for Curse at the beginning, and xPeke was a little bit screwed in lane, but afterwards he could like come back as well. I think the whole FNATIC team has this mindset that every game is comebackable, you know, and I actually feel good for them, you know.
Well, thank you so much, Ocelot. That's an excellent mindset for Team FNATIC. And I'm going to throw it out to Joe Miller in the crowd. He's got another fan, and we're going to see who thinks is going to win next round.
Curse will win the next game, so it comes to a certain nice game.
Curse, you think Curse are going to take it. So basically, what we're going to do, if Curse win this next game, you get the t-shirt. If Curse lose the next game, then it's going out to some lucky person who's good at catching in the crowd. So thank you very much. We're going to throw it back over to your casters, Phreak and Rivington, to bring you game number 2.
Welcome back to the commentating desk. Rivington Biz in the third, as with me, as always. You're always
as
here.
With me.
I don't even have to say it anymore.
Always
You're
with you.
Beautiful.
You know, Rivington, I'm never going to give you up.
You were going all the way around. You were going to, yeah.
I'm never going to let you down. I'm never going to run around and hurt you.
Are you singing to me?
No, that was just, that was actually a poem I wrote just now, actually. Because I can't sing. You don't.
No. No.
Your ears were hurt.
So looking at this match, we did see extinkt come out huge, as I was saying before. sOAZ as well. Do you think they're going to give Jace to sOAZ?
I think it's a likely ban, or I mean, there's a couple of options here, right? So there's one, well, there's 3. So one is they ban Jace, because sOAZ was really scary on Jace, and
yeah,
dude carried the game.
That was a little
also
ridiculous.
Just said that. Yeah, a little ridiculous. Number 2, it's possible that that was a counterpick to Shen, and that if they don't rush Shen, they're going to be okay. And the third, which is kind of the same point, there's probably a counter lane out there for Jace. Now, right now, FNATIC does have last pick. They're going to be the red team. They're going to be the last ones to pick a champion, so they can just keep that pocket Jace and be like, aha! At the very end, they can grab Jace. But Curse could say, well, if you grab him, we know that, for example, let's say Aurelia. I actually don't know the Jace matchups very well, so don't trust me on this, but there's going to be a champion out there that's going to hard counter Jace, where if sOAZ picks him, they're going to be like, well, we win, thanks for the free victory. And so it's one of those three options. They might take the easy way out because FNATIC can last pick Jace and just, here you go, here's a free lane. Or it's just that Shen might be a bad matchup and they just have to not grab that champion. There's a lot of options here. But no, they won't just say, hey, let's just play Shen against Jace and just lose the game again. I think that's not going to be in the cards for Curse Gaming.
So coming into the second game, do you think Curse is going to want to pick a team that's going to be able to do this fast, or again, a team that's going to want to build into late game? Because, you know, Mundo, Shen are not the champions you want to pick if you're going to say, hey, we want to make this 25 minutes.
Well, sure. So what they did last game was fine. Their overall gameplay was pretty good. They had, you know, 1 or 2 slip-ups, but I can't really fault any strategic differences between the teams. That game fell apart because of sOAZ. Because of that top lane matchup, he got them 2 turret kills, which snowballed the other lanes and golden experience.
Yep.
It kept them up overall in the game, despite losing in kills, losing a dragon. It was sOAZ and Jace in a dominant matchup. You know, right? Both junglers showed up top lane, but it was sOAZ winning that matchup. So I think that honestly, that Curse could play the exact same game plan, give 4 of the 5 same champions to FNATIC, and just switch that one, say no Jace, right? Just don't crush us, we'll be fine.
Yep.
And if they can fix that one issue, they're golden. I don't think Curse needs to make any major differences.
Yeah, you know, like you said, taking those 2 turrets down, they were negated as well by 2 dragons. But as we said, those 2 turrets are map control. Dragons are gold control. So that's really not going to give you what they had. And then on that 3rd dragon coming around, Jace was up top having fun by himself. And there was that big fight at Dragon that Lamia and nRated were able to stop with Corki and Leona versus 3. Then they were able to come in. I think that's the fight that xPeke died, but Dragon wasn't quickly taken just after that. And they were able to come up with that Dragon.
Yeah.
And then having the turrets, then Dragon. As I said, those little things were going to add up, and they started to.
Yeah, I mean, Curse's overall gameplay was phenomenal.
Yep.
They got those little things going. They really did. And I can't fault almost anything they did that game. It's just that one matchup. And that's honestly the story of game 1. It was sOAZ putting on a backpack, hoping that all FNATIC was on a diet so they were a little bit easier to carry, and just trekking them up that hill against Curse and making that game happen. I mean, that was sOAZ with a strong back. I mean, that's honestly all I can say. And of course, all of FNATIC played phenomenally. I don't remember their scores exactly, but of course they all kept up. But that game, Curse was just taking little bit by little bit, building advantages, winning fights just by a couple of kills every time. They were the first one to kill an inhibitor, right? They were just ready to get that Baron fight going in their favor, but they couldn't
were a lot of
quite make it
focuses
happen.
on that game. I thought it was going to be very much, you know, jungler oriented. That top lane had focus from Malunoo and Cyanide all the time, counter ganking, and then it turned into the AP mids. Then it was kind of sOAZ in mid. And then everybody just started playing really well. But, you know, in the beginning, it was the junglers. They were coming out very strong. Yeah. Malunoo did a very good job at countering, but Cyanide as well, remembering, you know, we saw them down here. I'm going to go for red buff as well. So even though I thought we wouldn't see a lot of counter jungling here due to single elimination, these teams are still being very aggressive.
Oh, absolutely. And that's going to be the case. You saw a lot of great moves by Curse. So the first one they really did was the very early level 1 jungle invade. They stole the lizard buff away, which set the pace for invade number 2, which was lizard respawns, ward, bottom lane show up, another lizard steal, which gave them, I believe it was 1 or 2 kills there. And that's where it all started, is they started creating pressure on this bottom of the map. They showed up again a couple minutes later. Morgana's ultimate was back up. They showed up at the bottom, and they crushed down. You know, they got that blind cleaver and the blind dark binding onto nRated's Leona at the end there.
Right by Dragon.
The
So good.
It was amazing. Curse had pinched that bottom lane 3 times. They stole the lizard buff twice. They were just all up on that area. But because they were so focused on bottom lane, that also helped let sOAZ stay on the top. And I don't want to keep running back to that. I don't want to keep saying sOAZ every other sentence. I realize like we're beating a dead horse at this point, and I get it. It's like there's Hecarim in. That was a stretch. I was trying to make a dead horse Hecarim joke. It didn't really work. We're going to move on. But ultimately, I don't know. I think that Curse's overall game plan was proper, which is steal the red, really, you know, make that a difficult fight here and try to shut down Lamia a little bit. But on the flip side, I don't think FNATIC can say, oh, sOAZ, you'll carry again, no problem. What does FNATIC need to do to turn this game around?
FNATIC or
Yeah,
Curse?
because you know, FNATIC won game 1, but it was only because of sOAZ.
This is
right?
true.
Everyone else was having
This
a hard
is true.
time. They were
Sleper,
keeping up.
I was just about to say, Sleper and Xinec played an amazing bottom. We really didn't give them too much credit, but their initiations a lot were, you know, Leona jumping onto Xinec. And Xenec's like, all right, I'm cool with that as long as Ezreal just shoots Lamia in the face a ton of times. Yeah. So I think bottom lane for FNATIC is going to have to initiate a little bit better. They're going to have to kind of play that role that Xinec did and say, I know the mechanics of my champion. I'm going to run in there and take the cooldowns for my team. And that can't be the only thing. That is something the support can do, but the lane itself needs to comp a little bit better. They were kept at 75%, that portion of their lane just past river, and 30 CS down the whole time from the ADs. It was 180 to 150, 200 to 170, always in favor of Curse. So they really need to pick up that lane. If they had that top and bottom dominance, mid lane could have done whatever it wants. You know, they don't have to roam as much.
Yeah,
so,
the mid lane was equal. The mid lane was equal. They kept up in minions.
Right.
There were a couple of great kills from extinkt. He definitely got that one amazing dark binding that made that happen.
Yes.
So looks like what FNATIC needs to do is make their bottom lane just that little bit stronger, keep up in minions, and get themselves as big as Sleper was on that Ezreal. For Curse, they need to find a solution for sOAZ's top lane. We'll be right back with game 2 right after this.
Like
Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamescom, hall number 8. If you're not here, you're in the wrong spot, but if you're at home, you're still doing it right. You're all right. We're going to be jumping into Champion Select here. Rivington is in the third with David Phreak Turley. Phreak, Chase's band.
Chase's band,
Chase's
you're right.
band.
You win the bet. We didn't bet anything, thankfully, because I was wrong, but they are going to ban those out. But Curse also picking 2 similar bans. They've taken out Cassid and Rumble, just like last time. And FNATIC taking out Aurelia and Yorick, I believe, just like last time. And them being on that red team or on the purple team, depending on your colorblind mode, have still obliged they will ban out Alistair. They're afraid of Malunoo's cow.
Ooh, and the Nunu does come out. I remember seeing a tweet from the Odd One the other day that Dios was like, you jungled Nunu and you made more money than me top. He's like, yeah, I did. Nunu just really coming out in the scene right now, and he's really making some impact plays.
Yeah, Nunu's phenomenal. And again, he can go anywhere, and FNATIC, they're liking what happened last time. They're going to grab that Ahri early on. They like that from xPeke, and they're like, oh, you're allowing us to have Shen. Oh, and Jace's banned? Well, allow me to play Shen. Thank you. But Curse, they have no cards on the table. They don't. Nunu can go top lane, jungle, and support. There is no guarantee whatsoever. You're going to see these picks, and we're still not going to know where almost anything is from this Curse lineup. So they have a world of options here. Shen can jungle or Shen can top lane, but they know Ahri's mid. They can choose to fight Morgana there again. We did like how Extinkt went there last time. He did great. Extinkt did a phenomenal job last time in that mid lane, and he got a couple of really good kills there on xPeke playing Ahri. We're going to see what the... Wow, I just got hit with an orange. That's pretty impressive. Nice shot. And they're going to actually look for a Gragas right now. Gragas mid is going to be nice. We saw that at IPL, did a phenomenal job there. Wild Turtle going wild. And we've seen Gragas do really well recently as well. At Poland, we saw a phenomenal play from Alex Ish, dropping out that Gragas and doing a lot of really damage there. So we might see snowball the Gragas ownage. We don't quite know yet.
So Xinec still waiting to pick. He does not go for his support, it seems, and he will pick that Malphite for Malunoo, possibly, or a top lane against Shen. It's pretty good lane up there.
Yeah, so now with the Malphite grab, they still don't know. They honestly still don't know. Malphite can top lane, Malphite can jungle. Of course, we did see Cyanide run that jungle earlier, and he did a great job. He got a couple of good initiations. He got behind in gold, unfortunately. He died kind of quickly, but he still did an overall good job playing Malphite for his team. But now we've got something kind of solid there. We know Ezreal's on AD carry. We know Nocturne's a jungler. Shen's going to be top laning. That's going to be sOAZ. We saw him play Jace. We'll see how he plays Shen. But we still got a possible choice here for Curse. We know they're mid, but Malphite can jungle or top. Nunu can jungle top for support. They might not have a top laner yet.
I like the Graves pick against the Ezreal as well. Sleper played very aggressive last round against Corki on Lamia. Or Lamia on Corki, I should say.
Yeah.
But now with this, Ezreal's very pokey. Graves wants to get in your face. So if they go for that Taric support as well, that's going to be even more armor for Graves to just do what he wants to do with Lamia. And last game, they were super aggressive. Ezreal's not really one to stop a lane that's super aggressive. So we'll have to see how they play this.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they have the option of picking a very aggressive bottom lane here. They've already grabbed Ezreal. That's cool. But they could take, a Taric or Leona and just jump on you and play super aggressive, or they could play a little bit farther back, play Janna, something kind of like Sona or Soraka, and be a little bit less aggro. Of course, you can play aggressively with those champions, but you've actually still, Curse has managed to play a lineup where you still don't have a guaranteed lineup here, where Nunu at this point is definitely supporting, but Malphite and Olaf can both jungle or top lane. And, oh, interesting, nRated right now is contemplating a Lulu pick here. That's going to be fun.
We'll see what they have to throw down there. That is going to give them a little bit of a switch up, kind of flip the table during the fight as Lulu can do the growth. And they are going to lock that in. It looks like they are going to have a few APs on the map for this roundup. That Gragas is going to be very big for Extinkt as well. It's going to be able to shut down Ahri as she dives in. He can just throw the barrel on himself to protect himself or initiate with the fight as well. So it's going to be very big. Gragas with his own bit of mobility there as he body slams around the map. So we'll have to see. That Sleper pick is going to be on Ashe. I like that a lot. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow into Unstoppable Force or either way around. And then you can pick who you want. It's kind of just like a placeables in Chinzao, just like, I want you to be out of the fight. Bam, Gragas barrel down, and you have Nunu there. You can just kind of keep everybody in as well. They have a really good synergizing team, whether they want to stop or start the fight. And you have Olaf running around to just wreak havoc.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. What Curse has done is kind of picked up a lineup that's pretty similar to what FNATIC ran last time.
Long-range initiation.
Where they can just jump on you from almost anywhere. And they've actually added the only global stun in the game, and that is Ash's Enchanted Crystal Arrow. She's going to fire that off with a skill shot, which means you can miss.
How does she do it?
But if it goes all the way across the map, you hit a guy in the face, he's going to be stunned for up to 5 seconds. It's going to make it difficult for you to survive.
That's a long time.
It is.
Then we have on the other side, still a bit of quasi-global presence on the map. We do have Nocturne's ult. He can jump a very big range with that. It's not global, but you also have Shen there as well to help out. So kind of got dive buddies there going into the fight.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how that works out for him.
Yeah, the ability here for FNATIC to just kind of jump in on an individual, it's not the same level of initiation. It's not quite a, a Malphite Unstoppable Force into Leona with her Solar Flare. But you do have the ability to catch that one guy out. And not so much with stuns like last time, but you can get yourself there, right? Ahri can dash around just like last time. She can dash in on those fights. Lulu can support from far away. Ezra has a global range skill shot. He can assist those fights. Nocturne and Shen can just show up from across the map. There's actually a fun little synergy. We'll see if they do it. When Nocturne ults, Shen can stand united his friendly Nocturne. Nocturne will dive across the map and he'll get into melee range. And then Shen will appear on top of Nocturne. And suddenly, out of nowhere, you've got 2 champions on top of you. And Ahri and Ezreal can deal damage from far away or get onto your face from far away.
Yeah.
So the ability to jump onto a single target and just deal damage to that target is here for FNATIC. Whereas for Curse, it's we're going to reach you and lock you up from far away, and everyone's going to kind of regroup and kind of jump on top of you from there, and we're going to allow you to die to us instead of us coming to you.
This kind of makes me question the Lulu pick with such long initiation with a team that has immense poke. Dustbringer from Nocturne, Ahri's Q, as well as just Mystic Shot and Essence Flux from Ezreal. Will Lulu be in place or putting herself in danger to get that growth onto one of the champions?
Well, one thing they are going to do pretty well here is basically find a way to lock out that Olaf. Because, they're not going to be able to deal with Gragas very easily. He's very, very mobile, has a lot of burst damage. Ashe is going to be pretty safe far away. She's going to be kiting pretty well. But what you can do as Lulu is just toss out slows and knockups and polymorphs and stuff and kind of drop out an individual champion. Now, I know Olaf can turn immune to crowd control for 5 seconds, but once that's done, they have nothing left to kind of jump Ezreal. They've got a lot of burst sort of survivability for that Ezreal, where it's the Lulu Wild Growth or it's the Lulu Shield. It's going to be pretty easy there for him to survive. Or she can actually turn it positive and offensive as well. She can pop Wild Growth and things onto either Shen or onto Nocturne, and now it's much harder for Ashe to run away.
Super aggressive bottom lane. Instead of Exhaust, the Flash Ignite being taken by nRated and the heal by Lamia. So Lamia really wanting to get himself in the fight there. The help picks to be thrown on him, a little bit of shield. So we'll have to see if, that really comes into play if they are going to try and jump down on to that AD bottom. We're going to throw it to Rachel on the stage right now.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. I hope you're all prepared for Game 2. This could send one team home and could send one team on for a chance to the finals. So root for Curse if you'd still like, and root for FNATIC if you'd like to see them moving on. Thanks, guys.
Hello everybody. Hello everybody and welcome back to the show. We are here in Game 2, the second game played of this European Season 2 Regional. FNATIC in the red, Curse in blue. Crowd, let me hear you for your favorite team. If you want to see Curse bring it back to a 1-1, let me hear you cheer for Curse Gaming Europe.
FNATIC poised to keep themselves in this tournament with a 2-game streak on the first best of 3 here at the European Regionals. If you want to see FNATIC move on, let me hear you for FNATIC raid call. And a face-to-face almost Phreak. 1 minute into the match, Lulu is seen, but on the backside sits sOAZ and the rest of his team. Oh my gosh, they're gonna walk back into this. Az is the first one grab, and the charm on his Sleper. The first blood possibly going down, and it's gonna be 1 minute and 20 seconds into the match. Can they rebuttal with xPeke? The retribution kill trying to come up for his team, but they cannot get it to land. The axe getting down to 75 health. Malunoo very close, and they are able to drop another one. 2 kills coming up for FNATIC, huge in the beginning of this game, setting them 1,000 gold ahead.
Wow, 2 kills, both going to Ezreal, played by Lamia Zealot. And look at the summoner spells on the side. There are 3 summoner spells still available. 2 of them are Smite, and 1 Xinec Splash. Everyone used every summoner to make that fight happen. Dang.
Yeah, that was a great job. I swear, Ahri wanted her charm around Malunoo, and it hit Sleper.
Yeah.
Like, Sleper got hit by taunt, and then it was a beautiful job by Peke to wait for that taunt to wear off, and then hit the charm as well, so they didn't stack on each other. She wasn't going anywhere, and they still had to dash a little bit to get her, but 2 kills in the beginning of that matchup to come off a 1-game win. The momentum is so in the favor of FNATIC right now.
Oh, of course. You can see Cyanide just grabbing his golem buff now, and they're just going to get ready to go into their laning. If you guys want to see the replay of the last fight, we're going to have that up for you in just a second here. But you're seeing this early lane, and this is going to be just, I think, just cake for Lamia right now.
Yeah, Lamia doing very well. He did get 2 kills out of that. Starts with a Doran's as well. And it looks like he has 7. Does that say 7 potions? Wow. He has 7 health potions. So he is going to be able to stay in lane for that amount of HP, 150 per pot when he chugs it down. And he is going to be giving levels to that W. His Essence Flux, unlike Mystic Shot, Essence Flux can pass over minions and really catch your opponent off guard. And you'll see him doing that. That's the Essence Flux right there. Gets in range for his Mystic Shot and make sure he doesn't take too much damage from Nunu.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of reactionary play here from nRated. In order to block all the pokes damage out that Sleper and Xinec can do, he's got to put down shields, and oh my gosh! Extinkt.
Wow.
Firing back with a vengeance, picking up the kill onto Ahri in that mid lane.
And that is actually amazing. Extinkt does not even have his Ignite back up yet, so that was full ability kill right there. Very nice job.
Great.
2-1. The gold still off by about 1,000. We can see sOAZ having a pretty good time top lane. Looks like Olaf trying to set something up here. Possibly his controls were a little mess getting back to that lane. Malunoo now grabbing up on that red buff. Going to make him level 3, and we may see some presence towards the lane. Unless he's just going to get his golem quickly. Angush back in there, putting some potions down. Looks like they've both taken just about the same amount of damage here. The damage trade has been quite fair. And again, it seems like it's kind of flopped here. We're gonna quickly check out what happened on that level 1 fight for you guys, if you would like.
All right, right now, we're just seeing this bottom lane just fighting back against each other right now. Push to the turret. This is actually very reminiscent of last time, where the Ezreal lane just shoved to the turret over and over, doing as much damage as possible. But now, at the top here, Angush getting forced away. sOAZ and Cyanide pushing in. The Lizard buff is on. He's taking a lot of damage. However, he has slowed them down with that Undertow Axe. But another Deathbringer coming out. Can they do enough damage? Angush still getting forced away. 1 hit from dead, and there is the kill. sOAZ picking it up in style.
The persistence pays off. They continue the chase, and the Dustbringer doing a very nice job of kind of just shutting that down. 3-1 now, almost 5 minutes into this matchup, and such a gold lead is coming into the favor of FNATIC. They're going to be able to use this, and the thing is, this gold is going to, certain players. It's not across the team, and at this point in the game, that's how you want it. Late game, yeah, everybody wants gold because you've got your items and you're just finishing up cores. But if you can create that core item, if we can see Ezreal with that Triforce / possibly Infinity Edge, 15 minutes, that's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, so we're just seeing as these lanes group up. Lamia level 4, still in a pretty good way right now. 35 minions to Ash's 24. So that early advantage that he got, those extra potions, Doran's Blade and all that, it's allowing him to still bully this Curse lineup at this bottom lane very easily. And he's kind of building the advantage larger and larger. He started out with an extra 700 gold, and that's all fine. Of course, it does make you a bit bigger, but he's snowballing it ahead. He's continuing to build larger advantages overall. You can see 2,300 gold, Ash 1,200 gold, almost double her money. And that is not a place you want to be if you're Curse.
Wow, so much damage coming out from Sleper. The shield continuously from nRated. And like I said, I think this is going to be quite an aggressive lane. Sleper is feeling a little bit of his own medicine that he gave on to Lamia last game. Oh, very nice job there. He kind of tried to hit that essence flux across them as the target was on, the turret was on nRated. But a little bit after, he was not able to do so as the turret targeted him. 6 minutes and 16 seconds into the game. We do have Sleper backing, trying to get some items under his belt here. They have not had a fun bottom lane so far.
All right, right now this mid lane, Pekka trying to get himself back in on this. Look at the scoreboard, 34, 35 minions, still to 46. So despite a very tenuous early battle here, one that went in FNATIC's favor, you saw that early third kill here on Curse's side. Greg is picking up a kill there, and he's staying ahead. He's still up 10 minions. He's still up that kill, and he wants to keep that advantage running.
Angush doing a very nice job, just pushing all these minions in. Shen, not the best last hitter at a tower, but he is going to try to force him there. He's going to be able to get a nice amount here, throwing down a Vorpal Blade on a few. And Greg is still pushing. Hawkshot goes down for aggression, but are they able to turn it? They see that Lamia has no mana. They put the Blood Boil down. That's going to be very effective, especially if Ash is just returning to lane. She's able to get that critical shot out. A ward is seeing him. They're going to close down in onto this right now. Two are going up towards the red buff. Are they just timing this really well, or do they see Nocturne? Because they are going to be at the red buff spawn right now. It seems like it would be about another 20 seconds for him or so, or 30 seconds. Well, Nocturne does usually start in that area, so they are
Nocturne
timing
started blue.
Yep.
Yeah, that was weird. They invaded right there. I mean, they might have wanted to go in behind and try to pick up a kill on Shen, but ultimately they just seemed a little bit strange. Right now, we're going to see what these teams end up doing. We look back at the bottom lane, 62 to 36, 39 now in minions, and you're seeing again FNATIC snowballing ahead, 2,900 to 1,700. Still a 1,200 gold lead here that will not go away. That Ezreal will carry all the way to the bank, and then turn that into some items later on.
Yeah, you have 4 members on FNATIC that are over 2,000 gold to an average of 1,800 golds on that Curse team right now. So FNATIC Raid Call doing a very good job of keeping the momentum in their favor as well. Usually you can get very complacent after a level 1 fight like that, and the lane will do well, but the rest of the map will kind of just farm up as usual, when in reality, you need to carry that as hard as possible. Help Picks giving out a little bit more damage there, as Lamia hitting his Mystic and Essence Flux. Alting down to push his lane and get back to buy a purchase that is going to give his passive quite a bit of attack speed for 8 seconds. As they now back off, I think they're going to get some buys under their belt, and we'll have to see really what Lamia has been doing for himself in lane.
Wow, and Xinec just camping that right there. So tanky on that Nunu, just allowing the minions to sit there and just attack him instead of diving into the turret. What that does is it allows the minions to stay in place so that when the enemy team returns to your lane, they're up against your turret. That's going to allow Malunoo, who's now level 6 on Malphite. And look, right here, you see this minion wave. It is basically on top of Curse's turret. It is going to be very hard for FNATIC, if they get ganked, to get back to safety in any time, anytime quickly. So if Malunoo wants to show up, and you can see he's on the bottom half of the map now, that mini-map. You're seeing he's right at that lizard buff. He could be ready to gank as Lamia and nRated are coming back into lane now.
Yep. And Phreak, what are the things you want to look for while freezing your lane? Not a lot of people realize what that means. How do you freeze the lane?
So what you want to do, the first point, is you do not want to be in turret range. You saw Nunu stand right there at that cliff. That is not in turret range. Those minions will stay there because a turret deals incredible damage early on. It will kill minions in 3 to 2 attacks each, and that will just crush the minion wave. But, oh man, the pressure coming in. They're going to jump in on Xinec and Sleper. So much damage being dealt with Malunoo off in the wings as well. Sleper going to jump in. Oh my gosh, he's going to stay. Oh, nRated will fall down. A nice initiate there. And now Lamia going to turn back out of Sleper, picking up 1 kill. Shen ult is on as well. Can they keep diving? There is the top. Malunoo taking some damage. And Lamia will pick up a second kill. Sorry, actually Cyanide picking up the kill there. But that was a great turnaround. But here comes extinkt. He wants this. He will clear the minion wave. And here comes the body slam, the flash. What will he do? He's going to wait. He's going to go for the ultimate. No, it's going to get blocked. And Ezreal is actually waiting around in the brush.
Wow.
They might not have seen him.
Duly noted. Cyanide just dodged the channeled crystal arrow and that Gragas bomb. Oh, he almost gets him with it. They do finally take out Nunu, and he has 15 HP as he goes ahead and says, I don't need a map. I'm out of here.
That was phenomenal. Phenomenal by Lamia to make that one happen. A great overall job by FNATIC.
Wow.
They lost 1. I think one champion.
Cyanide dodged 2 ultimates with his spell shield. He took Crystal Arrow and Gragas' ult. That's amazing. Great timing.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
And
although Angush left alone up top, did kill a turret. This looks reminiscent of what sOAZ did before.
Yep. They're kind of factoring that same ability into play, that they're going to have more map control. Olaf, another one of those champions that can really farm, you know, in a dangerous position. If he can continuously undertow and throw backwards at who's chasing him, you're never going to catch him. A lot of aggression here as he is out of mana to the energy champion of Shen. That's going to be a lot more difficult for Olaf to win that fight, as Shen can get a little bit of a refund on his energy as he uses and actuates his abilities by hitting them correctly. So Olaf is going to be stuck with that low mana until he goes back to base. Malunoo now coming down. He is going to creep in this forward brush, but you see that ward right there for another 30 seconds is going to give them vision. nRated steps in the tip of the bush to make sure if he leaves that, they still have vision if he comes in.
Yeah, this is very, very smart of FNATIC. And look at that. They know Malunoo's there. There's the dance.
Just dancing.
Ezreal's just dancing.
Just dancing.
Just dancing.
Ted dancing.
I'm a fan.
Looks like the lane has reset here with a siege minion coming up on the backside. And another way to freeze the lane is just make sure it's kind of like a 1-to-1 ratio in minions. If there's more casters than there are melees, the caster minion's probably going to start pushing a lot harder. If the siege minions are attacking each other, just let that happen until you can take it out. Another easy way to freeze the lane. A beautiful ward there by both teams. Actually, just over the edge, catches Malunoo's ward going out. So that's really going to help them to know, you know, 3 minutes or so, guys, they're still going to have vision there. The charm missing, but the ultimate goes off. And extinkt, you know, I've actually played this combination before against a Gragas and Ahri, and he has the ability to kind of walk around you and just make you feel dumb because of the body slam and then a quick turn and a walk. It's, if you can play it right and calmly, it's a great matchup for
Oh yeah,
Gragas.
they're all based on skill shots and mobility.
Yeah.
So if you're on your toes, you can dodge everything they throw at you, and you can miss everything they throw at you as well.
Yeah, this is true. It looks like a lot of FNATIC raid call coming out of their base now. We got a few buys. A core item of a Sunfire Cape already being completed on sOAZ top. Very nice job there. That's going to help him really want to get into the fight and stay in there with the damage that the Sunfire ticks over time on the champions around him. We went for the Wriggles on Nocturne, so we're going to see good objective clearing coming from that, as well as a fast jungle now coming from Cyanide. He's going to want to be in lanes as much as possible, and because he placed the other ward over the brush, probably still would have gone for the vision. He knew where to place that exactly and take out the ward. They now have a lot of advantage over that dragon objective.
And Lamia just being the bully right now. He's actually in a 1 versus 2 against Ashe and Nunu, and he's actually playing aggressively, pushing them backwards. He's going to sit there, kill some minions off, as his team is already taking control over the dragon with that early vision ward, and they're going to pick up a dragon kill for themselves. And Cyanide leading the charge to a 2,000 gold lead here for FNATIC in Game 2.
FNATIC, as I said, cannot let up on the advantage they have, and they have not done so. A beautiful job so far at keeping everything they have on the upper hand here, and Curse on their heels. extinkt sitting right inside. They know he came over. Can she get the charm down into the turret? She does get a little bit of damage from it. Only one shot. She throws the ignite out, so summoner spell wasted. He can play a little bit more aggressive now. We'll have to see how he does that. Essence Flux missing as they try to rebuttal on this one. And she's a cupcake.
This isn't looking great for Lamia right now. He has cleanse. No, wait, sorry, he switched out for heal. So he's actually he's deceptively tanky right now because he has summoner heal. He's not easy to kill off right now. Ashe actually likewise. Sleper has summoner heal as well. So they're deceptively tanky at this bottom lane, and neither one looking to dive right now. Those turrets going to be a big deal in those fights.
I think they know where Malphite is right now. They did get a few pings down towards that Wraith area. More aggression coming out from Lamia, hitting the Essence Flux. And looks like they are going to be doing pretty good here. extinkt waiting in the bush again, not knowing that that ward was just on his left side once again. xPeke is just waiting in the wing. He's saying, I want my blue buff, but I think there's a Gragas in between it. And Gragas is going to walk once more through the ward before it goes out as she leaves lane. I think she was just out of vision of the minions. She's going to be able to get that carefully. And Reckless Swing is going to be able to do a lot of damage here onto sOAZ. If he cannot get that Vorpal Blade damage down to keep himself sustained, he's chugging pots as he fights. Picks up Undertow once again. The Ignite goes down on both sides. And sOAZ, with the pots being pumped into him, is able to keep that advantage as well as putting up his shield.
Very good mentality of this Shen mechanics right there. But here comes Extinkt. Barrel in the bush. He starts running the other way. If they can hit him with under... Oh, he dodges the barrel. Flashing away. Can he get the taunt he needs? He actually de-path there for a second. So much damage coming onto xPeke as he did get body slammed coming into that situation. Blue buff to blue buff. Does he have enough cooldowns to take it? And he does not want to fight Ahri just at that moment. He doesn't know what's past it. And they are going to walk away from that fight. Shen going down. Another 20 seconds before he's back on, but they also lost Angush in the 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was absolutely close. I feel like he was trying to bait a body slam for a second there, sOAZ, but I don't really know. Ultimately, they still managed to trade 1-for-1. That's pretty good overall. I can't really hate. And that was so incredibly close, though. Ahri was pixels away from hitting, from actually tanking that last body slam that Extinkt had almost landed it. And if he had landed it, the slow and the burst damage would be way too much, and she would have fallen.
Nunu returning to bottom lane. All of these wards just being walked through before they disappear. How unfortunate. They are going to see Sleper again returning down there, trying to soak up this experience. Blood Boil is helping him to get that mobility around the map. Olaf looks like he has pushed his lane. Now as he's coming back from that from base, he's going to go ahead and just farm up a few creeps, keeping himself in the game there as he may have lost a few. And see, the top lane is 132 to 113, so he is a bit behind sOAZ, again, dominating that top lane and doing what he can.
There we go. Angush just clearing out minions for now. He's going to drop out these pretty easily. He's kind of left alone in lane. 117 minions. Actually, he's getting hurt. You know, as far as minion kills are going, Shen is ahead of him by about 14. So Olaf is going to just kind of drop down some of these minions. Shen has returned to the lane, though. He's going to be a little bit afraid. Oh my gosh, the burst combo coming out there. Extinkt taking so much damage. The ultimate will break away everything, including the Fear Tether from Nocturne. But Ahri is going to chase him through the wall. One hit to go. Boom! The charm will land. And that will be the kill picked up by Pekka. The last possible spell to make that happen. And she landed it.
That was an amazing job using that last Ahri jump of her ultimate to get over that final wall that he body slammed on. And we can see Angush now pushing middle. They're saying a little bit too much went down mid. We know that Cyanide is here as well, and that's really good for the jungler to know. If you see the enemy team's jungler out in lane, you counter jungle the opposite side of his jungle. You go and take some of the creeps, or you make something happen in a lane where you know he's not going to show up. It's almost an advantage to see the enemy team's jungler out in lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It lets you know that you can run somewhere and you're not going to get jumped on. And these players are so good, they're going to rely on every bit of information that they can get. If they know someone's around, they know that person's going to drop down, right? And they know that they're not going to get onto him because they're somewhere at the top lane. Nocturne cannot get everywhere at once. If they know someone's somewhere, they know they're safe somewhere else.
So we do have everybody kind of pushing back into mid lane here. We have 3 strong congregating in mid for FNATIC raid call as they just push down these minions. They're going to push it as hard as they can. Gragas going over to blue. They may have this timed as he came back to lane. And they're only going to have 1 shielded minion to do some damage to the turret. Ezreal going to get a few shots there. And take 3 shots to the face. It's norm.
Yeah. Well, right now, FNATIC is looking like they want to push right now. It's 19 minutes in. They're up in gold. He's got a Trinity Force already. Oh my gosh, the stun lands on Pekka. There's the unstoppable force. So much damage. He's going to drop down immediately.
Wow.
Ash picks up that kill. And now it's Curse's time to push in.
That was absolutely amazing. What they thought was going to be a regular minion wave push turned into a whole ultimate fight for Curse. Turning around, Lamia getting good pokes down on. And as I said before, this team has great poke. So we're going to have to see if they can utilize that. Volley is going to be dodging and hitting minions and whatnot. You can see that coming from a long ways away. But you have Dustbringer as well as Ezreal and Ahri to continuously poke you. And that is going to do a lot of damage. We'll have to see what Extinkt can do here, trying to throw it out and force Ezreal to that left side. Very nice job keeping it from exploding and forcing Ezreal up towards Wraiths. Looks like they're going to flip this one around and actually take FNATIC's mid turret instead of Curse's, and it looks like they may be forcing for a dragon here. They do have a good amount of mana. Sleper is quite low. This is a dangerous fight for them to have your AD carry that low, but Gragas is doing so much damage, he somewhat makes up for that. They are going to contest this right here as blue team takes it down. We get a smite down from Malunoo, and that is going to be, I believe, a 26-30 dragon about to come up, and it's going to be timed by Curse. Top FNATIC raid call. sOAZ may be able to take down this turret, help his team out a little bit. -40 on each of those for everybody, but he does get 150 gold for the team.
Nice job overall. sOAZ picked up 2 turrets as a result of the amazing mid play from Curse. And you've got to wonder, sOAZ has kind of equalized like an amazing Ashe arrow, right? Like it was the right call for FNATIC to say, hey, let's go push, right? sOAZ can show up. He's got that global ultimate. He can show up and shield someone. We've got that. We finished the first big item. That was really the big key there, is FNATIC, they finished the Trinity Force on Ezreal, which was like, aha, we can fight you. Ezreal will deal more damage than Ashe. And Ashe is like, yes, you do more damage than me. But I'm going to stun xPeke in the face, and we're going to kill her, and then we're going to take your turret, and then we're going to take Dragon. And look, that was amazing. The unfortunate thing for Curse, though, was sOAZ, because of that early Sunfire cape, he takes down minion waves so very quickly. And when that happens, he takes down turrets very quickly. And he picked up 2 turret kills in response, and that's keeping FNATIC still in the lead when they otherwise really would not have been.
Ezreal ulti going out to push the wave down. And he is going to get being out-damaged by Ashe. That Blood Boil allowed her to not build early movement speed, and she quickly went for an Infinity Edge, which is going to start hurting quite a bit, especially, as you said, can sit on the outside with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, do the damage she needs to. You just see her dropping golems in a few hits. Yeah,
this is something that's really, really good about an Ashe Nunu lane. I have to give a lot, I have to recommend this to you guys. Ashe Nunu is a really, really good lane. There's a couple of reasons for this. One, Ashe is normally not an aggressive lane because she can't, you know, burst all that well on top of us. And oh my gosh, Ashe, you're not in good shape right now. There is a Nunu ultimate, and it's not going to hit almost anything, as Sleper's going to still get away right now, and Malunoo's there as well, and sOAZ going to get pushed away, and there's going to be no kills on either side. Nunu, 3 versus, oh my gosh, here comes extinkt doing so much. sOAZ going to get stunned up, taking so much damage. He's taunting away, looks like he might make it out. And that was a 4 versus 4. Still no kill squad happening, but all the cooldowns being used. A lot of near kills. And Curse gonna come back in for some more pressure on this turret.
Yeah, very nice job there. And you can see, just as you were saying, one of the factors to that Ashe Nunu is that you get Blood Boil as well. And Ashe was able to make it out of that one. Had to use her Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but she fired it at the right time, so both Nocturne and Shen were slowed coming out of that. So a very nice job there, as Nocturne couldn't move as he got hit in the face. So Lamia keeping himself alive there, and it looks like we're gonna have a bottom lane battle here, 4-on-4. But there's no turret to guard, so they're going to head back up top and possibly push this lane with Olaf, who's almost all the way down middle.
Yeah, and just to clean up that Ashe Nunu point, she's got 2 really big sort of factors. One, she has no conventional steroids. Now, steroid is a term for an ability such as Ezreal's passive, which gives him bonus attack speed for landing his skill shots. It's an ability that multiplies your damage output. That's what Blood Boil does. And we're going to see here, that's what these steroids mean, as Ahri is trying to run away. And thankfully she can dash 3 times, so she will get away from that buffed up Ashe. So Ashe gets a steroid, right? She now has the ability to put out the same or even more damage than other attack damage carriers would normally put out because Nunu is there, which suddenly removes one of those weaknesses that Ashe would normally have, which would have been late game damage output. The second thing is Ashe is the queen, and thankfully he's wearing the Queen Ashe skin. She is the queen of kiting. You know, when you kite someone, it means that they are moving slower than you. You slow them down or you run really fast, or in some cases both, and it means that they will never reach you and they will never deal damage to you. And Ashe is very long range, and she slows you, meaning that, yes, she will indeed kite you. And when you are teamed up with a Nunu who can slow enemies and make you run faster, yes, you will kite everything always and forever, and you will never ever catch Ashe. And that is exactly what has been happening in these most recent fights. When Nocturne and Shen tried to dive Ashe, nope, kited.
And it looks like they are getting ready to poise for some Baron dancing. It doesn't look like they're going to do it. Neither team is really going to go for it right now, but they do want to make sure within the next few minutes nobody has greater ward coverage on Baron, and they're going to make sure their wards are the only ones there. 8-4 right now as we crest the 25-minute mark in the game. 3,000 gold in the lead is FNATIC raid call. It's 37,000 gold to 34,000 with 4 to 2 turrets. The gold is in their favor, and the map control is in their favor. This is something that we saw was working adversely last game, but they were able to bring it back into their favor. Now that they have everything they need, this could be very bad for Curse.
Yeah, right now we're just going to see FNATIC regroup in the mid. They are still big. You're seeing this gold. You're seeing a lot of rich people. Poor Lulu nRated, only at about 4,000 gold. About tied with the Nunu support there as well, played by Xinec. But you're seeing a lot of champions break that 8,000 gold mark right now. 3 of them for FNATIC. Only 1 of them actually for Curse. The other one who's really, really rich this game is extinkt. No, extinkt played a phenomenal game last time. Right now he is 2-1. He has half his team's kills this game. He needs to be the force that wins his team the game. The difficult thing for him, though, is FNATIC. 3 of them can dash, and 1 of them can spell shield. He cannot rely on that explosive cask ultimate to make anything happen for sure in a team fight, because any one of those initiations can be dodged by FNATIC, and Xinec, speaking of dodging, could not dodge that charm. Got Vander on a half health, but Malunoo saying, hey, what's up, xPeke? Taking a ton of damage to the face, but the shield is there, and there's the counter initiate. So much damage going off on all sides, everyone getting extremely low, but no one has yet fallen. Finally, Xinec will go down first, picked up by Lamia's Ezreal. And sOAZ still going to dive in. Extinkt very, very low. Down 2 hits from dead, and there is xPeke picking up the 10th kill of that game. FNATIC picking that one up 2-0.
That was a great initiation, and really xPeke just, I had to say, he threw his hand on the keyboard because he ulted out of there the second he hit the ground from Unstoppable Force. And he got hugified by Lulu on nRated on Lulu, and was really able to get himself back in the fight, actually picking up the kill onto Gragas. A very nice job as they are poised to take this turret. A great charm there. Oh, they catch him off with a dark-sided charm just off to the left. He couldn't see him in the fog of war. And it looks like Angush ate that charm right in the face. Beautiful job as FNATIC just actuated down onto that and got the kill. 11-4 now at 27 minutes. They're picking up, kills every few minutes here, which is not good. It gives them so much map control. Curse really needs to buckle down here. They need to find themselves a Baron or a Dragon quite soon.
Yeah, there's 2 things going on right now with FNATIC. 1, team communication. That charm, right, that was just thrown out. It's like, well, I have mana regen, I'll just throw a charm out.
Yep.
And it hit. And they were like, wait, dude, it hit. And you just knew they were yelling, go on Olaf, go. And you saw them all flash at once. They all jumped in at once. They picked up that kill and walked back out. And that was amazing for them. Now what you just said was they're getting kills kind of staggered, which is cool because it gives them a lot of map control. They know that Curse will not come out and fight a 4 versus 5, and they know that because Cyanide has an Oracle's Elixir, he will see wards, he will blind that Curse lineup, and he will make sure that they do not know where FNATIC is at any time. And that's really, really powerful, and FNATIC's going to love that. They're going to love that they have so much control because, again, Curse cannot go and fight them. But on the flip side, if they don't win a fight with like a 3-kill lead, they can't go and take like Baron. They can go for Dragon. You're seeing xPeke kind of mill about here, and he's possibly going to start that. Oh no, he's going to ult across the wall. He's going to show up, and he's going to dive Sleper, and Sleper does not see it coming. Look at that first damage. Lands the stun. Oh my gosh, Pekka. He just missed everything. She was right there.
Oh, looks like this could be the Baron attempt, though, as they have 2 just on the backside of this. They do have vision. No, they do not have vision. That is going to be, now they do, but they also have the Oracle there as well. The dive in. Cyanide could be too early, but he is going to be able to stop the fight there. Nunu going for the ultimate, walks himself out of it. Extinkt goes down. Believe a little bit of help from Baron there for the damage, and it looks like FNATIC is quickly able to turn this one around as sOAZ was bottom, and they just left. They left Sleper by himself. They're like, oh, there's a fight top. Shen's going to ult, and I'm going to walk away. Beautiful job there. Malunoo now forced to walk a charm through Baron Den, and they are able to pick up this Baron. As I said, this is what Curse needed, very much so. So even more now, the 4-minute pause button put on to CURSE.EU.
Oh yeah, and FNATIC, even without Ahri, they made that fight happen, which is a credit to them. We knew about that Nocturne Shen combo where Nocturne ults in, Shen pops his own ultimate, and they just dive out of nowhere. As long as they have a ward that sees them, the 2 champions can show up at any time, and they did that. And they were tanky enough that they picked up those early kills, and they stopped the Baron attempt. They did that entire fight without Ahri. Pekka did not get there in time. They fought that fully as a 4 versus 4 because they saw Ashe bottom, Sleper was there, kind of baited them out, but they fought a full 4-on-4, and they did everything perfectly. They picked up those kills, and they were able to turn back and say, hey, thanks for softening up Baron for us.
And Lamia doing what he can for his team, just picking up a quick Dragon for them. That's going to be coming up 36-10. We'll just say 36-10. It'll be nice. See a lot of movement towards that side of the map. And now with Baron, with Dragon down, they really have free roam of the map. There's no objectives to be in any position. You are going to have to watch, obviously, your last line of turrets or the tier 2 turrets that are now up for FNATIC. That last line of turrets, just about the only ones near the inhibitors for Curse right now. So being able to walk along the front side of Curse's base and really start wherever you want, a huge advantage. Being able to ward their jungle and steer their buffs, and deny them experience, a huge advantage. And as I said last game, these are just going to continuously mount up. Baron now is going to be lasting for about another 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As they utilize this, they're going to want to get these team fights, and sometimes more than happy to initiate under one of Curse's turrets.
Yeah, and they're big enough they can really do it. They're getting very, very beefy right now. You're looking at these builds kind of mount up. xPeke actually going pretty tanky because she realized she's been jumped on a whole lot in these fights and has picked up a Quicksilver Sash to get rid of that Ash arrow. She's not been able to dodge those spells normally, so picking up Quicksilver Sash will allow you to activate that, remove any negative debuffs on your champion. And so if you get hit in the face with an Ash arrow and you get stunned, you can remove that and you're going to be safe once more.
Looks like Shen pushing bottom, very hotshot-esque here as he's just keeping himself away from his team. He knows they don't need him yet. They've all done very well in their lanes, and that's something I pointed out before is that, you know, if your AD is going to do good, just make sure everybody does good. Hold that advantage and keep it going. Gets himself some shield here. He is going to get a minion wave to take down that turret as the rest of FNATIC keeps Curse at this middle turret, just knocking on the front door. 14-4 in this match and 10,000 gold in the lead with 5 turrets to 2. FNATIC poised to take this best out of 3 from Curse. Curse, however, not giving up. They are continuously warding. They are not forgetting the little things. They have wards towards Baron for the next one, and they have wards on the Wraiths for any escapes towards a Dragon that may be taken after a team fight. They are ready to counter-initiate on these fights.
Yeah, and you're seeing the great poke here from FNATIC. You mentioned it in Champ Select, but you got the Mystic shot, Aura's over Deception, you've got Lulu in there as well. And it looks like right now, Lulu, she's not really overcommitting by doing this. She's being part of the team, she's participating, and that's fine. But Curse have not been able to open up and make fights happen in their favor in quite a while. They've lost one of their potential stun targets there. If they stun Ahri, she'll just remove it with Quicksilver Sash and be fine. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult here for Curse to make fights happen. Ash puts some damage up on the sOAZ, but again, with no map vision, the rest of that team can show up and kill her from behind.
Now with the triple push on each lane, this is going to be very difficult. As I said before, they can now just go around the horn on any inhibitor turret that they want to start this fight. As you can see, xPeke taking some damage there, more than happy to tank the turret, but it was a little bit too much. He was kind of just saying, hey, you can initiate on me. It'll be perfectly fine, I promise. And he kind of took a little bit too much damage there. We'll have to see if that affects him in the fight. He is going to get a little bit of spell vamp back from his abilities. And Cyanide, again, more than happy to stay top. They still have Shen pushing bottom. Oddly enough, we don't see the spark on Shen, but he's still got a good push on with the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, he's pushing enough with that Sunfire. I looked at the Xinec as well, but I think he's going to stay up just with his tanky build right now. And that's ultimately what his team needs. His team does need a dedicated tank. Ahri and Ezreal are going to put out great damage in fights. He's kind of building what his team needs, and that team definitely needs a tank. And they have finally poked this turret down. Lamia might get caught out, does so by Malphite, but the, oh my gosh, the Gragas ultimate saved him actually. The shields are enough to keep FNATIC's backline alive, and they're going to jump back in. Angush knows he's going to fall. Cyanide getting pushed back, but he's going to survive. Sleper has been hit by Ezreal, and he's going to be not doing as much damage as he wants to. Great burst from Ahri, dropping him low. And Curse looks like they're going to stop right now. They've lost one member. They did not get any kills. They were so close. But looks like FNATIC picked up one for free and got out safely.
Yeah, that was a very smart move there. I think they may have a little bit of Baron left, or they may have just had it wore off. But Curse was actually chasing that fight at 50% HP. It kind of was confusing, but when they did turn around, it seemed a little bit better for them. Don't want to initiate on that fight.
Yeah, so Curse, what they need to do right now is realize that last fight was so close, right? They did go 0-1, but they were down 10,000 gold. They went 0-1 in a fight where they nearly insta-gibbed Ezreal. They landed the Ash arrow. Unfortunately, that ultimate from Extinct came out a little bit too late, and it pushed Ezreal away from his team instead of towards his team. Because he waited a little bit too long, even though Malunoo landed the Unstoppable Force and knocked him into the air, he waited too long. Ezreal was able to Arcane Shift and or flash backwards and position himself such that the pushback from that Gragas ultimate pushed him the wrong way. But if they coordinate it properly next time, for sure Curse can make these fights turn around. They have the type of team that can pick up kills out of nowhere, that can initiate out of nowhere, and just drop people from full to 0 in a heartbeat. That's what they need to hope for. Right now, sOAZ's ultimate is down, so Shen cannot stand united. He cannot put that giant 850-point shield. He doesn't have it right now. So if they initiate in the next maybe 30 seconds, 25 actually, if I could actually read, then that's the best time for them to push in. Even if they don't have that, even if the ult is back up, it's still going to be okay.
And right now, we're about to see both objectives coming up very soon here. As you can see, the team's prepping for that. FNATIC focusing on that Baron area. Dragon is also coming up, but that is going to be second, privy to the Baron. We'll have to see if they can do this. No vision right now. Zero vision from Curse as they move in. And this is something we saw happen earlier, is that they didn't consecutively ward as they walked into this fight, and it caught them out in that first bush right below Baron. We'll see if that happens to Curse this time, as FNATIC has started it, has down to 50% health. They're going to kind of turn on it. Now, if they continuously poke at Baron while trying to fight, they will keep his health down and the regeneration from stopping. Olaf, undertow goes in. Great job by Cyanide, shutting down vision. And he is going to continuously ult down. Beautiful ult by Shen. Baron now regaining health as it is just an all-out fight now. sOAZ taking a lot of damage, but he has a Guardian Angel. How much do they want to focus on him? Malunoo forced to flash. A beautiful enchanted crystal arrow on xPeke. Shuts him down for a second as well. And it looks like he is able to try and get out of here. nRated taking a little bit of damage. Xinec now running into the team, trying to get one of his E's down. Can he slow somebody? He does get Ahri, but Ahri's going to be able to get out of this with her team. It's just back and forth, constant poke. Not too much damage from True Shot Barrage. sOAZ taking a little bit too much, but he still has the Guardian Angel. No, he does not. He actually went down. And it is going to be Lamia getting a double kill here onto Ashe. Lamia looking for a triple kill on Ashe, and possibly the Baron take. As I just said, could Curse turn it around from what happened last time? FNATIC was on it, but they just did not have positioning in the fight. And it was a beautiful job on CURSE.EU to reinitiate.
Wow, and a phenomenal opening there. And that's going to be almost for sure the Baron actually grabbing something across the wall, wants to chase down onto Lulu. But she's going to get away from that. But a nice Baron pickup there. Curse Gaming Europe, and there's that comeback. They know they have the damage up, but they know they can assassinate single targets. And Ashe, she's gigantic. She's got a Nunu on her team. Her damage is going to be massive. She's got Lizard and Golem buff. She's got Baron buff. She's huge.
So yeah, it's going to be very big for Lamia, and we can just see, you know, not even having that stuff, the Phantom Dancer and whatnot ready. She did for that fight, but before, it's just helped her escalate into this game with Blood Boil, and now even more dangerous, the last Whisper going out to shred the armor of the tanks on the other team. Nocturne and Shen doing what they can to build that defense. Now with the Randuin's Omen, they can kind of negate Blood Boil, but they have to hit it perfectly, and it's really going to be an absolute all-out fight. Ashe really, you're going to have to jump on Ashe with sOAZ to get that Randuin's Omen to work.
Yes, we're seeing sOAZ's Guardian Angel back up. Not quite sure what happened last time, but FNATIC still a 7,000 gold lead, but this time they're afraid of Baron buff, and that is actually a very valuable source of damage and ability power. That Curse, again, yeah, they're down 8 kills. Yeah, they're down about 6,000 gold. But killing that Baron is a very, very big deal. That gold being dispersed amongst that team helps people catch up. It's basically free oracles if you want it. And getting that extra 40 attack damage and 40 ability power means the next fight, they've got a couple thousand gold worth of stats right now in the next fight. So you can't really count that out. That the gold right now does not matter nearly as much. Sleper has his own Guardian Angel now on Ashe. Last Whisper, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, and Guardian Angel. He's got all the major stats he needs. He's pretty much one item from fully equipped. Angush, he was 0-5, still 0-5, but he picked up 3 assists. He's getting bigger as well. He's got that Randuin's plus the Frozen Heart. He's getting bigger. Gragas, played by extinkt. He's already got the death cap. Just finished the death cap just now. So he is getting massive as well. It is pretty much full build time here for Curse. They've gotten as big as I think they really need to get right now. More gold's not going to mean nearly as much anymore. And it's all going to be who fights properly.
With that purchase, Gragas has 300 more AP than Ahri does right now. Also, Ezreal, Lamia finishing that Infinity Edge, can possibly now continuously output the same amount of damage as Ashe, but Ashe is going to be able to do it at a much higher rate unless that's Ezreal starting the fight with his ultimate passing through everybody. So he's going to farm himself up right now. Really what he needs, a little bit more defensive to mitigate some attack damage. He does have the Quicksilver Sash to get himself out of the CC, that crowd control that Curse can bring to the fight. But Ash is kind of left with the Guardian Angel purchase, which is going to be pretty big. You see that a lot nowadays, and it's a very big deterrent. You want to focus that person, but at what cost are you going to take damage from people around you?
Well, the one cool thing, though, that Sleper has done, is one other advantage here from Ash that I didn't think about last time, is he's forcing his team to buy a bunch of Quicksilver Sashes. Those items cost a lot of money, and they only provide a little bit of magic resist and nothing else. They're buying these purely to block Ash ultimates, and it's delaying their builds. As you just mentioned a little while ago, a 300 ability power difference between Extinct Gragas and that Ahri, played by xPeke. It's because she spent so much money. I mean, okay, sure, there's an 80 minion kill difference as well, but on top of that, also she spent so much money on the Quicksilver Sash that she is behind in items.
Right. Yeah, and then she went for the Giant's Belt. She needed a little bit of HP for herself as well to possibly turn into Ryla's. But yeah, towards those bigger core items, she's really been recipeing her builds after that Abyssal and Deathfire Grasp.
Yeah, and on top of that also, right now Lamia desperately needs a Last Whisper.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of damage items. He's really, really big, but he is fighting three members of Curse who have over 150 armor. You've got Angush on Olaf, 208. Xinec's not too big, he's only 92, no big deal. Extinct's not very big at 81. Sleper's got a Guardian Angel though, which means that Ash has 159 armor on top of 2,000 health, on top of a lot of move speed, on top of Blood Boil. Good luck with that one. And finally, Malunoo on Malphite, 241. So there are 3 gigantic, hard-to-kill targets in Lamia's way, and Lamia cannot break through that armor easily. His damage is cut down to 1/3 if he's fighting against 200 armor. That is a massive damage cut that he needs to be able to deal with.
And then you have Brutal Strike's activation just synergizing as well with a Frozen Heart to shut down the attack speed. So you have Randuin's for a mobile attack speed, movement speed shutdown, and then Frozen Heart for the AoE, that area of effect. That Frozen Heart is going to slow the attack speed of your opponents.
And even on top of that, Xinec from Curse, he's got Zeke's Herald. He's got another aura that's going to buff his team with attack speed and lifesteal, gives him some health and cooldown reduction. Ash is just bigger. I mean, you can compare the gold if you want, but the gold is irrelevant. Ash is bigger than Ezreal right now. Regardless of what the items are, just the fact of how these teams are built, the items in the game, she is much more threatening. Good luck.
Yeah,
honestly, they're up in gold, but good luck, Fnatic.
This is going to be a tough fight. They really need to compose themselves very well in this next fight. They can't be choked in the jungle like they are right now. There's way too much control over shutting people down with an Ash arrow to just fire it right through that lane as you go up towards Baron. We are going to see those coming up in about 4 minutes. Oh, no, actually, Baron's coming up in about a minute here. Do they catch sOAZ out? Will he be able to slow? And it looks like he will be able to just get away. She does not want to overextend too much. There's no reason to lose Sleper at this point. It's 18, or almost level 18 for everybody. So that is just about a minute of respawn time for them to get back into the game. The Ash arrow goes out, they hit nRated, but that's not the true focus. They try to get onto Lamia. The ult goes down, and the Fear Tether breaks the Nunu Sub-Zero. We're going to have to see how they can continue this fight. Ahri does have Ignite down on her. She wants to keep herself in a good position here. Angush may be able to get the kill there. He is keeping himself alive right now, but finally goes down before he takes one. And it looks like Curse is forced to kind of run around in their base. You can see the amount of HP coming into play for Fnatic here. A great casket, explosive casket from Gragas, and it looks like they are able to shut down Cyanide, finally picking them apart one by one. You can see the Infinity Edge chunking away at Lamia as he finally gets that shield from Lulu. And the fight, Phreak, it looks like both of these teams can fight each other pretty well. That was just a little haphazard due to all the openness.
Yeah, those fights are extremely close. Now, Fnatic had a wonderful idea where they had sOAZ made at the bottom, and he got away from Ash because Randuin's Omen triggered, and Ash got that movement speed slow, so she could not chase him down. But while that was happening, they got to 4-man that inhibitor. Now, Ash did land her ultimate, of course. She did stun nRated's Lulu, but they were okay with that. They regrouped, Shen got his ultimate off, onto Ahri, kept her alive, and they made that fight happen. But what I want to point out was how big Angush was. Angush dived into a 1 versus 3, and he almost won in a 1 versus 3. I mean, Lamia just kept poking and poking and poking, dealing as much damage as possible, but he really did not kill Olaf very quickly. But it was Shen and Nocturne. It was sOAZ and Cyanide from Fnatic. They were able to dive in, just alone, 2 versus 4 basically. They took out Xinec, they forced Extinkt away. Sleper, I thought it was huge, but he was not dealing enough damage. He did not break through that Nocturne-Shen combo. and they were able to just take out that back line of the fight, take out Xinec, and walk out safely. It was finally the last second, the permanent slow from Ash. It was that kite ability, the slow, the slow, the slow. Finally, they got enough damage on a Cyanide and did pick up that kill on a Nocturne. But, I mean, that was after a grueling number of attacks.
3 Guardian Angels right now for Curse. They are bringing this next fight with about, another 3 people. So 8 people coming into this next fight. We're going to see how that works for them. And if these Guardian Angels can go down in separate positions and it spreads out FNATIC, they have a really good chance of coming back on it. If they all go down in one spot and they can just be CC'd over and over again, and Ezreal can throw his ult right through everybody, like you said, there's a lot of shutdown on FNATIC. But as well, Curse can really break themselves apart. If they get the ults to work right, like you said, Sleper catching someone out with the enchanted crystal arrow, Malunoo's unstoppable force. If they can surgically take them out one by one before finding the 5v5 fight, that is going to work better in their favor. But I think overall, we just saw, they couldn't shut down Angush. But if they find him alone again and go into the fight, I think it's going to be FNATIC right off the bat.
Lamia really likes that taunt, by the way.
Yes.
All right, he's going to mill up, group with his team. Looks like Baron has respawned, and this is going to be everything right now. This is going to be a very, very big deal. FNATIC grouping up right now. Curse grouping as well, although actually Ash a little far away. He's going to clear up that bottom minion wave. Knows that Shen has just recalled a FNATIC now starting up. Xinec's going to make his way in.
Coming in.
What's going to happen first? As the new ultimate doing a lot of damage. Pekka down to half health. Lamia picks up 1 kill. Angush being forced away right now. Baron actually assisting, and xtinkt caught out a bit alone. Forced to revive right now. Sleper off from the side. Angush grouping up as well. Oh, that is not going to be a way for him to survive. No one else has come to assist as Gragas died. Angush being forced to run away, but Lizard buff and Trinity Force. It's a lot of slowing. The ult goes off. He hits him. Angush is going to revive. Sleper picked up the kill onto Ahri, but it's Angush right now getting taken out. Will he do enough damage? Yes. Lamia picks that one up. Sleper escapes safely, but it's 2 versus 4 right now, and FNATIC has regained control over this bottom half of the map. And they're going to move back in, taking Golem buff on Lamia, and they're going back again for Baron buff.
Let's see, Malunoo. Malunoo is taking the Baron path here. They have a lot of damage, but will he be able to make it back in time? I don't think he will. They have it to half here. Ezreal does not have mana, so he's not going to be able to use his abilities. They see the ward coming off. They are going to turn, and this is exactly what they want. They just want to stop FNATIC from doing Baron. They don't need it themselves. 2 versus 4 right now. All they need to do is be a distraction. Beautiful job. Malunoo, Shirelia's Reverie, they're able to try to take it out. You can see FNATIC trying to keep it on. You can see the pop of Baron onto sOAZ, and Sleper says, oh wait, this could have been a bad idea. Getting slowed there, and he is going to be shut down. Sleper being taken as he was just a little too antsy in that fight. They had the right idea, but the point in which he was split from Malunoo and forced to go up towards Tribush is really where it sealed the deal for him. Looks like nRated forced to run back now, trying to get around the minions so they don't slow his, trying to get around the minions so he can get that pathing in and get his team down to this turret. Xtinkt now ready. Going in with the ulti, pushing him back towards the turret, but he leaves himself only with Nunu. Not enough damage to trade back, and he may lose his life for that one. No, he gets out with a body slam. 1 inhibitor turret goes down. The other one already down, but the inhibitor has respawned. So they have now opened another inhibitor. 2 of those are down. They have the choice to go to bottom lane now as they have good minion wave pushing their Phreak. Is not looking good for Curse as they are very much on their heels.
Yeah, they're fighting a 4 versus 4 right now, but Ahri's going to come back in before Ash revives. And there we go, initiate up. Malunoo taking a bit of damage, sOAZ as well. But that Shen is so very big. Malunoo forced away again, down to 1/3 health. Ezreal still picking away at him. sOAZ lands the tonic stick, taking so much damage, he's going to go down. Now Angush getting pursued by the Deathfire Grasp. xPeke does not do enough damage, is stunned inside a turret range, and Malunoo will not pick up that kill. Still taking damage from that turret. And now 1 turret separates FNATIC raid call from pushing in. Will they do enough damage? This Nexus is going to fall, and FNATIC trying to take game 2, and that's going to be it. Curse are knocked out, and FNATIC makes it to the semifinals.
And that's what it was all about. We said this tournament would be grueling from the beginning. A very unforgiving bracket, and the single elimination takes its first.
And there is elimination indeed, and of course, stay tuned. Next up, M5 BenQ takes on ELOHELL.net, and it's going to be an interesting matchup because while normally he's like, oh, it's Seed 1 versus Seed 8, you've got the reigning Season 1 champion FNATIC team in front of you, but one of their members Shushei playing AP mid for ELOHELL.net. We've seen the first part of Season 1 make their way through so far, but one of those key members there, Shushei, is going to be up against Russia's greatest and the #1 seed of the tournament. Do not go anywhere. We definitely have a lot more action coming to you today.
Yeah, an amazing match there. You know, from a game that came out for MVPs, everybody had a really great game there on both teams. There wasn't much to come. I think Xinec on the Nunu pick, it didn't feel right for him. You know, the ultimates weren't really doing too much for the team. He wasn't able, as I said, the fights were too out in the open. It seems like the team comp for Curse was very much in the jungle composition. That jungle path to Baron would have been very good. You have Malphite's ultimate, the brush cover, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, everything to come out in that, but FNATIC really exploited them by keeping them in the open. They had vision, and they just really comped the team well.
Yeah, I mean, the team comp from Curse was so very good, but those last 2 fights, it broke down for them. Because they had 4 Guardian Angels. Everyone who was a key member of that team could revive. But the problem for them was they were used at such horrible, terrible times.
Right.
Ashe went down fully alone in a 1 versus 4. The Gragas went down fully alone in a 1 versus 4. His team was split off from him. If Curse had been able to actually get into those fights in time and just fight dedicated battles, they would have been in much better shape. But FNATIC just kited them beautifully. They separated them, they split them about. It was phenomenal. Their mid-game choices were amazing. We saw them take over those Quicksilver Sashes, but also they sold boots, and 4 out of the 5 members actually had Mercury Treads going on. They said, oh, those Ashe Arrows, they're really brutal. Those Nunu Ice Blasts, they hurt kind of a lot. And they switched their boots over, took Mercury Treads kind of everywhere, and they reacted to that team, and they made the right decisions. With items, with gameplay, they deserve that 2-0 almost definitely.
You know, even going against a team with 3 Guardian Angels, you kind of think to yourself, you're like, this is going to be ridiculously hard. But you know what? They stuck with it, and they made it happen. And actually, let's find out from the players themselves as we have Rachel Quirico on stage.
What an incredible series, gentlemen. I'm really excited for you both because I know things didn't turn out the way you wanted, Angush, but there will be more opportunities. So what's coming up for your team in the next couple months as you prepare to try and qualify for the final?
Right after Gamescom, we'll go to the campus part in Berlin, and afterwards, I don't really know.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to all the fans who came out here to cheer for you and for the unfortunate man in the audience who bet on you and lost a t-shirt?
Thanks for all the support, guys. Really appreciate. Sorry for wanted us to see in the next rounds. Next time we'll do better, much better. I promise.
You still made everyone so proud by making it this far. Thank you so much. Peke.
Hey.
That last game there, you guys started off strong and you never let go.
It was really a really good game. It really started when we got those 2 kills and we just kept getting more and more and more.
Did you learn anything from the previous game in this match that you were able to apply to this game now?
Well, mostly not really. It's stuff that I knew already about picks, that like Gragas is really strong against Ari. I knew that already, but it's more to prove it. I guess that's all I learned.
Well, when we asked a fan in the crowd who they thought was going to win, they said Curse. So they're not going to get this t-shirt as a prize. I'm going to give it to you to determine who that goes to.
Keep them for myself.
You're going to keep it?
Yeah, if they thought Curse was going to win, I keep them for me.
I can't let you do that, man. You got to give that shirt away.
Should I? Well, I'm going to give this shirt to the guy there with the FNATIC.
The guy with the FNATIC sign. That's very generous of you.
And an orange for whoever takes it.
Well, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans? You're moving on to the top 4. You have an excellent shot at going to the finals in LA. What do you want to say?
Thank you, everyone. Mostly those that always keep saying we're the best and stuff. That's really good to hear.
Well, thank you so much, Peke. Congratulations once again. You guys hold tight. We're going to have a quick commercial. When we come back, a raffle for all you guys here in the audience. Thank you. everyone. We have a special treat for you. Our Riot employees have brought some lovely prizes and some very sweet swag for you. So stay in your seats. We're going to get some prizes in your hands. After that, there's going to be a very short break, and we'll be back with M5 versus ELOHELL.
Darius is a melee fighter whose 6
so close to you right now, it's a force field. I wear my heart up on my sleeve like a big deal. Your love pours down on me, surround me like a waterfall. And there's no stopping us right now. I feel so close to you right now.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a thrilling series we saw from Curse and FNATIC. FNATIC will be moving on to the top 4. But we have another exciting match coming your way. Moscow 5 versus ELOHELL. Before we get into it, though, we have 2 casters in the audience who want to know who you think is going to win. Rivington, Phreak, where are you guys?
I'm not Rivington or Phreak, I've got to be honest. I am Deman. I am in the crowd here, and I'm joined by, what's your name?
Oliver.
Oliver, okay, so it's going to be Moscow 5 versus ELOHELL. We saw this match in Poland. It was a pretty close thing. There was a pretty epic GA fight in that game. Who do you think is going to win this one for a chance to win a t-shirt?
Moscow 5.
Moscow 5? You're not even thinking that Shushei's magic is going to bring them through?
I like Shushei, but I think Moscow 5 will win.
We like Shushei. Everybody loves Shushei, but we love Moscow 5. Guys, we think it's going to be Moscow 5. Back to you, Rachel.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, Demon, I didn't see you were out there. Now, for our 2 teams. First, we have Moscow 5. Very generous with the oranges. Ooh, one came back. Hit the speaker. Thank you so much. And now we have ELOHELL. Where are you getting all those oranges? Shushei. All right, captains, to me, the rest of you can take your seats, start setting up. Alex, Shushei, we got some stuff to talk about. So, gentlemen, we are about to go to war. Shushei, can you show me your war face?
My war face?
Absolutely terrifying. Alex, your war face? Well, is there anything you want to say to your opponents before we start this match?
Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, have fun. How about you, Shushei?
Good luck, have fun, and be surprised.
And be surprised. Strong words for both of you. You can take your seats. Let's get this match underway.
So the second game here in the quarterfinal, ELOHELL versus Moscow 5. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me is Mr. Jason Kaplan. How are you doing today, Jason?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. That was an exciting first best of 3, and I cannot wait to see what happens with ELOHELL and M5.
Well, I think the real question here with this one is, can ELOHELL knock out the possible favorite for this tournament? I mean, Moscow 5 are the favorites. There's no doubt about that one. They, in their history, have only lost 1 tournament that they've attended, and even then they finished second behind CLG. They are the reigning Intel Extreme Masters World Champions, and to be honest, I'm not sure if ELOHELL are the team that can stop them.
That's true, but I've heard a lot of things about ELOHELL lately. They've been practicing a lot. Shushei's been running a lot of Evelyn middle, and that can kind of really catch people off guard. I know it caught Oslo off guard when I was talking to him about it, and you know, it really can't come down to anything. It's an offline event. It's a lot different for both teams, and I'm waiting to see what happens.
Well, we're going to find out here in just a moment how it's going to go. Of course, it is a best of 3, just like all the other games here in this bracket. And it's a real cutthroat bracket as well. No double elimination. It's a single best of 3. If you lose, as Curse have already found out, then you're going home early.
Yeah, and not to mention the winner of this will go on to play against FNATIC, I believe, in 2 days.
Yeah, the thing is, right, if you mess up here, you mess up not just the prize money here, you don't qualify for the Season 2 World Championships, and then, as well, on top of that, you don't qualify for the Season 3 Championship Series. So there is so much on the line here. ELOHELL, you know, I feel that this is maybe one of the best games that they could have been matched with. I mean, if we look back to the game that they played in Poland at the ECC, it was actually a really fantastic game there. And I think ELOHELL by no means were overshadowed by the Moscow 5 name. We saw that incredible Guardian Angel fight, which really lasted about half an hour, that single fight on its own. So I think that ELOHELL, they've got no pressure on them. No one is expecting them, maybe except themselves or their managers, to have a chance really here against Moscow 5. But, you know, Moscow 5, they've shown that even online when they're not playing well, they come to a tournament, they thrive in the atmosphere, they thrive from the crowd, and they bring their A game every single time.
Yeah, I can't have said it better myself, honestly, Joe. That was definitely a good assumption. Whatever it's called. We'll go with that.
Well, we heard from Alex Ich before this event. You know, he said that the American teams and a lot of the European teams are training in what his words were 5-star hotels compared to where they trained, which he described as Chinese barracks. So I think for him and for the rest of Moscow 5, you know, they do have a lot of pressure. He said that as well in the interview, that the whole world really is on their backs because they are that #1 team. They are the team that everyone expects to win and maybe even dominate entire tournaments. He said that when they finished only second at DreamHack, you know, second place, disgusting performance from Moscow 5, that their fans were on their backs about it, that they had even more pressure after that going into ECC Poland, which, as we saw, was their event. They clean swept CLG.EU in the finals, a team that they'd lost to at DreamHack in that grand final. So there's a lot still to play for in this top side of the bracket. Obviously, the winner will go through to take on FNATIC in the next round. But for me, ELOHELL could be this team that I think if they get off to a good start, if they pick up map #1 here against Moscow 5, I think that leaves them in the best possible situation. If they lose this first game, I think they could have a few problems.
Yeah, it's true. And going back to the Chinese barracks comment, because that was extremely funny, is that if they do actually get top 3 here, like you were saying, they go to the Season 3, the circuit, and they actually will, you know, have a better house and will finally be happy for once living in some decent quarters. And yeah, about ELOHELL, I mean, like you're saying, there's no pressure. I mean, no one's really, to be honest, I guess, assuming that they're going to win this. But then again, you know, people love an underdog story, and it comes true so many times in different sports that we could see it, and I honestly would love to see it.
Well, the question is, what interesting picks are we going to see in this game? Because we've seen online SK versus ELOHELL. There was a game where that Evelyn middle was played by Shushei. We know him from his FNATIC days as, you know, the Season 1 champions they were nonetheless. From his Gragas play, Gragas has started to come back into competitive play that bit more, so maybe that's what we're going to be seeing from Shushei. He's actually wearing a Kennen outfit underneath his ELOHELL sponsorship wear, so I don't know, maybe we'll see a Kennen coming out there. It's really hard to call at this stage because I think for Moscow 5, they'll be thinking more about the next game against FNATIC than they may be about this one. A lot of teams on the other side of the bracket, you know, CLG, SK, they're the ones that are also expected to go through, and they'll have done more work for the semi-final where they meet the stronger team than when they, you know, in this first round game play ELOHELL. And I think they can catch them off surprise. I hope that I'm right and that we see at least a 3-game matchup here. You never quite know how Moscow 5 are going to start out the day.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't go into a match knowing that you're going to win or assuming you're going to win. You really have to take it one match at a time, one map at a time. You can never underestimate anyone that's, you know, a professional team. And hopefully they don't. And I agree. I really don't want to see, you know, more of a stomp. I want to see something really happen here, some really exciting games. And I kind of really hope Shushei does play Evelyn middle. And I'm kind of hoping for GoSu Pepper to play as Sona too.
Yeah, the bans are definitely going to be interested in this one. I think it's really hard to call. Obviously, on the Moscow 5 side, you've got Alex, who is just fantastic, it seems, whichever champion you give him. His CS-ing abilities, the farm that he brings to the game is always top-notch. He can play 5 or 6 champions in that middle lane at the really highest level. You know, an experienced player even before Moscow 5's days. They're going to be aiming bans surely at him. Then you've, like we said, got GoSu Pepper in the bottom lane. We talk about it so often. When a team's going to learn to ban Sona against Moscow 5, because he is an absolute beast with that Sona in the bottom lane, an absolute bully, in fact, which is why most teams have a real problem against that Sona, especially in the early stages. And then when it gets to team fights, well, I don't remember the last time I saw him miss his ultimate.
Yeah, actually, he's one of the first Sona supports I've actually seen level his Q for that damage to harass as much as possible. And it really catches you off guard if you're not preparing for it. You know, you're not used to seeing too much aggression. It's more passive. Hey, let's just farm until the later game. And Joe, what I want to ask you is, since M5 is in this first game against ELOHELL, do you think we're actually going to see any new strategies come out of M5, or do you think they're going to hold it for later down the bracket?
I honestly don't see Moscow 5 bringing anything new. I don't know if they've got anything new. I must say, I know a few teams have said we've prepared specifically for this certain matchup, and that's where we're going to show our cards. Usually in the first round of the tournament, that's not where you see any newly developed strategies. However, I mean, you can see there they look pretty relaxed at this point. But if they lose game number 1, that's where they might try something new. However, I just feel that Moscow 5, they're going to play their safe game, which is not quite as safe as other teams, in my opinion. They like to be very, very aggressive. Lots of counter jungling. Obviously, Diamondprox, that you can see here on the left next to Alex. He's one of those junglers that likes to get in people's faces. He's a very aggressive ganker, and quite possibly the best Lee Sin in the world as well.
Yeah, did he start the whole Shyvana aggressive jungling?
Right.
Like Fab, that's happened, was like 3 or 4 months ago?
No, that was at Kiev, and that was Moscow 5's first event, you know. They came into it, myself and Deman actually had the pleasure of seeing the first big Moscow 5 move when they were known back as Empire, which was the Nunu ultimate from the bush. And from there, they came to Kiev. Everyone was like, yeah, Moscow 5, we don't really know so much about this team. And they were like, bam, Shyvana in your face, and they just destroyed everyone. And to be honest, they've not really took their foot off the pedal since then. I mean, you can say they lost to CLG at DreamHack. However, was that big of a deal? I think CLG are definitely capable of topping Moscow 5 in a 2-0 game like that on any day of the week. And it really does come down to your form on the day. You can talk all day long about what's happened online, the fact that SK and Moscow 5 have been scrimming, and out of 3 of the games that they played in that scrim, SK beat them in under 15 minutes. Moscow 5 wanted to restart the game because they knew they were going to lose it. So, you know, whilst you don't always train well online before an event, the fact that they've been playing together in the house brings a lot to the table for M5.
Yeah, it definitely helps with their synergy. And one thing M5 was saying is that they aren't really afraid of any European teams or North American teams. The only team in Europe they're really afraid of is CLG, like you're saying. We haven't really seen a matchup against any Korean teams yet, which I'm really hoping to see next season, because that will really be where the best teams really show.
Yeah, that's what we're all looking forward to, the Season 2 World Championships, when we get all the areas combined in one big tournament with the best of the best of the best. However, that's why we're here. We're going to be finding out which 3 teams will go through to those Season 2 World Championships. For now, though, we're going to be taking a quick video break here, but when we come back, it'll be Game 1 of ELOHELL versus Moscow 5. Don't go anywhere.
of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Darius is a melee fighter who sticks to targets, drops their health pools with bleeds, and finally executes them for a kill. If you like getting into the thick of it and being a major source of pain, take a spin with Darius.
Expose your neck.
Darius's passive is Hemorrhage. Darius's basic attacks and damaging abilities apply stacks of hemorrhage up to a cap. Hemorrhaging enemies bleed, taking damage over time for each stack. Additionally, Darius gains bonus movement speed for every bleeding enemy champion. Decimate swings Darius's axe around in a circle, damaging all nearby enemies. Enemy champions on the outside ring of the ability are struck by the blade of the axe and take additional damage. As his primary damage tool, I take Decimate at level 1 and max it right away. Crippling Strike causes Darius's next basic attack to deal bonus damage and slow his target. Crippling Strike cools down faster for every hemorrhage stack on his target. For increased damage and crowd control, I take a point in Crippling Strike early and max it by level 13. Apprehend passively gives Darius bonus armor penetration. When activated, he pulls in all enemies in front of him. Primary a utility ability, I take 1 point in Apprehend early, but max it last by level 18. Darius's ultimate is Noxian Guillotine. When activated, Darius leaps to target enemy champion, dealing extreme damage. Noxian Guillotine deals bonus damage based on how many hemorrhage stacks are on his target. Additionally, if Noxian Guillotine deals the killing blow, the ability's cooldown is immediately refreshed. Early laning depends on the matchup. Against melee champions like Singed, establish your role as a bully. Hit Decimate for bonus damage and look to add hemorrhage stacks whenever possible. Try to stand between the minions and the enemy champion, denying him last hits and gold. If enemy champions are ever pushed to your own turret, minion damage reduction masteries will let you tank them and prevent the turret from stealing your gold. Once your minion wave finally arrives, let them tank it and last hit as normal. You'll also want to watch for ganks with an early sight ward, placing it either in the river or this brush here. If you want to harass the enemy in lane, pull them in with Apprehend, land a basic attack, immediately hit Crippling Strike to hit them again, and finally use Decimate. Alternatively, leading with Decimate into a basic attack followed by Crippling Strike also deals plenty of damage in a short time. When a teammate comes to gank, save Apprehend until they attempt to run. I open on Fiddlesticks with Decimate into a basic attack and Crippling Strike. Only once Fiddlesticks starts to escape do I pull him back in with Apprehend, picking up a quick kill. Darius is most potent right after Decimate hits rank 5, so look for any nearby fights once you hit level 9. As I see Twisted Fate attempt to run, I Apprehend into a Decimate attack Crippling Strike combo. I keep pace and pick up the kill, running from Crowstorm until it ends. Then I make sure to focus the squishiest target, Fiddlesticks. My standard combo gets them extremely low, and I pick up the kill with Noxian Guillotine. I switch to Singed, hitting Decimate and Crippling Strike for bonus damage and slow. I hit Ghost and land as many attacks as possible, continuing to chase him down until he finally dies to hemorrhage. Darius excels at isolating and taking down squishy targets alone. As soon as I can, I pull Twisted Fate with Apprehend. I land Decimate and hit Crippling Strike as soon as possible. I move in between attacks, and after one more Decimate, take him out with Noxian Guillotine. It's important to realize that every block of health on a champion's health bar represents 100 health. This will let you estimate if a champion is low enough to execute without clicking on them and reading their current health otherwise. Darius is not a true tank and should not be the first one into the fight. Once your enemies are distracted, you can easily kill everyone. I aim first for Fiddlesticks. I'm able to place 5 stacks of hemorrhage on very quickly, following up with a Decimate into an easy kill with Noxian Guillotine. I then head over toward the mid lane, finding Blitzcrank and Twisted Fate. I make sure to Decimate on both of them to gain a larger movement speed buff, executing Twisted Fate and moving immediately to Blitzcrank. I slow with Crippling Strike and kill with Noxian Guillotine once it gets low enough. Apprehend can also be used in a support sense to save allies. Here, Singed is chasing down Ashe, so I get behind him, pull him back with Apprehend, and land Crippling Strike as soon as possible, giving us the kill on Singed and keeping Ashe alive. I recommend building Darius with a mix of physical damage, durability, and sticking power through movement speed and slows. For runes, take flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. For masteries, take 9-21-0, taking armor penetration and offense, plus all the durability and minion damage reduction in defense. For summoner spells, take Ignite and Ghost in order to destroy and stick to your targets. Open with Boots of Speed or Cloth Armor and Health Potions. Rush Philosopher's Stone, add a Doran's Blade, and take Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabby as needed. Add in Phage, Aegis of the Legion, and Hex Drinker for mid-game items. Build up towards Shurelia's Reverie, Frozen Mallet, Maw of Malmortius, and Randuin's Omen. In Dominion, open with Prospector's Blade, Boots of Speed, and 2 health potions. Take Ninja Tabby or Mercury Treads depending on your needs, and build Phage plus Hexdrinker for mid-game. Add in late-game durability and damage through Shurelia's Reverie, Randuin's Omen, Frozen Mallet, and Maw of Malmortius. Thanks for tuning in to the Darius Champion Spotlight. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Evelynn, the Widowmaker. Evelynn is a melee assassin who can dart into battles and kill single foes, or go toe-to-toe in larger fights. Able to jungle or lane as a fighter, Evelynn employs stealth and maneuverability to dismantle the competition. Evelynn's passive is Shadow Walk. As long as Evelynn has not recently dealt damage, received damage, or activated an ability, Evelynn is stealthed. While stealthed, she rapidly regenerates her mana and is undetectable unless she gets revealed by an enemy turret, vision ward, or champion. Evelynn can skirt on the edges of a champion's vision range, stalking them while undetected. Hate Spike fires out a line of damaging spikes that prefers to target Evelynn's most recently attacked foe. As her main damage tool, take Hate Spike at level 1 and max it immediately. Dark Frenzy passively grants Evelynn stacking bonus movement speed up to a cap whenever she hits an enemy champion with one of her abilities. When activated, Dark Frenzy purges all slows from Evelynn and grants her even more bonus movement speed. Dark Frenzy's cooldown is reset whenever Evelynn kills or assists in the kill of an enemy champion. Definitely take a point in Dark Frenzy at level 4 or earlier, but max it last, by level 18. Ravage strikes target enemy twice, dealing damage and granting Evelynn bonus attack speed. To further increase her damage, take a point in Ravage early and max it by level 13. Evelynn's ultimate is Agony's Embrace. Agony's Embrace hits all enemies in an area, damaging based on maximum health, and slowing for a few seconds. Evelynn also gains a shield that gets more powerful for every champion hit. When jungling as Evelynn, you'll want to start the game out aggressively, picking up either the Ancient Golem or Elder Lizard with Hate Spike and ganking immediately. Wait out of sight for Shadow Walk to kick in. Once invisible, make your way around your opponent and signal your team. Once they're ready, dive in with Dark Frenzy and use Exhaust to slow your opponent while damaging with Hate Spike. Dark Frenzy's passive lets Evelynn keep pace for first blood. Once Twitch falls, Dark Frenzy is refreshed and Evelynn makes her way out alive. When jungling as Evelynn, use Dark Frenzy to get between camps, and position yourself such that Hate Spike hits as many monsters as possible. The golems are easy to kill as Evelynn focuses the larger one while moving so that Hate Spike hits both. Once your opponents buy wards, it's important you let Shadow Walk kick in well before you get near a lane. Notice how Evelynn can walk right past the enemy sight ward undetected. Evelynn signals her team and then opens on Twitch with Dark Frenzy and Exhaust, picking up an easy kill with Ravage and Hate Spike before returning to the jungle with Dark Frenzy. While Evelynn can't always stop her foes from running, she's exceptional at chasing them. Evelynn happens across Skarner in the jungle, opening with Ravage and Hate Spike, then activating Dark Frenzy as Skarner tries to flash away. The passive movement bonus from Dark Frenzy allows Evelynn an easy kill before Skarner can reach his turret. Remember that your opponents can see you enter their jungle if Shadow Walk hasn't activated yet. Here, Evelynn runs right past a sight ward in full view due to her impatience. Though she drops her own ward to offer early warning and kills the Ancient Golem quickly, the other team is already poised to collapse on it. Soraka and Skarner arrive, pull Evelynn back with Impale, and manage to delay long enough for Orianna to close in for the kill. As long as you can get away with it, stealing monsters from your opponents or counter-jungling is a great way to build an advantage over your enemy. To do this most effectively, kill the largest monster in the camp first, and make sure to leave just one of the smaller monsters alive. This way, your opponents get almost no gold from them. Evelynn should focus on singling out important targets. Noticing Orianna toss the ball out from behind the trees, Evelynn turns to chase her down. Dark Frenzy and Agony's Embrace open the fight, while Hate Spike and Ravage keep Dark Frenzy's passive stacked. Because Hate Spike will ready the bonus damage from Trinity Force, constantly try to land basic attacks to kill your opponents quickly. As soon as Orianna falls, Dark Frenzy gets Evelynn back with her team, ready to start another fight. The best way to handle team fights is to find stranded enemies and come in from behind. In the aftermath of a battle, Evelynn's team is forced to run, but she waits off on the side for Shadow Walk to activate. Once she comes around behind the enemy team, she keeps Varus in range without being detected. Biding her time, she waits for Soraka and Skarner to move away as Varus retreats. Immediately, Evelynn opens with Ravage and Hate Spike, dealing tons of damage to Varus and taking him down. Immediately after, Dark Frenzy lets Evelynn regroup with her team, landing Agony's Embrace on Skarner and Soraka, taking them down and saving her teammate Twitch. I recommend building Evelynn with damage, toughness, and mobility in mind, and specifically as a jungler on Summoner's Rift. Consider flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and movement speed quintessences. Try 14-16-0 masteries, getting both armor and magic penetration in offense, plus minion damage reduction, health, and movement speed in defense. For summoner spells, take Smite when jungling, Exhaust for ganks, Ignite for damage output, or Flash for safety. Open with Boots of Speed, Health Potions, and grab Prospector's Blade in Dominion or Wriggle's Lantern in Classic. Take Sheen and upgraded boots as quickly as possible, then upgrade to Trinity Force. From here, you should assess the game. Wit's End, Maw of Malmortius, Randuin's Omen, and Guardian Angel will provide a mix of damage and toughness if you need the added survivability. To focus on assassination, consider Deathfire Grasp, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster or Sanguine Blade, and Last Whisper. Thanks for tuning in to the Evelynn Champion Spotlight. Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Draven, the glorious executioner. Draven is a ranged physical carry built around throwing and catching spinning axes. Through his gameplay, Draven can dish out tons of damage and dominate a game. Draven's passive is Wicked Blades. Every time Draven lands a critical strike, his target starts bleeding, taking bonus damage over a few seconds. Spinning Axe causes Draven's next basic attack to deal bonus damage, apply Wicked Blades automatically, and ricochet off of his target. If Draven catches this ricocheted axe, his next basic attack will automatically throw another spinning axe. If Draven throws and catches axes long enough, he can have up to 2 spinning axes at once. Spinning axe will lead Draven, so if he's standing still, it will fall close by, and if he's running, it will fall along his path. As Draven's main damage tool, I take Spinning Axe at level 1 and max it immediately.
Doesn't get better.
Blood Rush grants Draven bonus movement and attack speed for a few seconds. If Draven catches Spinning Axe, Blood Rush's cooldown is immediately refreshed. As a major steroid and damage increase, I take 1 point in Blood Rush early and max it by level 13. Stand Aside throws Draven's axes in a line, damaging, slowing, and knocking aside all enemies they hit. Mostly providing utility, I take 1 point in Stand Aside early, but max it only by level 18. Draven's ultimate is Whirling Death. Draven throws 2 massive axes across the map, damaging all enemies they strike. If Whirling Death hits the edge of the map, an enemy champion, or Draven reactivates the ability early, these axes reverse direction and damage all enemies they encounter on the way back to Draven. As with all ultimates, I take Whirling Death at level 6, 11, and 16. In early laning, try to harass your opponents by hitting as many spinning axes as possible. Use Blood Rush to catch them as they fall, or guide them by heading somewhere safe before Spinning Axe hits an opponent. Be aware that Wicked Blades will cause the turret to focus you, so stay out of range and harass as much as possible, constantly guiding Spinning Axe into safe zones to catch. In lane, sit with 1 Spinning Axe while last hitting minions, and keep catching it until you're ready to engage in battle. Draven heads in on Ezreal but doesn't fully commit because of Alistar. After Alistar uses his stun, Draven activates his second Spinning Axe. Keep Blood Rush active after every catch and keep throwing Spinning Axes. Alistar dies to Wicked Blades and Cleanse keeps Draven from falling to Ignite for a clean kill in bottom lane. When fighting against Draven in lane, crowd control is your best friend. As Draven opens onto Ezreal with Spinning Axe, Alistar rushes in with Headbutt and Pulverize, completely stopping the push. Draven gets into a battle with Malphite. Slowing with Stand Aside while constantly landing Spinning Axe and reactivating Blood Rush drops Malphite's health pool extremely low. As Malphite runs away, Draven leads him with Whirling Death. While Malphite attempts to juke upward to escape the return blow, Draven does the same, making Whirling Death curl upward and still pick up the kill. Draven is exceptional at cleaning up fights. As he gets into a battle, he finds Renekton low, picking him up with Whirling Death and a flash into a basic attack. Draven turns to hunt Alistar, hitting Blood Rush to catch up and prepare Spinning Axe. Constantly throwing and catching Spinning Axes allows Draven to continue Blood Rush, picking up 2 kills in the fight. In a team fight, Draven's first priority is positioning. Even though he could cleanly hit Shyvana, he runs back behind his team until he can attack enemies from safety. This allows him to chase Shyvana while catching Spinning Axes and then turn his attention to Rumble. Spinning Axe picks up a kill, but instead of turning back to catch it, Draven charges forward to assist in the team fight. His team picks up the kill on Lulu and he heads in to chase down Ahri. Udyr leads the charge and stuns her underneath her turret while Draven is able to assist in the 4th kill of the fight. To deal damage on the run, Draven hits champions with Spinning Axes, then turns so he can keep his distance from enemies, activating Blood Rush to speed up the process. Shyvana is pushed away and then Draven turns to focus on Rumble. After Rumble falls, he keeps up with his team until finding Ahri overextended. He hits Ahri with Stand Aside into Spinning Axe and a basic attack. Ahri falls to Wicked Blades and Draven comes out with a double kill. While normally Draven should catch Spinning Axes, do not turn to catch them in front of the enemy team. Draven turns to kill some minions with Spinning Axe. Unfortunately, walking back to catch one puts him right in range of Urgot, which gets him swapped and immediately killed. I recommend building Draven for physical damage output. with a splash of durability for small skirmishes where you'll end up taking damage. For runes, I recommend flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat attack damage quintessences. For masteries, I recommend 2190, focusing on physical damage increases in offense, plus bonus armor and health in defense. I recommend cleanse and flash for summoner spells, which will let you take out enemies and escape sticky situations. In Classic, I recommend opening with Boots of Speed and health potions. Take 2 Doran's Blades and add Berserker's Greaves. Buy Infinity Edge and add a Vampiric Scepter immediately after. From here, take Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and Guardian Angel to round out your build. In Dominion, I recommend opening with Boots of Speed, Prospector's Blade, and health potions. Add Berserker's Greaves, Infinity Edge, and a Vampiric Scepter, before finishing your build with Phantom Dancer, Sanguine Blade, Last Whisper, and Frozen Mallet. Thanks for tuning in to the Draven Champion Spotlight. League of Legends is played in 5 vs 5 team combat. Each player controls an individual champion, using its unique abilities to aid allies and destroy enemies. Each team has a base filled with minions, turrets, and most importantly, the Nexus. The first team to push into the enemy base and destroy their Nexus wins the game. Players kill enemy minions, turrets, and champions to acquire gold and experience, growing stronger over the course of the match. Gold purchases powerful items, while experience allows a champion to level up and improve their special abilities. The scoreboard at the top of the screen shows you how many champion kills and how much gold each team has acquired. While these numbers are good indicators of how each team is performing, the only thing that matters is the destruction of the Nexus. No game is truly over until the final seconds.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry we do have a short delay today. We have some technical issues, but I have 2 lovely creatures here on stage with me. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves to the crowd.
I am Sinon the Stoic, and I sometimes shoutcast, and rest of the time I talk to you guys.
And you have lovely hair. I'm quite jealous.
Oh, sorry, what do you say?
Who are you, man?
I'm Ocelot.
Ocelot of Ocelot World. Ocelot, as a pro, what is it like when you're ready to play, you're all set to go, and you have a technical issue? What goes through your head?
Well, you just want to start as soon as possible, you know? You want everything to be sorted out perfectly, so when you're in game, like, nothing happens, you know, nothing bad happens. Basically that, you know, like, you're looking forward to play as soon as possible, that's it.
So it's just that you just want to get back in the game? You're not grateful for this extra time to think, or you're not, like, just worried about stuff that's going to happen?
I normally put some music and stuff, you know? Kind of mute the TS, even like some minutes, put some music on, just to relax a bit, you know?
That sounds pretty relaxing. Now, you know these teams very well. I'm not going to ask you about their strategies. We're not trying to give anything away here. But do you have any fun facts you might want to share about ELOHELL or Moscow?
Well, ELOHELL only made it here because they won the tiebreaker, and they won the tiebreaker quite decisively as well. They do have their star player, of course, amid Shushei. Everybody knows him, everybody loves him. And he may or may not have something special prepared. Maybe he hinted at something, I don't know. On paper, this should be easy for Moscow 5. But all the teams I've spoken to SK, I've spoken to FNATIC, everybody says Moscow 5 cannot underestimate ELOHELL. They do crazy stuff, and sometimes, just sometimes it works.
Does that crazy stuff involve, like, what is that? He had a Kenning costume on backstage there, and funnier than that, you ever see that picture of the guy holding all the limes, and he's like, I can't hold all these limes, and he had all those oranges in his shirt. So anyway, that's about ELOHELL. What can you tell me about Moscow 5?
Moscow 5 are clearly the story of Season 2. They started out in Kiev. Nobody knew them. They were called Empire during the qualifiers. They did their famous hidden Nunu alt move, which is now called doing an Empire. Everybody was crazy for that team in Kiev. Then we thought maybe we overhyped them. We did not. They completely took everything. The only team to ever put a stop to Moscow 5 in an offline event was CURSE.EU at DreamHack. And they had their revenge in Poland just 2-3 weeks ago. They quite strongly defeated them 2-0. Moscow 5 are unstoppable right now. They are the team to beat in Europe. Can an upstart like this do it? Possibly not, but somebody is going to try, and eventually somebody is going to take these guys down, but for now, they are the scariest team in town.
Well, you said yourself, don't underestimate the underdog. Now, you've watched these two teams play. Without going into strategy, what do you think the odds are here?
Well, M5 has demonstrated that, like, if not the best, like one of the best teams of the world. They're like so regular, like that's so scary. You know, Diamond is gonna come to your jungle and stuff. Like, it's always a hard team to beat. And ELOHELL has somebody called Shushei, which he's like being underrated lately. Everybody talks shit about him. Sorry for the word. And he's actually a really good player, and everybody has to respect him as a player, you know, and as a person. Lately, he's playing some strange stuff that he's probably gonna pull out here. We will see. And that guy is just, you will see.
Well,
I have just one question for you. I think, Ocelot, you played against Shushei recently, and just tell us this. Don't tell us too much, but how did your lane go against him?
So lately, I was playing against most of the AP mids of Europe, and it was like so well, everything so well. Suddenly, I play against Shushei. He picked something that I was like, you know? And the guy owned me lane pretty hardly. He went roaming around the map. I don't know. We will see. It's completely. I don't know what's gonna happen. You know. I don't know.
Well, we talk a lot about in-game skill, but one of the most important things that's risen to the top for gamers is the need for star power. You certainly have that in the bag, and many players here do. As Riot highlights these teams and really tries to draw out the personality of these players, it's very hard for some gamers. So, you know, how important is it to you to cultivate your fan base and to have those people behind you that support you personally so passionately?
Well, it depends how you handle the pressure, you know, but normally it's like when you're playing and you like raise the head and you see all the crowd like this, you know, it's like crazy, you know, like, and most of them are cheering for you because you're like the Yemen team, you know, and stuff, like SK and Yemen, it's different stuff, you know, like, I'm like Shushei in Poland, you know, if you see everybody, how they were like cheering so much for him, you know, when you see that, it's just speechless. You cannot explain it with words, how you feel, you know, you want to play good for them, basically, and you want to bring the best for them.
Yeah, when I talked to Hotshot GG in Korea, he said that, you know, he can't walk down the street without people stopping him and saying, Hotshot GG. And he says that has been such a huge motivator in his recent play. So that's very exciting. As a caster in the position, do you look at players this way? Do you tend to focus on the star players? Are you bringing out everyone, or are you more worried about everyone's play?
Well, in the end, you want to tell the story of the game. You want to be honest and you want to be truthful to the audience and tell them what actually happened. But you always make calls when you cast the game. What story do I tell? Do I tell the story of, is this mid lane getting shut down? Is this guy going to carry his whole team? Is sOAZ going to bring out a Jace that nobody saw coming, or some people saw coming, and just carry FNATIC like that? You latch onto a good story, and people like Ocelot or people like Hotshot GG, they know how to build themselves up as a character, as a celebrity, really, which is a good thing, because they become stronger, and you can tell that, especially with this guy. You can tell when he plays offline, he is so much stronger. For everyone in Poland, there were people doing the wave, screaming Ocelot, and you could see how much this motivates him. And then, of course, as a caster, that's the story you want to focus on. You want to say, okay, let's look at Ocelot, or let's look at Hotshot, or let's look at Shushei, and let's see how does the energy from the audience actually affect this play. And you guys out here, if you cheer loud enough, you can affect these games. You can make these guys play even harder.
That's something to think about, everyone out there. Your voices are what's motivating these players, and these players need you to support them. You're all doing that by being here, and I can certainly hear you in every corner of this venue. But is there anything that you guys want these fans to know that's also important for them to do?
For them, just cheer as much as possible, you know? Cheer for the team you... Wait, can you take it? Cheer for... Sorry. Cheer for the team, like, you know, if you like one team, if you like ELOHELL, if you like, you know, M5, just cheer for them. Like, if there was no tomorrow, you know, make them feel like in home, and make them feel like, oh my God, you like, when you're playing inside there, seeing like all the crowd like going bonkers, you know, it's crazy, dude. Just keep doing it, okay? Just go crazy, dude. Every move, just yell like, you know, I was about to say a cursing word, you know, just yell too much, you know, just put so much emphasis on it, and the players will say thank you to you.
Thank you so much, Ocelot. Thank you so much, Dion. Guys, we're going to turn it back to you. Let's motivate these players and let's get this game going. Thank you so much.
That's beautiful. That's nice. What's that?
It's the beat. It's the beat. It's the beat.
The Season 2 European Regionals here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Joining me, of course, Mr. Jason Kaplan, and I'm Joe Miller, if you didn't already know. So we've had, as we said, a little bit of a delay coming into this one, but it looks like we are finally ready to get into those picks and bans for game number one. I'm excited to see this one. We heard a little bit from Ocelot there, from Xenon as well on the stage, and some very good points coming out from both of them about how this game could end up panning out. We see we are into the bans already. Alistair being banned out by Moscow 5. Vladimir taken away instantly there for ELOHELL.
Yeah, Vladimir seems to always be picked a lot. He just is a really safe top lane. He has that troll pool if you ever try to gank him. He can farm up, be really devastating late game with his ultimate, which increases everyone else's damage onto him. Yeah. And he's just really overall annoyed. And now we're seeing a Maokai ban coming out of M5 here.
Well, the Maokai actually was played by ELOHELL against Moscow 5 in the group stage at ECC Poland. So that's where they're going to be aiming that one. Oriana banned out. That's another pick that we saw at the European Challenger Circuit Poland. That was played by Alex Ich. Yep. And again, Oriana has become a real favorite these days. That ball, depending on how you set up your team, it's number one, incredibly strong on its own, but if you get it onto the right person, for example, a Malphite who's going to unstoppable force in there, it can be a real problem in the long run as well. So third ban going to come out here for Moscow 5, and that will be Nocturne. They don't want to be dealing with these long-range ganks from his ultimate.
Yeah, Nocturne just overall is really annoying. He's a really strong, aggressive jungler, and he just does, well, as Phreak would say, tons of damage. He really does. And like you're saying about Orianna, she is so deadly. You know, like you're saying, throw the ball in Malphite. Not to mention, if you play a Lulu, like if you have a support Lulu, you pull them all together, knock them right back up, and that's so much downtime they have that they cannot really, you know, get back in there to do anything. And we are seeing a Yorick pick here, and actually is already locked in, which, as we both know, is really annoying in that top lane.
Yeah, we all know that Moscow 5 and Darien, obviously in particular, is a very, very strong Yorick player. Final ban was Shen, which doesn't surprise me. The red team or the purple team, whatever, you know, they almost have to ban this Shen out. I'm surprised in a way that we've not seen a Malphite ban or a first lock in there, but you know, Moscow 5 are a team that are very comfortable with that Yorick in the lane. And the great thing about the Yorick is when you get to those team fights later on, if your AD carry is strong and fed, you have two of them.
That's true. And actually, we could even see a Yorick bot, like you're just saying, Yorick bot lane, and we are seeing a Nunu pick coming out of the ELOHELL. And I'm not 100% sure where that Nunu's going. I mean, Ezreal doesn't really benefit too much off of that attack speed. You know, he's more of a, well, depending on how you build him, like a Trinity Force, he'll be more bursty. But we are seeing that famous Sona to GoSu Pepper here. And, wow, and actually a Gragas lock in too. We know where that's going.
The Gragas being locked straight in there by Alex Hitchen. As you said, you know, Nunu, for me, could end up being the jungle. There is the Evelyn pick. That's what we've been expecting to see. We heard that there is possibly something up his sleeve. That is what Shushei played against Ocelot in the lane in that online match. So we were all talking about this Evelyn pick. Would it happen? And, well, Shushei not scared to show it here in game number 1.
Yeah, Ocelot was saying that he lost his lane pretty hard to him. Only thing is, late game, you know, you can't see her, so it's pretty much whenever your team's grouped up, it's like, hey, 5v4, let's just go in. And if she does pick someone up in the back, you know, it's already going to be too late. You already initiated, you have someone dead, and it's pretty much going to be a 5-on-4.
Well, the other picks coming out there were Nautilus, so it's going to be Nautilus in the jungle with that Nunu in the bottom lane to support the Ezreal. Obviously, Nautilus, I'd say one of the favorite champions in the jungle for players like Shushei. Obviously, he's got a great gap closer with that anchor, with the dredge line, so he could be very, very strong. And there is the Lee Sin, another champion from Moscow 5, which we know they are very, very strong with. We know how good Diamondprox is on this Lee Sin, and that's why a lot of teams will choose to ban out the Lee Sin against Diamondprox. But you know, there are still 14 seconds, maybe he changes in the last dying moments, but I really expect that this will be the final choice for Moscow 5. And obviously the Corki, which we've seen in the past, you know, Ezreal, a lot of these players leveling that W early on, and the Corki, he doesn't have to rely on his auto attack so much. He's got the spam ability with his abilities, so that's where this Corki comes in nicely against that Ezreal. And you know, GoSu Pepper on Sona, scary
It's pretty annoying combo, yeah. And I'm really surprised to see a Corki because we saw at ECC Poland, you know, we saw tons of Corkis versus Ezreals, and Corki had like an 80% win ratio against Ezreal, just because of how you're saying. He does not really affect by attack speed. You build that Trinity Force, get that nice bursty damage in, and you really don't even need to build attack speed until way later in the game, if any. You know, you kind of just build that Bloodthirster, that IE, that Trinity Force, maybe even a GA, just get tanky, which obviously M5 loves the GAs.
We totally missed this thing as well, that we just assumed Nunu supporting the bottom lane. Then they got to pick Leona to go in there with this Ezreal. So we are going to be playing my favorite champion at the moment, which is Nunu in the top lane.
That is extremely, it's hilarious, to be honest.
The thing is, I talked about this before. I've played this match quite a few times, obviously. But Yorick, the great thing about Yorick against Nunu, or Nunu rather as a counter pick to Yorick, is he throws the ghouls out there at you, obviously as a harass, and Nunu has the consume, his Q, which you can take the ghouls from that. So in a way, Yorick almost feeds health back to Nunu at the same time. So that's where they're going to be going with that pick. For me, a fantastic pick against Darien's Yorick. The question is, though, are Moscow 5 on their comfortable champions? Is that going to be too strong? Because we see that often, that some teams will get outpicked, but if they're on their strongest champions that they feel most comfortable with, that can still give you an edge. And we know, quite frankly, how good Moscow 5 are in every single position.
I mean, it's exactly right. You know, if you have Wicked who plays with Aurelia, who's really well known for his Aurelia, he can play against his like ideal counter and still do well, just because you know that champion in and out, and it's really hard to be pushed out of your lane or anything. And I really want to see what's going to happen in this top lane, because as you're saying with Nunu and Yorick, it's that if Yorick can get that little advantage, maybe get that tier a little early, he can afford to keep trying to harass Nunu out of the lane. That's the problem I believe you had when you played against him, not to mention, you know, someone taking all of your experience.
I mean, the fact is that I'm definitely not on Kikis' level, that's for sure. And obviously Kikis going back into this team, we've seen him in various other tournaments, World Cyber Games, where his MYM team there actually managed to pick up a bronze medal, finishing in the, silver medal, finishing in second. Should probably know that with the Olympics just happening, to be fair. But this ELOHELL team is full of the best Polish players. You know, you've got Shushei in there playing this Evelyn that they have been practicing a lot online. You've got Kikis, who obviously feels comfortable enough to bring a Nunu to the table in the top lane in the first game of this best of 3. And I read a few comments on Twitter and on Reddit and things like that. Big shout out to you guys, of course, as always. But this bracket is maybe too brutal. I totally disagree with that. I think that makes every single game in this tournament so cutthroat that it brings even more excitement to the table. You know, you can't mess up. Moscow 5 know that if they let ELOHELL win game number 1, they've got a real problem on their hands, because ELOHELL are, they're not a bad team. Okay, they might not have got the results and the credibility in terms of land victories and what have you to show like Moscow 5 do, but they're not going to underestimate them. And to be honest, Moscow 5 would be very foolish if they underestimated ELOHELL here.
Yeah, I mean, like we're saying, it is single elimination, but that kind of makes the circuit points that they've accumulated throughout the season really worth something. You know, if you have double elimination, it's kind of like, hey, you get knocked out, you can still come back and win, kind of thing. And I really want to kind of talk about the team kind of fights we're going to see out of ELOHELL, and it's really, really cool because you have a Nunu ultimate to kind of slow them, hold them in. You have Evelyn's ultimate, which as well as an AoE. You have Leona to stun him. You have Nautilus to knock him up right after to really allow Nunu to finish his channel, and then the Ezreal's ultimate to really put out a lot of pressure. They really have a strong team presence if they can really fight on their terms.
The one thing that I find a little bit worrying though from Moscow 5, Diamondprox, who feels like he's never missed a Q in his life with these Lee Sins. He's absolutely ridiculous. And with Lee Sin, you get in the right position, you kick them back. The same goes for Gragas' barrel. In fact, with a kick and a barrel, you can be almost on the enemy nexus by the time you're really finished. So, we're going to get into the game now. Let's throw it back to the stage for one more time.
Like you said, guys, some interesting choices here. Let's see how it all plays out in ELOHELL versus Moscow 5.
Moscow 5 versus ELOHELL, first game of this best of 3 in the first round of the playoff bracket here at the Season 2 European Regionals. The question that we all want to know is, will we see any early action from either of these two teams? We know that both teams are very, very aggressive and have been aggressive in the past, so there is a possibility to see these level 1 fights. Obviously in the last game, FNATIC versus CURSE, we saw a very early fight in that one as well, which definitely can change how things go in the grand scheme of things. Currently, we are seeing Alex Itch here, sat in the corner brush. Veggie on Nautilus over on the other side is just going to be walking around. So let's first give you a quick rundown of these two teams and what we've got in this one. For Moscow 5, we have Alex Itch on Gragas, GoSu Pepper on Sona, Genja on Corki, Darien on Yorick, and Diamondprox on Lee Sin. And for ELOHELL, Veggie on Nautilus, Grom on Leona, Shushei on Evelyn, Vander on Ezreal, and Kikis on Nunu.
Yeah, like you were saying, we were maybe hoping for some level 1 action, but it's a best of 3. What's the point in trying to play really aggressive and maybe throw in your entire early game just out the window just because of that fight? There's no reason to do that. You just play a little passive, just see how the team's playing, and then if you do lose, you have the chance to go all out and use any kind of strat that we want to see. And we do see a little bit of bait here coming out of Grom, but I don't really think he's going to be able to do too much. Just warding, trying to keep Diamond in their eyes, make sure he doesn't try to do an early gank down at bottom at level 2, and just kind of make sure they're safe at bot lane.
That was really nicely done there from Diamond. He obviously knew that ward came down, it came right on top of his head, and he got the barrel from Gragas to help him start off those raids. Ezreal did try and get in for the steal, but that didn't quite work out. Now we can see that ELOHELL helping their jungler start off this blue buff, giving him a strong leash to make sure this Nautilus is as healthy as possible going through. He won't be using his smite here at the start either, which Diamondprox has already used on the red buff.
Yeah, very smart play. He's going to be able to take that red buff super early, or he maybe even go for actually a gank pretty early on. He doesn't have his dredge line yet, so actually he's going to try invading, even though he did see Lee Sin, I believe, go back towards that blue buff. I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish here. Maybe scare Alex Itch a little bit. And I don't think he's actually going to be able to do anything here. And Joe, where do you think all the action is actually going to go down? Because I really want to see this mid lane.
Well, I don't know. Alex has actually pushed up quite heavily here as he starts to move in there. Can they get the kill, though? No, Alex going to move himself away. But the one thing that's important about that little bit of an exchange there, okay, not too much damage put down at this early stage. However, the flash from Gragas was used, which means the next time Nautilus comes around, he knows that Gragas isn't going to have this flash available, and that will make the gank that much easier for him.
Yeah, and look at Diamond being very smart, seeing that Nautilus actually did just gank middle and head back down into the jungle. He's trying to try taking this red buff here, actually starting out at race, really putting Nautilus behind, which he cannot afford to. He really needs to get that level 6 just to make his ganks even more deadly.
As we look down on this bottom lane, we can see that Nautilus has already started to work his way in. The question is, will he really be offered anything? And then we can see Shushei may fall under pressure and actually will back away through the safe side there, down into the bottom brush, and stay safe from any possible Lee Sin gank on that bottom side. Bottom lane, of course, Sona Corki versus Ezreal Leona. And they know that they have to be real careful about this Leona stun in the early stages of the game. And the pressure is already there. As Nautilus just saunters on through the middle, no real chance for him to be getting anything. Diamondprox now is double buffed, as we see Leona actually going in fairly aggressive there onto Genja in that bottom lane. That was could have been a little bit dangerous, but you know, she's got that stun available. There was Ignite even up in the top lane onto Kikis at this early stage. We can see that he's got 2 points in his E, 2 in the Q. Doesn't really need that blood boil is what I'm trying to get out at this stage of the matchup. But as Diamond comes in again, another Q landing, and that will force this Nunu to back away, maybe even consume on the golems there to get himself back to a healthy state. But he's very, very low, and they could end up diving here. They've seen Nautilus coming in, and that should be enough to actually scare them away from this top lane. That Nautilus showing his power there. They don't want to get dragged in back towards that turret after starting to take the hits, and Diamondprox will back off. There is Ignite as well in the middle onto Shushei, who is out of mana, around about a third of his HP remaining. The question is, can Alex really get in there and finish off a kill like this? Obviously he doesn't have his Ignite to finish off a kill. Also needs to be real careful because of that early flash that was burnt from the gank.
Yeah, not to mention though, he does have his body slam, so if the gank does come in, he can easily dodge that. It's just the dredge line. If you can, dodge that, you'd be pretty good. As he actually is going on Shushei here, and he actually might pick up the kill as he does get ignited. Shushei chasing him away, and it looks like Alex is not trying to actually commit, doesn't want to give up that first blood and really fall behind against Evelyn, which, you honestly don't see much, so it could really snowball in her favor.
Now we see Veggie actually coming around from that corner brush. Obviously wants to get in there, as we see down at bottom as well. Leona shield just exploded. Did take a couple of hits, but nothing that they'll be too worried about. There's a pink ward as well inside of the brush. So early map control from ELOHELL. And this is, the polls were some of the first teams that we saw utilizing more pink wards than normal when we were at that World Cyber Games at the end of 2011. Here comes though Nautilus down into this bottom lane. Corki is still very, very healthy. They want to try and get in by the looks of things onto GoSu Pepper, but Genja has gone low. There is the Valkyrie away, but they are going to get in on towards GoSu Pepper. Could this be first blood? There comes the Lee Sin, the Q's collection, and there is the first blood from Lee Sin. They will take down Leona. A great counter gank. Veggie could fall as well. Can they finish it off? There was a flash from Genja, and the final hit from Diamondprox. 2-0 for Moscow 5. And we talked about how good Diamond is on this Lee Sin, and if you give him 2 kills early on in the game, that's just going to make it so much harder for ELOHELL.
Not to mention he's actually coming back for second tier. As we see a fight going down the middle, they're both just duking it out.
Oh, this could be a third one if Diamond can get around, and actually the minions just nicely blocking him out there, and Ezreal will escape with basically 0 health from that situation. So 2-0 it remains. If you look at the gold already, that is a big, big lead for Moscow 5 after just 6 minutes of this game. Alex Itch has started to force Shushei away, and he knows that he can't really compete with that burst that Gragas can put down from a body slam and the barrel combo. So he needs to be very careful as we do see Gragas now moving up towards his top lane. Nunu is low on the tower. Shushei does, Alex does have his ultimate up as well, and he is going to throw the barrel in. Great flash from Kikis, but here comes the flash flash around as well from Veggie. Can they kill Alex now? The problem is that obviously that Nunu is too low to be even thinking about getting involved in the fight. But that flash, absolutely fantastic. Here's Shushei now on the Evelyn as well. Body slam away, but the flash from Shushei. Alex will flash away as well, but with his hate spike running, plus a W from Shushei, surely he'll be able to pick up a kill. No, he goes back as Diamondprox comes around, and once again, saving his middle lane. The question is, will Shushei activate his passive here before any problems happen? Yes, he will. A fantastic action-packed game so far.
That was amazing at Veggie, saving Kikis' life completely right there, coming in to deter Diamond from doing anything. And Shushei, did you notice what he did? He actually waited for the flash, actually flashed in, waited for the flash, and then popped his speed boost to actually keep up with him, and he actually almost took him out, which is, it's kind of hilarious to see. I really want to see how it kind of pans out, and I'm kind of sad to see no kills going down yet, as both of them were just butting heads so hard. And now we see York actually returning back to lane. He does have that tier, so he's just going to be able to actually harass as much as possible. He's already been doing that a lot to Kikis, keeping him really low. I'm really curious to see if Kikis can kind of stick around, as his CS is pretty good. He does have a Philo Stone, so going for that GP10. He does pop that ultimate down on a Darien, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to survive this, as he is just running away. He does have that flash up if he does need it, and he pops it. So now that flash down, and I would love to see a Nautilus gank coming up, maybe around from that tri-bush to actually go for a turret dive. But they will be feeding Evelyn blue here. And Shushei with the blue buff on Evelyn, that's going to be really, really awesome to see.
It's going to be scary times for Alex in this middle lane, but that little fight that we just saw at the top, oh, blue buff actually resetting itself. That's not quite what ELOHELL were hoping for from that. Alex just going off to the raids, but that's the danger of this Nuno at the top. If you're close to him as a Yorick and he pops his ultimate, you're going to really struggle to get out of it if you don't have a flash. And we saw the amount of damage that's already been done with an almost full channel there from that Nuno ultimate, plus then the E coming out as well. That is really, really dangerous for a Yorick in this top lane. I feel that he needs probably a couple more ganks on this top to get that first kill, but we see some action going down here at the bottom, and we are going to see the ultimate coming out from GoSu. Pepper, Leona dropping low, actually used a flash away to get into a safe position, but we are changing down onto GoSu Pepper. There is the kill from Shushei, and that's really what ELOHELL needed now, a kill onto Shushei. There's a dragon taken as well. Ultimate came out from Leona just to stop this Gragas coming in, but he still may have the chance, and we've got action in both ends of this bottom lane. Luckily for Shushei, he's actually stealthed up here, I think, but they may cut him off. There's the ward, he's coming close enough, will be spotted. Shushei goes down, and Diamondprox is now on a killing spree. 3 for 0. Wriggle's Lantern already built up by him. And I tell you what, the great thing is, he feels like he's been in these lanes constantly, yet he is far, far ahead of this Nautilus on CS as well. So fantastic performance from Diamondprox already on Lee Sin, as probably everyone predicted as soon as they saw that pick.
And look at top, actually. Kikis, he's kind of really being pushed out of lane. He's getting harassed quite a bit, and you do have experience on this. It's kind of really annoying when you do start to fall behind. He does have that GP10 to keep up in gold, but he's just not able to really farm as much, because even though it does show he has more CS than Yorick, it is also from his ghouls, which really do feed in that CS counter, giving him no gold. And as we do see Alex actually coming up here for a gank, I don't think Nautilus actually did catch him here. And Alex, with his barrel up in 10 seconds, might be able to actually pick up this kill, as he does see him crossing by. However, Nautilus coming from behind does get that nice stun onto him, as Lee Sin coming in, Veggie getting extremely low with that Ignite on top of him. And that red buff and Ignite will pick up the kill, but now Kikis with that ultimate from Nunu might be able to... Wow.
And that is the perfect thing. Exactly what you need against a Nunu ultimate. You need an interrupt, and that's what Gragas has just thrown straight in there. Obviously the channel not quite long enough to get the damage out that they wanted for that kill in the top lane, and Moscow 5 already 4,000 gold in the lead here against ELOHELL. The kills, if we look down the scoreboard, 2 for 0 on the Gragas, 3-0-1 on the Lee Sin as well, and that's just going to help them snowball in this game completely. Over on the other side, if we compare the CS here, 82 for Gragas to the 47 of Evelyn. So you can see that Alex is doing a great job as per usual. I don't really remember many games where you see our scores are brilliant, but down on the bottom we're going to see some action coming in as well. The stun from Leona. There's one back note from GoSu. Pepper and Ezreal now in a lot of trouble. Can he get into the brush before anything further happens? He is going to come out. There is a kill from Genja. Can they double? GoSu Pepper is healthy enough to tank the turret here. Lee Sin going to come around the side. Diamond will actually get the kill in the end as well, and Moscow 5 are looking absolutely on fire in this one. Here is a bit of a meet-up by the race between Shushei and Alexic. Ultimate does come down from Shushei, but he's not quite got the mana here. Nice dodge of the Gragas ultimate with that W pop. There's a flash over, body slam comes in, and another kill for Gragas. This time onto Shushei, and it is falling away. I'm not even going to say slowly, it's just surely.
Yeah, the CS is really starting to take its toll. As you're saying, Alexic pretty much double Shushei's CS right now. And as you were saying earlier, when we saw that fight down at bottom, GoSu Pepper really never does miss an ultimate on his Sona, which is quite awesome to see. And look again at top. I mean, Kikis still under half life, just from his harass out of Yorick, who's just doing so well at top. I really don't know what ELOHELL can do to get back in this game. I mean, Evelyn can start to get snowballing with that DFG when she finishes that. She'll be able to burst down people extremely quickly, especially with their ultimate. But in terms of CS, they're just overall really far behind.
Yeah, it's fantastic play as well onto this Nuno up at the top. Constant harassment. And that's why I say you can use those goals, obviously, to heal yourself back up. But at the end of the day, especially now that he's got that tier in there, it's just spam, spam, spam constant. And you can't consume fast enough to really deal with that. Here's Diamond trying to pin down Shushei. We are going to see Nautilus come back around from the top side. And that should scare Diamond away. Should scare Diamond away. I'm not sure if it actually will in the end of things, though. Finally, he does decide to back off. Ezreal ultimate coming out just for that extra bit of farm before he goes back home to finish his next item. Currently, double Doran's Blade, plus the Berserker Greaves and a Vamp Scepter. But as you say, Kikis is really teetering on the edge in terms of health here. He's constantly under pressure. And Moscow 5, after giving that blue buff over onto Alexic's Gragas, are surely going to go in and dive this top lane. I can't see any way that this Nunu's going to escape unless he runs really quickly right now. He's put the blood boil on. Alexic is actually waiting. There is the body slam, flash coming back. There's the ulti barrel though, and that's one thing you're not getting away from. And I'm not sure if he quite expected that barrel directly after the body slam. That's why he flashed. But Alexic using his brain skills there to really wait that out. He waited for that flash after the body slam and then went in. Here's Evelyn down at the bottom. Actually, there was the first missed ultimate from GoSu Pepper, and now they are going to push in. Dredge line will land onto Genja. Leona going to come in as well, but these are the kind of abilities that against the Fed bottom lane you don't necessarily want to use. You bring yourself closer to trouble, and you see them leaving now with hardly any HP. Here comes Alexic around the side. Nautilus is still quite healthy, and where are they going to focus their attention? There is Evelyn. They need to switch targets onto Evelyn as quickly as possible. There's a barrel. He just about survives. Darien's taken the top turret as well in the process, but Alexic is still continuing to pressure Veggie here in the bottom lane. GoSu Pepper will have no problem with stealing that kill away from Alex. Alex is already 4-0, he doesn't even need it anyway. And that will be another one for Moscow 5. 10-1. And look at this, Diamondprox wanting to get straight in there will actually kick Kikis straight through the wall. It's like, you're not going to stop me taking this middle time. I'm going to use my ultimate right now. Kick you straight through the wall. Thank you very much.
And not to mention, we're starting to finally see some core items coming out of M5 right now. We've seen Abyssal Scepter coming on Gragas. We even see that Manamune on Yorick, which, before with just the tier, with not the attack damage from that, he was pushing Kikis out of lane. But with that, it's going to be even more insane. He did get that top tower in the meantime, so we will start seeing him starting to roam around a little bit. And we did see Diamond actually picking up the first dragon alone, since he does have that Wriggles. And it looks like they're going for the second dragon of the game right here.
Yeah, dragon obviously on that 15 minutes 24 will be picked up by the smite of Diamondprox as we see ELOHELL starting to charge their way. Can they get in? There's the dredge line actually landing. Gragas Barrel will do a bit of damage across the team, but the question is now, where does the initiation come from? Who do you focus on this Moscow 5 team? And ELOHELL decided not got the positioning, not really got the vision of that high ground to know if Cork is there spamming constantly away onto us, and they decide to back away and not fight for that one. But if we look down how we stand in terms of the gold right now, 10,000 is the difference at 16 minutes. And we talked about this stat in some in previous games before, that statistically, if you are 10% ahead in gold by the 12-minute mark, 90% of the time you win the game.
Yeah, you love that statistic. And
I like that statistic, but what's the statistic when you're 10k ahead after 16 minutes?
Well, the thing is, ELOHELL has been trying to start grouping up and fighting, but the thing is they can't really win these team fights. They cannot keep up the damage that M5 is putting out. Alex Itch, who, as you're saying, is 4-0, can just destroy the health pool of everyone on ELOHELL, but he actually might be meeting up with Shushei here. And I don't believe Shushei can really do anything about it, as he just gets demolished by Alex, having to flash over that wall into his own red buff and pop his W to escape. And Alex doing an amazing job. He's been around the map everywhere, multiple times, really helping out his team, really stacking up on those kills. And not to mention, he's still doing pretty well in CS. You know, he can afford to leave like that because he knows he is ahead of Shushei right now.
Yeah, and he knows he's not going to die. I mean, you see him in that position, his flash okay now, but you've got the body slam that can get him away. Decides even not to bother chasing. Actually, he's going to roll a barrel over onto Leona. Will take the full damage. Here comes Diamondprox. This is a dive from Moscow 5. Actually, Diamond is going to knock Grom away, but there is the barrel at full range from Alex Ich. At 11-1 to the reigning Intel Extreme Masters World Champions. They are just looking so ridiculously strong right now. Now, we talked about if an upset was going to come from ELOHELL, surely it had to come starting with game number 1, but they don't look like they can touch them at this point. Here we go though, maybe a big fight coming down as the ultimate from Sona will actually change the tide of it completely, and Moscow 5 just turn around. They could end up double killing here. There's the ultimate from Ezreal. Will that be enough to force them back? No, not with Gragas coming in. Oh, there was the ulti barrel, wrong position. However, the body slam will bring him over. Flash away from Ezreal, and he actually flashed used the heat to come back in there, but Moscow 5 got that one on lockdown anyway. Alex Ich not going to fall for that one, and that is 13-1. This is not a pretty sight if you're an ELOHELL fan.
Yeah, that Ezreal play was actually pretty good. I mean, he saw his own jungler coming up to help him out. Unfortunately, just didn't have that health to really survive Alex. And I mean, Alex is just on a rampage. We see Shushei still does not have his DFG completed. We're finally seeing this bottom tower go down. M5 is obviously going to start grouping up and really start forcing things. And to be honest, I really don't think ELOHELL can really compete against that. I mean, you have that Dragon Scroll to separate him. Not to mention you have the the Sona ult to really force them to be stunned. And then you still have the Yorick ult. I mean, we have yet to see Yorick and Corki in the same area. And with Genja and how fed he is, he has that Trinity Force. He will, him and his Ghost will be doing an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, this is not one of those games you would expect Moscow 5 to be slipping up on. Of course, we did see that epic comeback CLG versus Moscow 5 at DreamHack, but I don't think that we're going to see the same here. Actually, Darien is, oh wow, gets out of range of the Nunu ultimate just before it pops. I mean, that's something that you just can't let out. Okay, if he flashes out, that's something different, right? It's hard to time that. But if he's just walking out of it, you should probably hit it when you're sure that he's still going to be inside, especially when you've channeled it for so long. It's still going to do massive amounts of damage. But still, 13-1, Moscow 5 not missing a beat. Baron has been up for 4.5 minutes, and it looks like it's only going to last those 4.5 minutes because Moscow 5 are already on it. Pink ward down for Vision. There's not even been an Oracle as far as I can recall on this Moscow 5 team up till now. And we are seeing, as you can see on your screen, ELOHELL have no vision of that Baron. They have no idea, and even if they did, they probably couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, Baron is now down to 930. There's the ultimate from Ezreal, which actually took it fairly low, but the smite coming out at the end from Diamondprox will secure that Baron for Moscow 5. And this is one of those real, you know, job done kind of games. You get into it, you start off with a lead, the mid game's a lead for you. You probably don't even make it into the end game because you're that strong. And here we go, push going in. Diamond will jump into the middle of the fight as well. Veggie is actually maybe not going to even get the chance to get his ultimate off in that one, as Moscow 5 is just going to absolutely destroy them. And there are the flashes, the Valkyrie from Corki. Can they get the Q off here? Barrel comes in, there's a triple kill for Corki, and the Q as well from Lee Sin. 17-1. And that is 4 of 5 taken down, and that will be the first inner turret of this game. They now have no inner turret to defend from here. The inhibitor turret is going to go down, and we've only just hit this 20-minute mark. You can see Nunu there strolling around in the back. There's absolutely nothing he can do.
Yeah, and during that fight, we completely saw how far N5 is ahead right now. We didn't even mention Alex has a DFG now. And not to mention his burst before was almost killing people. With that DFG, that's just going to top it off even more, which he, I believe, did use on Nunu and forced him out of the fight immediately. Had to flash his Diamond going in onto Veggie here. Veggie dropped a really low drop into Darien. The Ezreal ultimate coming through, not doing too much damage, though. And I really want to say M5 is just going to push for the win right now, knowing that they cannot, like, lose a fight.
Yeah, they can fight under these turrets at this point as well. I mean, Diamond is tanking the left-hand Nexus turret. Actually, that wasn't Diamond, it was someone else in the team, but either way, it switched to the minions now. We are going to see the second Nexus turret being taken down. Corki having no problems with that one. The question is, will they dive in onto ELOHELL and go for this one final fight right on top of the Nexus? They want to get rid of the minions first of all before they do that. And you can see, here we go, push coming around from Alexic. Actually, Grom will come in as well. We did see Shushei manage to get back onto that fountain, but they're damaging the Nexus already. And Moscow 5 want to end this game right now. Veggie going very low. Diamond will pick up the kill there. Nexus is now on half HP. Shushei will fall down. Genja is dominating. And there is the ulti barrel to knock them away from the fountain. And the Nexus is falling slowly but surely. And Moscow 5 are going to pick up game number 1. 21 kills to 1. They lost 1 kill in that one. And Alex is saying, job done. Bring on game 2.
He looks like they're, actually all of F5 look like they're really calm right now. They had a 20,000 gold lead basically. Looking through actually the CS real quick, we see that Alex, who actually in one game we saw not too long ago, he had 600 CS. As a Gragas, I believe. He's just sitting there at 165. And
that game didn't last long enough for him to even get near 600 CS.
And we see Shushei with 92, so I mean, he was far ahead of him. He just said, hey, well, you know what? I'm going to just go run around, get some kills. No point trying to keep up in CS because I know we're going to end this game early.
So if we think about now game number 2, because that one is done and dusted, there's not even much to analyze from the 21-1 game.
Yeah.
It's like really not that much to talk about. It's a good start for Moscow 5. And it continues to get stronger and stronger. The traditional snowball effect that game. There was not really much that they could do. And we'll see. ELOHELL, you know, where do they go now with the bans? We talked about GoSu Pepper and how teams let him have that Sona. Maybe they feel that they don't need to prioritize the support player out when it comes to their bans. But for me, he's an early harasser. His hit, I think there was one ultimate, granted, that he missed at some point during that game, but still, he's a fantastic player on Sona. But Alex just showing once again that it doesn't really matter if he's playing Karthus, Ahri, Gragas, I don't know, name another 5 and you've probably got Alex's list of who he can dominate pretty much you know, anyone with from that one. You can see Shushei just signing the slip of paper after each game to sign off on the game result. But I mean, that is demotivating, number 1. If you lose in a close game, you still feel like you've taken something from it and you can build on that in the next game and maybe overturn the points that were wrong and, you know, turn it into something better. When you lose after 22 minutes here in a tournament like this, you get 1 kill, which was obviously the one on Shushei, on Evelyn. They must be speechless. I mean, you can see they look pretty speechless. I'm not sure that they know where to build from this, because Moscow 5 are one of those teams that if you ban out their main champs, they've got a second and a third and a fourth round just to keep going with. And we talked about how they were the favorite for this tournament. They're the reigning Intel Extreme Masters World Championships. They've only ever lost 1 tournament final out of every single one that they've been in, where they finished second. And right now, I don't think ELOHELL can stop them. I really don't.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And I think, as you're saying, you know, who can you really ban out? And the problem that entire game was Alex. His ability to roam around and put pressure in every lane just worked out really well for them. And it looks like we actually are getting into the next game here really soon. And I hope you guys stay tuned, because I'm excited to see. I mean, even though it was a stomp, it still was a pretty good game to see.
Yeah, it was a good exhibition, let's say, from Moscow 5. They didn't really miss a beat. ELOHELL, hopefully they've learned some things. This Evelyn didn't really cause any problems for Moscow 5 at all.
You know, I really want to say early on it did. I mean, we saw against Alex, it was doing really well. They're both, you know, getting pretty low. The problem is that he wasn't able to keep up in CS to really roam around and do the damage Alex was. He accumulated 4 kills before Shushei, I believe, even got 1.
And they have that kind of team setup as well that ELOHELL is. When you fall behind, you really fall behind, because your initiation, you know, the Nautilus pull in Leona, if you attack the bottom lane like we saw so many times, and they're so much stronger than you, basically you're just suiciding into them there. You can't really do enough damage and get away from the damage that Moscow 5 were putting out there. So that was a really bad setup for ELOHELL in terms of, you know, how the game could snowball against them.
Yeah, the thing in bot lane, like you were just saying, they fell behind, and that's the thing. If you run an aggressive bot lane and you fall behind, you can't engage. Every time we saw Leona engage, he would be dropped down to half health immediately. and then he would be just running away for his life the entire time. Even when Nautilus was there, they were still focusing down extremely easily. I mean, even that top lane we saw, York against Nunu, I mean, we didn't see much action top. We saw a couple of early skirmishes coming up there, but still, Kikis just fell behind in terms of keeping up with healing and with York's damage. York was able to just harass him out. He got that tier, and then had that mana immune as well to just really kill him if he really wanted to.
Yeah, and for me, Nautilus wasn't really that instrumental in really anything there. I mean, the top lane we saw, Nunu was getting harassed constantly during the game. Nautilus wasn't really there much, to be quite honest with you. He didn't spend too much time in his top lane to try and figure, you know, to try and help his teammate out. It was just generally, for me, 100% Moscow 5, and they just happened to be playing against ELOHELL rather than, you know, any other name that you could pull out of the bag. Because they looked that strong, they didn't do anything wrong. Well, so we're going to go onto the stage here. Rachel is once again up there for an interview. I can't quite see who, but over to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, guys. We have here the winner of the audience bet. Introduce yourself once again to everyone, please. Your name?
My name is Eugene. I'm from Germany, but I'm born in Russia.
And you chose M5. Why did you choose them?
M5 is the best team in the world. I love them. I like to see them play.
Well, you, sir, are going to win this shirt here. Are you actually a carry? Do you play a carry in the game?
Yes, I play solo mid.
Excellent. Here you are, sir, your shirt. Hopefully the guys of M5 might be kind enough to autograph that for you. Congratulations. Let's give him a round of applause for his excellent choice. Nice job. Thank you, sir. You can head out. And I actually want to bring out Frederick of ELOHELL. Frederick, come on out. Hello, sir. Now, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone out there?
Hi, I'm Frederick Veggie Kojo, and I play jungle for Team ELOHELL.
Excellent. Now, in that last game there, we saw some interesting choices from you guys as far as champions. Do you want to walk us through how that strategy was supposed to play out?
It was supposed to play out that Diamond would play just like he used to play lately, so that he would just farm his jungle. The plan was to take every Wraith camp from the enemy. Thing is, Diamond did exactly what I thought he would do before the game. He just ignored us and just went our red. So I exchanged their Wraith for my red, which wasn't really worth it. And apart from that, of course, he counter ganks every gank I do. So with Nautilus, that's kind of bad. So pretty much everything lost, other than maybe top was even. So it didn't turn out like we thought it would, but that's M5, and we've been playing for a month, and we have a substitute, so we haven't had that much time to train this tactic.
Were you guys feeling confident going to the next game? Are you going to rock this?
We're not feeling confident, but we'll still play the best we can, and I hope we'll give a better show than this time. We have another tactic where we might try. We'll see how it turns out now. Maybe that tactic was just bad, flawed. We'll see what happens now.
Well, I hope you guys can make it to a game 3. I'd love to see some more League of Legends today. I'll let you get back to the booth and get warmed up for the next round, and I'm going to hand it back to Jason, but I love you, Kaplan, and Joe Miller. Thanks.
So we're back then, and thank you very much, Rachel, for that lovely introduction. Jason was actually trying to drop his nickname like all the cool kids do, but apparently it's not quite working out where you intended.
Yeah, I guess not. Thanks, Rachel. I think she did say before that she was going to call me that at least once today, so I guess that was her one time. Hopefully no more.
Well, I'll make sure that I continue that trend here as well. So, game number 2 coming up, of course, a 1-0 lead for Moscow 5, a thoroughly enjoyable first map if you are a Moscow 5 fan, or more importantly a Moscow 5 player. I'm sure they had fun with that one. Not so much if you play for ELOHELL or are a fan. The thing is, as you know, they pointed out, as Veggie points out, they're a new team. They are not been together for a very, very long time, and they have a substitute for the reasons which you guys online probably already know, and I don't need to really talk about. So it was always going to be an uphill struggle. It's always a hard game for anyone. It doesn't matter who you are against Moscow 5. The question is, though, Jason, can they come back?
Honestly, it just depends on their mindset. If they can kind of go into this game thinking, all right, we lost game 1, whatever, let's just start a new slate and try again. And the thing is, last game they went for a really team-oriented fighting build, or kind of composition, but they didn't make it to that point in the game. So they weren't able to actually do these team fights and set it up the way they wanted to. They lost in that early game with Alex roaming around, and I'm hoping to see this new little strategy that they're actually talking about.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to find out if ELOHELL can come back in the game against Moscow 5. Guys, don't go anywhere. Welcome back then. We are going to be moving into game number 2. My name is Joe Miller, joining me is Jason, but I love you, Kaplan.
Thanks.
And we are going to be kicking off game 2. What are you expecting to see from the bans? Surely they've got to ban out Lee Sin.
Definitely, and they definitely need to ban out a mobile AP carry that we saw out of Alex. He was able to be in every lane, as we saw, gank constantly, and really just set everyone else behind. And maybe we'll see that. Maybe Alex will pull out a Cassin or something like that. Maybe an Oriana, which would be fun to see.
We've got 3 bans here. If we cast our mind back, we're actually into the bans and picks now, so we can have a look at exactly what they're going to go without speculating. Vladimir, Alistair, same 2 picks as last time. Lee Sin banned out by ELOHELL. Sad face for everyone out there watching, but so is life. Maokai banned out again by Moscow 5. Again, Veggie, probably his strongest jungler. They played it against them in ECC Poland. Shen banned out by ELOHELL as well, which is a strange one for me because Kikis is a very strong Shen player, and it's not usual that a blue team would really maybe utilize that Shen as a ban, and force the other team to ban it out first, maybe go for that top pick. However, he's up against Darien in that top lane, so maybe he knows that things could get even worse for him. Nocturne, the final ban for Moscow 5, and now we get into the real juicy part, which is of course the picks.
Yeah, I was actually talking to someone before today, and they were saying that Kikis might end up playing Jace top lane. So maybe trying to take care of that Shen, get him out of there, and maybe dominate whoever he's going to go up against. And Veggie taking his pick very slowly here. I'm not really sure where ELOHELL wants to start their picks. Maybe as a support, maybe, hey, throw out your jungler first.
Well, this
obviously
is
not
it.
that top lane.
This is it for ELOHELL. They're 1-0 behind. It's best of 3, single elimination. If they don't come up with the goods in this one, they're going back to Poland, not quite empty-handed, but at least they're not going to progress any further in this tournament, and no further than in Season 2 either. Plus missing out on those top 3 spots, which then gets you into Season 3 as well. So that's how much is on the line in this one. Moscow 5 looking comfortable, I think is the right description for how they're doing right now. And there is going to be the first pick in. It's going to be an Udyr.
And again, I mean, Udyr still is a very strong top lane. You don't really see him much anymore. He's typically in the jungle, but then again, you don't see him in the jungle anymore. People have started going for more of a, hey, let's go support kind of jungler, go Nautilus, go Alistair, go even a Mumu or Maokai, and just support your team, but your carries do their damage, and just kind of help out that way. But you know, I've actually seen Udyr, I believe a week ago, who actually did a lot of work. Like, he was constantly ganking, and it kind of caught teams off guard. I mean, if you bring something back from the old meta, it kind of catches people off guard sometimes, and they don't really know what to expect, and potentially can pull out a win for you.
Well, you know, he's versatile. That's definitely one thing about him. He's got the stun with the speed attached to it as well. You know, he's got the turtle stance to give him that bit of tankiness, which, you know, can make a difference when you go into those early level tower dives. The other hand, we've got Moscow 5's 2 first picks here, and they are like, well, why change something that's not broken? Locked in instantly with Gragas and the Yorick. Same stuff as last time.
Yeah, and now we're seeing a Graves Taric pick. I don't want to say that's actually what we're seeing, because every time I do that, they seem to switch at the last second. But obviously, Graves Taric, extremely strong top or bot lane, can put out an insane amount of burst with that armor strike from Taric, and with just the quick shot, the buckshot, sorry, out of Graves. And ooh, do you see what I'm seeing?
A Blitzcrank. I'd be very, very interested to see a Blitzcrank on GoSu Pepper. Obviously, we've talked about this, and other casters have done it at other events where I've seen that Blitzcrank. He's very reliant on landing those grabs in the early stages of the game. That's where he's, you know, really, really reliable. Obviously, later on, then when you get the ulti, you know, he is a very versatile support player. Right. But those grabs would have been really interesting to possibly see as we switch over to Nunu. There is the Shyvana, which, you know, Diamond, if you don't give him Lee Sin, he's going to say, all right, then I'll play Shyvana. A champion which he brought to the table in League of Legends. It wasn't anyone else, it was Diamond. Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge in Kiev, he picked that Shyvana, and Moscow 5 creamed everyone in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of started the whole fad. I mean, everyone thought when Shyvana came out, oh, she's not that great in the jungle, she can't lane, but he just brought her to the table and really showed everyone how to play her. And we're seeing a casting the Jax potentially. That is actually not a bad pick. I mean, the only thing is with casting against Gragas, if you ulti into him, you're kind of stuck there with his body slammer, and you're going to take a while to get away, and you have to waste a lot of mana rift walking back out. Actually, he does lock that in, and a Jax going top lane, either against this, actually, well, most likely against this Yorick.
Yeah, this is, again, as you said, Kassadin. Is he the right choice against Gragas? One thing that he has, obviously, is that great mobility. He can move away from the body stance, even from the ulti, if he's ready and at the right time and fast enough, obviously, to get away from that. Great once he gets to level 6 to not be ganked. He's just a massively mobile champion, and that can help with the ganks as well. We saw it from Gragas. He's got that body slam, which kind of gives him that ground covering ability, and Kassadin can do the same with his Rift Walk as well. On the other side, obviously, Nunu was picked up, which he didn't really touch on, but everyone knows by now what doing an Empire is. I suppose we can call it doing a Moscow 5 now, because that's what they really became famous for. You know, they came out of nowhere with this one, and then people were like, wow, they're going to be at Kiev, we should maybe look at this team. But that Nunu ultimate from inside bushes, by GoSu Pepper it was as well back then, can really catch things out. Jax was locked in by Kikis, one of his most played champions. There is the Jace, and it really wouldn't surprise me to see Darien lock that in. We know that Darien has been playing a lot of Jace recently.
I have to say though, that looks most likely is going to be a bot lane Jace, since we actually have a Yorick.
That's
for
really
top lane.
true, actually. We've already got Yorick. Joe Miller on form again.
You'll be here all day.
I'll be
Actually,
here all
all
day. I wonder if Nuno will be counter jungle in this time though. His own jungle, maybe not. But yeah, Jace in the bottom lane. Hey, good stuff. Maybe they'll mess things up and throw Corki or oh yeah, there's Corki. See?
Okay.
I got myself out of that one. Jace is not picked. Don't panic, everyone. That's how it's going to go down. So yeah, to give you another quick rundown then of these two teams, we're going to have Udyr, Graves, Taric, Kassadin, Jax for ELOHELL going up against Gragas, Yorick, Shyvana, Nunu, and Corki, not Jace, in the bottom lane. But this, you can see actually that GoSu Pepper, Ignite and Flash, as well as Corki's Ignite and Flash. That is a very, very aggressive bottom lane. On the other side, ELOHELL, obviously they've got that flash, the stun from Taric. They've got an exhaust in there as well, plus the Ignite on the Graves as well. So they've got a bit more versatility in that one. And as I go through all of that, Corki switches to a heal.
Actually, he's had heal the whole time, Joe.
It happens to me every time. I'm sure they're just listening to me and they're like, okay, said something about it, now switch. That's how it goes down.
I do have to say though, I love Shushei's pick. I mean, last game we saw his Evelyn couldn't keep up with how fast Alex could move from mid lane, top lane, bot lane. But now he's running that Kassadin who can obviously jump over walls just like Gragas can, and he's really going to try to keep up with that and maybe deny. Maybe we're going to see some counter ganking from the APs instead of just the junglers. And we're seeing a teleport on Yorick, so there actually is potential to be a bot lane Yorick.
Yeah, that teleport, we've seen different teams utilize it at different times. Obviously, Yorick is a great one to do it with, especially when he gets to that level 6, because if he comes down into the bottom lane, all of a sudden you're up against something very, very scary, which is that Yorick ultimate down on the AD carry, plus obviously Yorick and the support player in there as well. So you can be facing a very scary gank early on. One thing that concerns me from ELOHELL's point of view is that they said, after that last game we spoke to Veggie, he said, when we're a new team, number 1, we've got a substitute, number 2. He said we've not really practiced that strategy that we ran in the last game, which surprised me that they ran it anyway in the first place if they've not really had the time to nail down the finer details, because it was a very combo, teamwork related selection that they went for. This time around, I'd say a little bit more standard in there. You've obviously got decent crowd control. You've got the counter strike there from Jax, which can get the stun across. Same from the Taric, same from the Udyr. So they're going to be looking to pick off single targets here and get that Udyr in quickly to get the ganks down, probably with the Kassadin involved there as well. From Moscow 5's point of view, Shyvana, hands down, the second favorite champion, I'd say, in the jungle for Diamond. We saw him, as I said, bring Shyvana to prominence. Basically spent his entire time in the enemy's jungle throughout Kiev. Obviously teams started to learn to play, or at least they told us they did, but it turns out they actually didn't for a few more events after that in the long run. It's hard to counter. Diamond knows his routes, he knows exactly where the enemy jungle is going to be, and he denies a lot from these junglers, which of course Udyr is going to be for ELOHELL. And as you can see down there at the bottom, if we did manage to miss some of the action so far, obviously FNATIC versus CURSE, best of 3 did happen earlier on. If you're only just tuning in, I won't spoil it for you, but you can find all the VODs later on ESL.tv as well.
Yeah, perfect. And actually the thing is, I'm looking at M5, and they really don't have a really good synergy team. You have a Nuno ultimate, but then you have a Gragas ultimate to knock them away from that. I guess they're just really going for play what's comfortable, and let's just win full out. Not really go for those late game fights where we don't need to bring it to a late game, just win it early. And then ELOHELL, I mean, they have, like you were saying, such a team to really pick someone off. You have that counter strike for Jax to jump in. You have Udyr coming in with the stun. You have the burst coming out of Kassadin, which most likely we'll see even a DFG coming. And then you have the Graves burst, which can really destroy someone. But the thing is, once you do that, you have a Kassadin in melee range, you have an Udyr in melee range, and you have a Jax in melee range, which can easily be destroyed by Gragas.
So we're going to throw it over here in just a second onto the main stage, but Moscow 5, they've got a lot of disengage as well in their team. That is one thing for sure, that Shyvana Dragon can come in or out of a fight. Gragas Barrel obviously is can knock you wherever you place it. So there's definitely a very, very interesting game to be had right now. Let's switch it over to the stage. We're going to figure out what's exactly going on.
Let's find out if M5 is going to move on, or if ELOHELL can take us to a Game 3. Hey. M5 and Q, M5 and Q.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
So here we go then, ELOHELL versus Moscow 5, game number 2. And we are going to get into this one. ELOHELL, for me, are probably going to be playing a little bit more safe at the start of this one. They know they can't really afford to let Moscow 5 get off to that good start and really snowball like we saw in game number 1. 21-1 if my memory doesn't totally fail me. I know it was definitely only 1 kill for ELOHELL, and that's maybe the most important part of it. You can see the setup at the early stage for them is more of that line defense. They've got Jax and Udyr up at the top side. The bottom lane was watching onto the bottom side of the jungle. Kassadin just having a look around mid. And ironically, Moscow 5 going for a pretty similar setup there.
I'm kind of surprised to see a lack of invade, because ELOHELL has a decent team for it. You have a Taric stun, you have a Udyr stun as well to back it up. You have a silence coming out of Kassadin, and not to mention a counter strike coming out of Jax can really keep someone stalled.
And there's Diamond finishing off his race. First stop for him. Actually, Moscow 5 are going to be switching off this lane now, as Golem's going to be taken away by Genja.
I feel like I called that one, Joe.
Huh?
I feel like I called that one.
You probably did, but luckily for you, I can't actually hear you in my headphones, so that's always a good sign. But this blue buff is right now being done by Yorick, but it is going to get handed over. Let's have a look onto Shushei. I'm pretty sure he came in there for the pickup on that one.
And I'm loving the standard thing we're seeing where Yorick actually goes bot lane, but he takes the blue buff as well to really help with that early game. He's going to back out, pick up some more health pods, heal up, and then go into that lane. And the real goal of this little switch is just to push that lane down as fast as possible and deny the solo carry as much XP and farm as possible.
Well, we are seeing Shyvana coming down now onto Shushei in the middle, but the damage, quite frankly, is not going to be there at this level. I would say Alex couldn't really push in too far for that one. Shushei had used his Ignite already onto Gragas just to put down as much damage as he possibly can as a harassment at this stage. Now we are seeing at level 2, Moscow 5 getting ready for a gang on this top lane. Kikis on Jax is the one waiting there. Is Shyvana going to come in? This lane is being pushed fairly quickly. Will they realize that something's up with this one? GoSu Pepper will land his E. A little bit of extra damage to start things off. Shyvana is still waiting. That Phosphorus Bomb still giving vision there of Kikis as they start to move in, and they are going to be going down for Kikis. Here comes the stun on towards Genja and Diamond. He'll leap strike halfway away.
Perfect.
Manages to flash over the wall. They're on top of him, and now Udyr is here. GoSu Pepper is going to fall, and the first blood goes over to ELOHELL. A fantastic bit of micro play there by Kikis. I can't quite believe that he got out of that one. The leap strike to this right-hand position. Then he jumps himself over the wall with a flash. GoSu Pepper in typical hero fashion decides, I'm going to go and finish off this kill. And there is Udyr ready to bring the first blood over towards ELOHELL. And look at that counter jungling straight away. The Udyr going in, smiting out that big Wraith.
And check out this top lane. See, Kikis actually just jumped on Genja a little bit. And the thing about that last fight is that Diamond spent a lot of time in that top lane sitting in that tri-push, so he actually let his jungle stay up for a little bit. He actually fell behind in levels. And Kikis, I mean, what can I say? That was so perfectly well played. Veggie, perfect time to come up there. In mid lane, we see Shushei actually going head-to-head against Alex as he's ignited, and he just gets taken out by those auto attacks out of Asterix as he just walks by.
Yeah, that was a real close one. Obviously, These two players, top level, top experience, in fact, right now as well. They know exactly what's going to be happening at what time. That Shushei barrel was ready to come out, and now we can see that Veggie on this bottom lane is going to be ready to push in on towards the Yorick. There's the stun coming out from Graves. They're right on top of Darien as he gets exhausted as well. There is the buckshot, and the finisher is going to come out, and it happens to be handed over to Graves. The AD carry getting a nice little start on this bottom lane. So that will put ELOHELL back in the lead in kills. They've already got double the amount of kills in this game that they had in the last game, so I suppose we could say a very good start for them.
Yeah, we're seeing a much different ELOHELL, and I'm glad, to be honest. I mean, I would hate to see a team where you let that first game really ruin your motivation and your mood over the rest. And I guess they're just more comfortable playing this kind of composition. As Veggie was saying, it was kind of a new kind of thing they were doing game one, and I guess they just want to settle something where it's a little more comfortable and see what they can do in a game two, see if they can push into a game three.
Malunoo actually headed down.
Yeah, we're seeing actually a lane switch again. We're seeing Darien actually head to top lane since he did get killed at bottom. Kikis, who did pick up an assist, I believe, for that first blood, able to kind of go head-to-head against him. And I'm pretty sure Jack should be able to take Darien quite easily once he does go back and buy a little bit. He was denied quite a bit of CS just for the fact it was a 1v2 lane, but he should be able to keep up with Darien.
Let's have a look at this early CS now. Graves 36 to Corky's 41. Obviously they weren't in the same lane at the start, but shows you everything about that. And look at Udyr, there's an early Oracle there for ELOHELL. So they're going to be looking for complete map control at this early stage of the game, and being 2-1 up, first blood headed over onto ELOHELL as well. That will make things that little bit easier when it comes to the cash. He's got the Philo Stone as well already built up to help out with things, and he's going to pop that Oracle as we get into it, and he will start clearing out all the vision that Moscow 5 have built himself if he doesn't just walk completely in a circle around the first ward that he happened to get to. So they know his position now, they are, and they know that he's going to be moving up as the fallback pings coming down into this bottom lane as well. That's a lot of pings going down. Obviously someone a little bit alarmed with something in that bottom lane, but not quite so sure what it was. Probably the ward there. Oh, there is the Jax. If I can open my eyes long enough to see that he is inside of that bush. They must have seen that happen. There goes the ward out. And ELOHELL shouldn't be getting too far out.
Yeah, when you see
Moscow 5 seeing him. Yeah, GoSu Pepper is the one that really has to be careful now. He's really kind of on the border into range where they're going to step out and go for him. Here we go, Counter-Strike is running. Tariq stun goes down as well. GoSu Pepper will be jumped onto, and there is the kill for Vander. They pushed in, perfectly executed by ELOHELL, and they take a bit more of a lead. 3-1. It's 500 gold up to this point. You can see that Darien, while that's all been going on, has decided to push this top lane out completely. Will use his goals to slow the minion wave down as well. Now Veggie coming into this top lane, who is actually only a bit behind on experience compared to Darien, so he can safely defend this top lane. Won't have any major problems with that one.
Yeah, I gotta touch back on that Oracle though. I mean, even though he did miss that first ward in the bush, last game we saw so many wards coming out of N5, and we saw barely coming out of ELOHELL, so we don't really need to see one coming out of Diamond. He's kind of thinking, hey, I'm not going to waste the money on it. But now that he sees that Udyr does have one, he kind of has to pick one up as well, just to get that map control back. If the other team's going to deny your map vision, you have to do the same thing back at them to keep it kind of even.
And this middle lane now, of course, Rift Walk is up for Shushei. And that's going to be causing a few problems, I feel, for Alexic only in that middle lane. And there is Vander in the bottom, picking himself up. Another kill, and that will put Graves to 3-0, and this is the real danger now. In this bottom lane, Graves is starting to get so fed. His CS is actually a little bit behind up till this point. He'll catch that up in the near future, but the critical point is he's got plenty of gold now. He's going to go home and convert that cash into power for the game. He's got double Doran's Blade already, as we see Shushei again, Rift walking over the wall onto Alexic, who has got double Doran's Ring, so nice bit of a health boost from that one, along with the mana regen as well, that it will bring for Gragas in the middle lane. But you have to give the credit for ELOHELL after being dominated in match number 1, and here it is going to be a replay. GoSu Pepper will end up getting picked off there at the end. So we missed it the first time around, but you got to see it the second time, so all is good.
Yeah, that was actually really well played. I'm amazed at how well ELOHELL's doing. That Graves is so federated, 3-0, doing extremely well, and he's only going to get stronger throughout the rest of the game. And as he is, looks like they're heading up here to top lane right now, and kind of switch the lanes back up again. And Shushei doing, he's doing pretty well in CS. He is 0-1. He's at least keeping up with Alexic a little bit, but Alex does have that one Doran's Ring ahead of him. which might turn out to be completely in his favor, and actually might be a turning point because we saw how close that first fight was.
And here we go, gank coming in onto Alex in middle. There's the flash, and we talk about the disengage. The barrel comes out from him. That will knock the two ELOHELL players attacking him in middle completely out of range. And they decide, we don't need to go for any more from that one. Actually, Alex still has his flash available as well, so we'll see if he utilizes that later to try and get back in. Shushei's flash is up at the same time. Shivano is actually hanging around the wraith just to the top side of Alex Ich. Well, the question is, can you really lock down a Kassadin who's got both flash and his Rift Walk available? Probably not.
Especially with the Shivano who can't really stun, has no sort of way to hold him down. And one thing I have to check out though is it is 4-1 in favor of ELOHELL, but look at the gold. M5 is doing so well in farming that they're actually not losing that bad, to be honest. So I do see a little bit of action go down bot lane. Kikis just taking some of her ass, and he's just, just sitting there doing his job. Just soak up that experience, just hold your tower, let your top lane push out and get that tower, and then you kind of switch it back up where you go top lane, just solo farm, and get back in the game later.
Darien has just teleported himself back in onto this top lane, doesn't want to be missing any time up there. And we can see pickaxe picked up now by Graves, obviously riding to that double Doran's Blade, Vamp Scepter, and the Berserker Greaves. And he's still, despite being 3 kills down, behind Corki by a good 10 CS. Obviously the gold that he's got from the kills are going to really help him out on that front. But still, the farm is with Moscow 5. If we look at Gragas 75 to the 69 of Kassadin, got the advantage there of Moscow 5. Then we've got also the Yorick 75 to the 40 of Jack. So when you compare, these lanes, even though they are kind of switched around, but if you compare them to their opposite number, so to speak, it's looking very, very good for Moscow 5. As we actually see the move in there onto GoSu Pepper, who flashes away to stay safe. He's 0-3-0, so not worth as much money as ELOHELL would really want him to be right now. Well, they've done a good job of constantly camping him throughout this game.
Yeah, I got to touch back when you're talking about Jax and Yorick. And the thing is, what does a Yorick do in a team fight versus Jax? Jax needs that damage, needs that survivability to be able to do anything. But Yorick, you put your ult down on your AD carry and you pretty much did your job. He doesn't really need that farm, need those kills to really do his job. And it's really going to come down to these team fights. Kikis needs something. He needs some sort of damage. He really needs to start, taking his own double golems, doing anything he can to get some kills, even some assists, maybe even rolling around just to get back in the game. Because he's to be honest, he's really just shut out.
Diamond as well does now finally have the Oracle on him, so we'll be able to clear out some of that vision that Udi has been doing such a great job of clearing himself up until this point. Obviously, it was a very early Oracle from Udi in this one. But you just feel that Moscow 5, they're that kind of team that they're always in this game. As long as they don't go too far behind. I mean, it's 800 gold. Yeah, they're behind, but they set up for a nice dragon here and we're back level, It's not that big of a deal. And actually, we are seeing now Yorick coming down. Gragas will come in as well. Nunu coming from the side. Corki actually getting sealed off from this dragon area, but looks like Moscow 5 don't really care about that one too much, and they are going to start dragging off. We are seeing the burnout going. Graves is actually pushing the top lane, so ELOHELL may take down a turret here. This dragon is going to go very low, will be picked off, but as you can see, Graves saying, well, you take dragon, and we're going to try and push our advantage elsewhere, which happens to be in this top lane for Vander.
Yeah, actually, Joe, let's take a look at items a little bit, because we see Alex Ich actually building towards that Abyssal Scepter to help out against that Kassadin, who is building towards his DFG, so he's going to try to burst someone down. We see also a Ruby Crystal coming out of Corki here, obviously going for a Phage, building into that Triforce. And we still don't see a GP10 on Taric or Nunu right now. I mean, that's a lot of wards I think we're missing out on. However, with these double Oracles out, they can't really afford, they can't afford to, but without GP10, they can't really afford to ward.
Yeah, those wards going to be cleared too quickly, really, for them to keep up with that one. Here we see Kikis being pressured by Genja and GoSu Pepper, and actually both of them were fairly high in terms of health, but I think a little bit more scared that Udyr was around the corner, or that bottom lane was coming back towards the bottom, which it is doing now. And we may finally see a 2v2 lane in this bottom lane, which obviously goes back to what you would consider the normal meta, I suppose. Which has been changed somewhat.
And take a look at Jackson York, though. Look at the difference in farm. We're seeing a good 40 CS difference, which, not to mention if York does his job by ulting his AD carry, not to mention now he has all this farm to really do something with. He does have his tier, obviously build into a Manamune a little later, and does have that health crystal, maybe going into a Phage for Triforce, or maybe just going for another GP10. I guess we'll find out in a little bit.
Well, down at bottom, stun coming out from Grom there onto the Corki and just saying, well, you're not going to put too much damage out onto me. I just want to come back safe. I've put my ward in position. Leave me alone from this point on. And Udyr actually even came down as well there a little bit towards that tri-bush. Decided not to push further. And considering we've got 2 oracles on the map, we've actually got quite a lot of wards going down in the bottom side of the river. You can see blue-red is the pattern that they're following. So they've been keeping out of each other's way in terms of that warding. Vander actually pushing this bottom lane as well. Now the turret is not really that healthy, but he decides he doesn't really want to be pushing that too fast and will be quite content to have this farm. 132 to 144, so as we can see, Corki is still in the lead on that front.
Yeah, and ELOHELL's trying to be really aggressive. Looks like they're trying to group up, taking these outer turrets down and then start team fighting. However, I don't think they really have the gold advantage to do it. I don't think they can really take someone out. Maybe when Kaplan does get his DFG, if he ever does, I mean, he's kind of just holding on to that pick for that extra GP10. I'm not really sure they can win a fight right now because M5's coordination in team fights is really top notch. And as Veggie was saying, ELOHELL, new team, still need to work on some of those things. And I would have to say they really need that advantage in terms of items to really win a fight.
And there is Veggie working his way into this top lane. Darien is still hung fairly far forward as Jax decides to go in onto him. Early amounts of damage done, will take a turret hit, but here comes Veggie around the corner. Can Darien escape from this one? Actually, the damage that he's put down there onto Veggie is fairly extreme. Now Jax is going to have to flash away as well, and Darien is going to be chasing him down as Ghost form. Here comes Diamond around the side as well. There is the exhaust put down. Burnout is running. Jax will leap strike away, but Veggie is not escaping Diamond this time. Uses the dragon form to actually finish off the kill, which I think was maybe a bit extreme from Diamond, but didn't want to lose tabs of that Udyr in that kill, and that will bring us back to 5-2 and still only a 600 gold difference.
He did get a lot of style points though for that, I have to say.
It's always cooler if you kill mid-air.
Yeah, and we see Corki Genja sitting with 2,300 gold right now. I mean, he has a lot of money to really back with. We see Graves sitting there with his BF sword, obviously building towards that IE to do some more damage.
We've actually got Shushei under a little bit of pressure and surely going to finish things off. GoSu Pepper will actually take the kill away from that one, which I'm not sure that Alex is going to be particularly happy with, but he's left now with a kill and an assist. Problem for GoSu Pepper is that he died 3 times and you start to lose your worth there. With that kill, he's actually got himself a little bit healthier in terms of, you know, they're going to want to kill him more. Here we go, Jax jumping in onto Alexich as well in power use. Will he be able to finish off the kill though? Actually decides not to go for it. Body slam was up for Alexich and he will get himself back to the safety of that backside of his own jungle.
Yeah, and we're going to go into the replay of actually what we just saw. We see Shushei actually just trying to rip walk away. Alexich just kind of came back in the lane as they do ult him out and the ignite. And I believe that was GoSu Pepper's ignite that overrode it and I believe took the kill. Yeah, he actually did. Yeah. So GoSu taking that kill with that ignite. Honestly, he's got to feel good though. I mean, it's really got to put him back in the game with some more GP10s and not to mention some more wards.
Malunoo is already built up as well on this Yorick, who, as I said, he's not had the best times, Darien, in terms of picking up kills and what have you, but he's 110 CS compared to the 85. See, that leaves him overall 300 gold healthier than the Jax. Shushei is now back in middle, and he does have the support and AD carry with him there as well. 3 men from Moscow 5 trying to stop any push onto this middle turret, but here comes Veggie taking 2 pretty much unnecessary turret hits from that one. And Moscow 5, the great thing here is that they've got that barrel to come out from Alexich. They've got the E from GoSu Pepper, which, whilst not being totally scary at this point, is still damage that will come your way. And that will force ELOHELL to rethink their plan and not go in. And we are back again. Look at the gold. It's bang even.
Yeah, and especially with the 2 kill difference. But then again, we see ELOHELL does have 2 towers to 1, and I believe actually we're going to go to a replay just to show that Yorick, in the meantime, when that was happening, did take a tower. He was just pushing that top lane with a group of minions, took it down just to help out with his team and get some more gold flowing.
Darien here, constant farm, 126 to 95 CS. That is a pretty huge lead for Darien, and action actually going to kick off here first. Looks like it will be around that dragon area, which has spawned around about 10 seconds ago. ELOHELL, they're actually stood right on top of Wardy, which Veggie finally will spot. Meanwhile, at the top, you can see there on the minimap that Yorick is pushing, and that may just force ELOHELL to back away and deal with that threat before they think about Dragon, which is still sat there. Kikis is going to have a look, and they will start this Dragon off. Diamond is there as well, does have Smite available, but then again, so does Veggie. Moscow 5 now going to try and come back into this one, as we do see the push around Kassadin is going to be there as well, and it will be picked up by ELOHELL. There is the ultimate there from GoSu Pepper, and it was a full channel. That was a massive ultimate in terms of damage from him. Kikis is going to die. It's a double kill for Corki, who's going to Valkyrie over on towards Veggie. He will go into turtle stance, then into bear stance. Can he get away though from Genja? That's the question. With that turret up, he will be safe for now, and Moscow 5 will take a 3-for-1. GoSu Pepper dying again, but his ultimate was really, really big in that fight.
Yeah, not to mention Darien being very smart. He had that teleport available. He was able to push that top lane the entire time, which just made him able to put a lot of pressure as much as he could. As we do see here, ELOHELL trying to go for that dragon. Unfortunately, they just were not able to take this damage that was coming their way. Diamond kind of leading the attack here, as actually Kikis jumping in with the teleport coming in, York coming from behind onto Kassadin, and that full channel coming out of GoSu Pepper, as we were just talking about. We actually did see an ultimate coming down onto Alex Ich out of Darien as well, but he kind of survived and really didn't have to, you know, die. So good play by them. I mean, they were able to do that. They took Dragon, I believe. Is that correct?
One thing that, yeah, ELOHELL took Dragon. One thing that really surprised me from that is the fact that Graves, who was down 3-0 before the fight, was constantly hammering away on them. They didn't really look at him whatsoever. And obviously he picked up another kill from that and made himself down 4-for-0. Genja is going to get burst. Not quite enough there, though, for Kassadin to finish off the kill. Obviously he's built up that Cage's lucky pick early, which we will be expecting to go towards that death by a grasp. There's a blasting one, plus the catalyst as well. And look at this from ELOHELL. 21 minutes in, they're going to start off with Baron. GoSu Pepper going to be caught completely out of position, and that's another kill on the board for Graves. He's now 5-0. The question is, can Moscow 5 reply to this threat? The Baron is being already taken down. It's now below half HP, and it's going very, very quickly, as we will see Darien start to work his way in there. Shyvana is there as well, but can they get in for the steal? No, they can't. ELOHELL are going to pick it up. The Dragon out from Shyvana, and another kill for Vander on Graves, 6-for-0. He is climbing in terms of stats, and with this Baron on, ELOHELL are really going to be dangerous for these next few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing them push quite a few towers down, get that extra gold, because they are still leading right now, and they definitely do have enough items to do this. I mean, we see Kassadin doesn't even have his ROA yet, or his DFG, but he's still able to put out this much damage. We see Graves does have that IE, and definitely will be building towards that Phantom Dancer most likely right when he's able to back. And Udyr building that, I mean, kind of support jungler as we're seeing. He has that Aegis. He has, well, most likely going for Shurelya's as well to help out, and it's definitely going to work. They're playing so much better this game than they did last game, getting that Baron, getting that Dragon, as we did see earlier. They did lose that Oracle, however. We did see a kill go down between Yorick and to Udyr. Actually, we'll show you right here. He was able to dive him on that tower, especially with a group of minions. Udyr actually overstaying his welcome. Corki coming in from the side to help get him down. And that Oracle definitely does affect him with that map control. However, as we just saw, they were able to take Baron and get back in this game.
And that Baron gone, ELOHELL. If we go back to live, we can take a look at the gold and how it sits right now. And that will be 33 to 31.4, so a solid 2,000 gold lead for ELOHELL. You know, that Baron was more of an opportune Baron, to be quite honest with you. They got in there, picked that one up. Will they be able to do as much damage as maybe if they were a bit more leveled than later on? I'm not quite so sure, but here we can actually see Genja is going to maybe get caught out by Shushei. He's going to stand and fight with him, which he's not going to win that one. I mean, his damage is fairly decent, but in the end, Shushei just stronger than him in that 1-versus-1 fight. Look at the gold here as well between these two teams, between those two AP carries. Actually, forget that. We've got Yorick versus Graves in this bottom lane, and Graves has put out the ultimate. There is the quick draw finisher from Vander. I'm not sure why that Yorick thinks he can take on a 7-0 Graves with Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer at this point, but it's feeling like it's slipping from Moscow 5, and ELOHELL, they may just come back in this game and force us through into a third and final.
Still can't count M5 out though. I mean, once they have their core items, we're seeing Alex Ich almost has his DFG on. Actually, as we were saying that, his DFG does get finished, and he's obviously going to be trying bursting someone down. Graves kind of needs to build maybe like a GA, maybe go a little M5 style, just to get that extra survivability, because he doesn't want to be bursting down since he, like you're saying, 7-0 is the main source of damage that is coming out of ELOHELL.
Yeah, and he's finally overtaken Corki in CS as well. That was lasted quite a long time. Veggie is going to be taking a big chunk of damage away from this turret as well, and we see Diamond have to drag him back over towards the base to stay safe from that two-man gank. But here come the rest of ELOHELL. The minions have been pushed out as well. Shushei actually waiting on the corner to make that jump over the top. There is the ultimate coming out from Alexic. It's not going to result in too big of a fight though. And as I say that, Kikis will actually jump in with Counter-Strike running. They've knocked him away. Decent damage, but Moscow 5 just can't keep up. His Graves on the turret. He can't really afford to be dying at this point. And especially to someone like Corky, who will say thank you very much for that reward. But Moscow 5 play it, well, I was going to say safe, but in the end, they go back around. ELOHELL playing their aggressive style. There was the body slam moving over, and then back from Alexic, and they just can't really afford to fight, especially with that Baron buff running.
Not to mention that during that last little skirmish, Shushei playing so well, he actually silenced Alexic before he could barrel the rest of ELOHELL into their own turret. So he actually prevented their team from being just demolished. As we do see them taking out this top tower, and they have 6 towers to N5's 3. ELOHELL is doing a great job right now, roaming around his 5. I really want to see that. I want to see game 3. I really do, Joe.
Well, that's what we hope for here. But the kills really are concentrated.
Yeah,
from 11 kills, they're all on Graves, which means if they take these Graves out of the fight, do they have enough damage? I mean, with that Deathfire Grasp on there as well, that means that you can burst someone down really quick as this Gragas. With the Body Slam ulti DFG combo, Graves is pretty much dead from that one. So the question is, can they protect Graves well enough in these team fights in the near future, which I'm sure Moscow 5 don't want to be taking directly. They'll probably be thinking more about that next Baron time, to be honest with you, as Dragon will respawn, and they are going to try and pick this one up. And I don't really see ELOHELL coming back to stop this Dragon going down. No, it won't. It will be finished off, and that will bring us back to a 4,000 gold difference. Exactly 4,000 gold as well. ELOHELL now with that extra cash that they've got, we've now got a Trinity Force on the Jax, although now Kikis not particularly fed up. He's caught up nicely on the CS now, back to 30. There is the Sheen being picked up by Yorick, but I feel this Jax is only getting stronger at this point, the longer that we go into this game, especially now that Trinity Force is finished, as the Shirelli has now been bought on Taric as well. Does have those boots of mobility, so can move quickly around to get that stun off onto the man that they want to be picking out, which could well be Gragas at this point. Obviously Corky a prime target as well at this stage of the game, but next Baron coming up at 32-20. That's the time that we should probably be looking at in terms of the next fight from Moscow 5.
Yeah, in the meantime, we saw Graves actually picked up a last Whisper, and to be honest, Joe, I'm not really sure that's a good item.
38, sorry, I looked at Dragon.
I'm not really enjoying that item. I mean, as we were talking about in the term we coined earlier, burstable, he's very burstable. He needs kind of a GA to survive, and that last Whisper, I mean, look at M5. They don't even have that much armor yet. They have an Aegis, to help out with some armor. Corky's the only one with the GA right now who can really have the last Whisper used against him. But, I mean, that's it. Why not build a little more tanky? Maybe even get like a Bloodthirster first, just to have that extra survivability.
Well, if he's protected well enough, that's something that will, dominate a fight. If that Graves can have the time to hammer away from the backside with that combo of Phantom Dance, the Last Whisper, and Infinity Edge. They've got the stuns in their team as well of ELOHELL to really get rid of that. And now Moscow 5 know, this Baron is going to be coming up here fairly shortly. Only around 30 seconds from now, so they need to get that vision down. Shyvana's just gone topside and actually got a ward down there, and she needs to get the hell away from that one before being spotted by ELOHELL. They are now waiting here inside of the brush. Pings going down from ELOHELL, and I'm pretty sure as soon as this Graves backs off, Moscow 5 will probably follow them out. Actually, they're not even really bothering. They're hanging back on the base, moving towards that middle lane. And what are Moscow 5 up to at this point?
They can't really afford to face check a bush and end up dying, because then there goes your Baron, and there goes most likely an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. So they're kind of playing really safe here. I mean, maybe we'll see them catch off guard.
Oh, Corky is not there either. This is bad news for Moscow 5. Finally, we are going to see the ultimate come down. Is it going to be enough, though? There's the ultimate back. Grom will be focused down first. Is Graves still alive? Graves is still alive and full HP, but they are going to dive straight on top of him. There's the body slam. There is the dead Graves, and they could well finish off Cassidy, although I don't think they really need to at this point. They come back away. A 4-for-1 fight. They've lost Darien. There is Alexic once again. Rift walk away from Shushei, just toying with them right now, trying to delay this Baron as much as he possibly can. And that last fight, it looked like it could have gone well for ELOHELL. The thing is, Nunu ultimate went down, and that allowed just enough time for Corky to get around and do that extra damage. Again, they didn't really focus Graves early on. They wanted to take his protection away from that fight, and now Moscow 5 are doing Baron number 2 of this game. Kassadin is being chased around in the main base by Alex at this point. The question is, can they finish things off? It's not exactly easy to chase a Kassadin down, that's for sure. As he will body slam through the wall, and there's the Rift walk away again.
Yeah, as you're
it's
saying,
like the never-ending story.
Yeah.
Body slam,
fight.
DFG, Rift walk.
But Shushei's out of mana though. I don't know if Shushei can really escape this. We don't see anyone coming for Shushei's help here as he does body slam again, and the ultimate. Oh. Actually, that might have helped him out more than Alex actually wanted, because he is able to escape now.
Yeah, you saw Shushei actually waiting for his last one there. He was probably figuring out that ultimate barrel was coming out at some point, and he timed it nicely. So credit to Shushei for escaping from that one. Double ward over onto blue buff, because one is never enough.
Never.
And they will spot Alex's position. So let's have a look at the gold. Still, it's ELOHELL who actually have the lead there. Now we are going to see maybe Genja initiating on this one. Kikis has already used that counter-strike, jumped over to his teammate for safety. But we are seeing Moscow 5 starting to push this middle lane. And they are a team that, if they have a Baron, they know how to use it better than anyone else. So let's have a look at a replay from that last big fight here before the Baron. You can see that Corky on the minimap, not really with the team. He was in middle lane. They focused Darien. They went the ulti down. Veggie died very fast, and it was the Gragas barrel which really caused the big problems there for ELOHELL. They took Jax out of it, and by that point, Graves is off to the side. Moscow 5 would survive pretty much all the damage that they could put down to him, and then Kassadin, he can't challenge 1 versus 4 in and around that Baron area. Did get some damage back from Alex, but then we saw that little chase going on. So you can see the gold has now crept to only a 300 difference. Moscow 5 are going to start to work their way through the jungle and try and steal as much away as they can. Actually, blue buff is being done right now by this Kassadin, and Alex is waiting there as he body slams around the corner. Blue buff has not been done. They actually backed away from that one completely. And that will be picked up here by Moscow 5, by Gragas, in fact.
And Gray's finally working towards that GA. And one thing about Genja is when he has his GA and he plays Corky, he completely changes his style. He jumps in head first and actually tries to get them to focus him down, so that allows his team to do something. As we do see the Gragas ultimate coming down.
Ultimate came in there from Nunu as well. Veggie is going very, very low. Kikis will jump over to his teammate. There is the kill onto Kikis. Tariq, of course, is already out of this fight. Graves is still alive, though. He's used everything there. Ignite, Flash, and his ultimate all put down. But again, Moscow 5 just fighting through the damage. Diamond at half HP, GoSu Pepper at half HP. Alex has lost a bit. That tells me, where's the focus really coming in here from ELOHELL when they're all hanging around about half HP? Here we go, push coming back onto this inner upper turret. Veggie and Shushei are both there, but I'm not sure that they really want to be in this position. Exhaust does go down on towards Veggie, and there goes the push in as well. And wow, that is a quick move away, and Darien is the one in trouble now. They don't want to be giving any more kills over onto this. Graves will get slowed down. In the meantime, we have seen Udia go down, and Moscow 5 are pushing in, and the kill did happen for Graves, but Moscow 5 are pushing through, and for that are going to give themselves an inhibitor, and that will put them nicely again into the lead with gold. But the question is, will they stay and fight after that? No, they back away, and a wise choice indeed, if you ask me.
Yeah, very true. And I think we're actually going to go to a replay right now of actually what happened in top lane while you're looking at bot lane. And we see that Veggie...
Oh no, we've got a fight still going on for this one. Oh no, we're having a look at a replay. Who knows what's going on? Veggie did get picked off here with that final kill. And actually, Tariq popped his Shirelia's Reverie there. I'm not sure really why. Obviously wanted to get there a bit faster than really happened. And there was the inhibitor taken down. And as we can see, nothing happened. Good for us. So let's take a look at things and figure out exactly where we are in this game. 52,000 gold to 48,000 gold. Moscow 5, obviously, with that last Baron taken down. Do they know the exact timing of it? Not really, but they've got an inclination as to when it happened. The Kassadin was around there once that was started off. In terms of kills, Gragas 3-1-10. They're kind of spread evenly. I mean, Corky is starting to pull away there at 5-1-7. Got that Trinity Force now. He has actually picked up a BF Sword and obviously the Guardian Angel. That Guardian Angel is also on Shyvana now at this point. On the other side, Graves is working up to it. He's 8-1-1. Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Last Whisper. Kassadin, Rod of Ages, DFG is going to be working himself up there as well. For Gragas, Abyssal Scepter, Rabadon's Death Cap, and that DFG. So for me, that's where the real scariness comes down, this Gragas.
Yeah, and they're actually starting to do the old M5 styles. We're seeing the carry starting to pick up all those GAs. We already had one on Corky, but now we're starting to see Alex pick up one. And we're seeing M5 on the push here. This is actually the first time in the game, I believe, that they've had the gold advantage. And we're gonna start seeing some fights happening. Definitely some more inhibitors going down. M5 playing really smart right now, sitting in the jungle, trying to clear any extra wards, deny any more vision they possibly can, because we do see Baron come up in about 1:30.
Right now, Moscow 5 just jockeying for position there. ELOHELL trying to find a safe way into that jungle to really get that vision down. As you said, there is the Oracle on Shyvana. Moscow 5, by the looks of things, want to have a peek here and see exactly what is going on in terms of positioning for ELOHELL, and that's something that they can't really deal with, is this poke from Gragas. Once he gets a couple of decently positioned barrels in there, that means not a lot of health remaining on the ELOHELL side. Obviously they have that Yorick as well to constantly spam in towards the turret. GoSu Pepper actually taking a bit of a big burst there, and actually Kassadin uses Deathfire Grasp onto that Nunu, and that will make Moscow 5 feel that little bit safer now that's being used.
Yeah, not to mention having to back away right now. And the thing is, ELOHELL is not able to fight on their own terms. They're kind of being, having the fights taken to them. They're not able to really focus someone down. So you do see Genja just playing completely different, being super aggressive, trying to poke this tower down as much as possible. And he just really doesn't care about all those pokes since he does have that GA.
Oh,
So they're actually engage.
Gonna move in there on towards Kikis, who does pull his counter-strike up. He's actually got a decent stun onto a couple of them. There's the GoSu Pepper ultimate, and he's gonna channel it fully out there. Veggie will drop as well. We do finally have that Guardian Angel on the Jax, who's it was popped in the last bit of the fight. Graves is going to escape for now. Double kill actually going out for Yorick, and that is going to be an inhibitor turret plus inhibitor number 2 for Moscow 5. They've already got those super minions streaming in the top lane as well. And the only thing that really stands between them and a victory right now is this Graves. But you can bet your bottom dollar that Vander is not really safe with Moscow 5 moving in. There's the first Nexus turret going down. Vander will get forced away once again by the ghouls. Moscow 5 are going to focus in, will take down the Nexus here in just a second. They've stopped kind of halfway to try and kill Graves, as we do see Tariq hammering on Diamond. But Moscow 5 will take game number 2 and will take this quarter-final series 2-0. A fantastic game number 2, the one which looked like ELOHELL could have the victory, and you know they were ahead for most of the game, at which point Graves was fed, but his protection weren't so fed, and the protection was gone, and Graves then followed very, very quickly afterwards.
Well, that's the difference in experience. I mean, M5 has been around for such a long time, and as Veggie was saying, ELOHELL's kind of new. They've only been around for a month. They had that early game advantage, but they couldn't keep that focus up the rest of the game, and they ended up losing because of that. M5 just, turtled a little bit, just picked their fights wisely, started bringing the fights towards ELOHELL instead of letting them initiate on top of them, and they came out with the victory, and now they're going to be moving on to play against, I believe, FNATIC.
Yeah, the longer the game goes on, the more you're going to need your teamwork, because if you make a mistake that far in, that's when you can lose so much. It's not like at the start when you execute something and you end up dying and you're straight back into the action, You've got then 30, 40 seconds even, as we saw right at the end of the game, where the enemy team can be taking Baron and at least one inhibitor in that kind of time. And I think that's what really caught up on ELOHELL in the end. Obviously, they're knocked out of the tournament now. They're here with a substitute. They're here with a lineup that's not been together for all that long. So there's still a lot of work to be done in this ELOHELL team, but they showed there in game number 2 after being crushed, honestly, by Moscow 5 in game number 1. Game number 2, they showed us that they can stand toe-to-toe with these top teams. They just need that little bit more work going forward. Moscow 5, on the other hand, they're looking damn good.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential out of ELOHELL, and honestly, I hope to see them a lot more in Season 3. Hope they stick around for a little more, and maybe work out that Game 1 strategy a little better, because that Evelyn was surprising, or was quite surprising in the early game. Took a lot of damage off Alexich, but just need to do a little bit more practicing, and hopefully they do well in Season 3. Wish them the best of luck.
Well, we have, of course, then Moscow 5 moving through into the semi-finals, which won't be tomorrow. We'll be moving on to the bottom side of the bracket for the quarterfinals for tomorrow. For now, though, we are going to be taking a quick commercial break, but there'll be more action here for you on the stage and on the stream when we're back, so don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, I'm back with Shushei and Alex, and we're gonna have a few words about the match we just saw. Shushei, I talked to your jungler before your second match, and he said that you guys weren't feeling confident, but you were still going to do your best. And I think your second game was even more exciting than your first game, so how did you keep heart?
Well, we actually knew that we're gonna have really hard opponents, so we felt like, okay, we lost one game, we still have a chance, so we're gonna give our best and just go. You cannot lose spirit during the fight, right? After the fight, you can, but during the fight, no.
Can I ask you about your Evelyn pick in the first game?
Yeah, we kinda tried it in the pre-mates before, and it worked pretty well. I guess it just didn't work against Gragas. If it was anything else, Alex would be biting ground.
Well, all your fans are still very excited to be seeing you play, and you still have a long road ahead of you for season 3. So is there anything you'd like to say to all your fans before I let you go?
Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting us, and sorry for losing.
I'm sure they're not that mad at you. Now, Alex, those were 2 incredible games. Did you guys know it was going to play out that way from the beginning?
Like, we felt that that in the first game we got our pick. In the second game we kinda got our pick too, but we tried to swap the lanes and it went really bad for us. I mean, if we played a standard game, it would go much better. But then our top lane dive failed, and then bot lane, Darien got ganked by 3 men and died, and then Team ELOHELL got advantage. Then we kinda came back, but then we throw the Nashor. So it was the game we were behind all the game. So, but Gragas is OP, so we could deal with it.
Yeah, you had me worried there for a minute. You guys were falling behind. You thought you guys were going to take it and we were going to go to a game 3, but it just didn't happen. Anyway, we have more games coming up this weekend. This seems like a silly question, but who are you most worried about in the bracket? Is it CLG.EU? Most afraid of?
No, we're not afraid of anyone. I mean, but we hope that SK Gaming will win CLG.
Strong words. Not afraid of anyone. Well, we'll see how that works out for you guys the rest of this weekend. You're looking strong, and we look forward to your games.
I want some words. I want to congrats my girlfriend, whose happy birthday. It's today, so happy birthday. Crowd, can you cheer for her? Clap. Thanks, everyone. Love you guys. We will win.
That is very, very sweet. Your girlfriend must be so happy, and she must be so proud of you guys. Thank you so much, Alex. You guys can chill out for a minute. Thank you. And I'm actually going to bring Rivington and Joe Miller out on the stage. We're going to talk about today's games. Good sportsmanship. Thank you. Rivington, Joe, are you back there? Oh, look at you guys, all smile.
You actually. Rivington was just talking away, like usual.
This is just for show.
Well, guys, I know you were glued to the screen, partially not by choice, but we saw some crazy games here today. 2-0 and 2-0, even though we didn't expect it. What do you think?
Well, these teams coming into know that game 1 and 2 is just as important as game 3 and 4. They're going to make those first 3 spots and take that to the finals in LA. So throughout this tournament, as you said, Rachel, a completely unforgiving single elimination bracket has been daunting these teams the entire weekend. So for FNATIC to come out so strong on Curse, who told Xenon, how do you feel about FNATIC? And they said, out of 10, we give them a 2. But I don't think they realized that FNATIC turned that into a 2-0. So Curse was a little on their heels for the game. But, the rivalries still have a bit to show.
Yeah, the second game, I mean, Moscow 5, they started out like Moscow 5, really. They lost 1 kill in the first game, which, to be honest, they didn't even look like they were going to lose. It was that kind of game where they looked like they could have really plowed through and won 25-0 on kills before that 20-minute mark. Game number 2, though, ELOHELL came in with a different setup. We heard from them at the halftime that they'd not really had that time to practice. They've got the substitute, and that's never easy when you run that kind of composition that they had in game number 1. If they weren't talking and they weren't used to it, then it was never going to work for them. Game 2 was different. They had a lead for a long time, but Moscow 5 showed their experience and the time that they've had together, and they cruised through in the end.
Well, I think we can take a look at the brackets behind us. We have 4 new teams playing tomorrow, but our 2 teams are on a roll. Do you think they're going to be able to M5 BenQ and FNATIC RC? Any predictions? I mean, they're both sitting 2-0 right now. They're both feeling great, so.
That's a really hard one to call. I mean, Moscow 5, obviously, a Moscow 5, they're the reigning Intelligent Stream Masters World Championship. They've only ever finished second in 1 tournament. The rest they've won. FNATIC, on the other hand, Season 1 champions. Maybe they'll be there to defend their title at Season 2 as well. Obviously, it all comes down to that one. If you lose in the semi-final, though, you do have that bit of a safety buffer in the fact that you can play the third, fourth playoff. The winner of that will join the top 2 teams that make it to the grand final at the Season 2 championships as well. So there is that bit more of a safety buffer. Obviously, both teams want to win this tournament. No one wants to finish second or third, to be honest with you. They want number 1. They want all the cash. I didn't predict that one, so I'm going to say 2-1, Moscow 5.
Moscow 5, you know, it comes to mind that FNATIC has a team that is constantly changing, constantly seeing roster changes. Shushei last year, nRated coming on recently, but they've always been a strong team, which kind of makes me think they're going to be able to put up a very good fight against Moscow 5. Now, they would in the first place, but as their team is able to play together more, get that chemistry and the compositions that they know, and able to understand the Moscow 5 champion pool, I think we're going to have an amazing matchup, and they actually have the rest of the day to look into that information.
Very exciting stuff, guys. Thank you for that analysis, and thank you for your excellent commentating all weekend. Crowd, thank you for sticking with us. You've been so exciting, and you've really driven our players to make some amazing plays today. I hope you join us all at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and if you miss us in the meantime, you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. We'll have recaps and lots of information for you. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Stick around for some swag. Come up to the front of the stage.
Free stuff.
to wait till yesterday. The sunlight hurts my eyes. Put on no shade to wait till yesterday. The sunlight hurts my eyes. Put on no shade to wait till yesterday. The sunlight hurts my eyes. Put on no shade to wait till yesterday. The sunlight hurts my eyes. Sunlight hurts my, sunlight hurts my, sunlight hurts my, sunlight hurts my, the sunlight hurts my eyes. 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 So look to the sky. Rafter ici man. Don't bring me down. 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 Don't tell me our youth is running out. It's only just begun. Don't tell me our youth is running out. It's only just begun. Don't tell me our youth is running out. It's only just begun. Don't tell me our youth is running out. It's only just begun. Begun. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me, bring me. Don't bring me, bring me. Don't bring me down. Don't bring me, bring me.
It's actually causing more problems than it's adding actually good things, even though the idea is very exciting.
Also, selbst wenn die Idee irgendwie sehr cool ist, ist es für denselben Game Mode, was es dann ist, bringt eben sehr viel Probleme mit sich. Und man könnte sagen, fordert auch den ganzen Game Mode so ein bisschen heraus.
The last thing I'll say is I think, now that's not to say we'll never do one, but that's why we haven't so far. I will say this, soccer has one map. And soccer, or any sport, is about players and stories and the team play and how the game changes from team to player. And so is League of Legends. This is why we focus on champions. It's about the characters, not necessarily the playing field.
Also Fußball zum Beispiel hat auch nur eine Map. Und da geht es dann wirklich um die Spieler, um die Teams, um Geschichten und um so weiter. Und deswegen konzentrieren wir uns auch auf die Champions und die einzelnen Spieler mehr als auf die Map im Moment. Es heißt nicht, was er vorher gesagt hat, es heißt nicht, das werden wir nie machen, aber das ist das, warum wir es bisher noch nicht gemacht haben.
Ja, that's it.
Cool. 2 Fragen noch. Schauen wir mal. Jetzt mal weibliche Kandidaten. Da haben wir doch jemanden.
Ich wollte fragen, was mit dem Tribunal ist, weil das ganze Geliebe und Geflame, das nervt echt. Vor allem mich als Mädchen nervt das wirklich.
Good question. The question is, what's going to happen with the tribunal? Because all the leaving and the flaming, and especially as a female player, that's just a burden. What's going to happen with the tribunal?
Well, I can start answering that. I wish we had Pendrick here, because he's actually the guy that invented the tribunal.
Also ja, wir können es versuchen zu beantworten. Pendragon hat das Tribunal quasi entwickelt und ist leider jetzt nicht hier, aber wir versuchen es einfach mal zu beantworten.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's running around on the show floor, and if you actually